Hello, Wastelanders! Happy Fallout Day! Right now we're here with just Skybolt and Mr. Dragonwolf.
Hello, everybody.
Oh god. Alright, sorry, try that again.
Didn't it work?
Yes. I have the music, the instrumental of this year's song in the background as a little theme to kick us off. But it is very, very overpowering, so I'm going to drag the dial down.
Oh. Well, if you didn't hear me, hello everybody, my name is Rhino Dragonwolf and I'm from the UK.
Yes, yeah, he's been on one of our podcasts before. If there are any other patrons in the Discord right now, feel free to join us. Just going to be shooting the shit for a while. It's Fallout Day. Have a lot to celebrate.
I actually managed to go on Fallout 4 today, I haven't been on it for a while.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I've just started a Dead Money replay through, so that'll be fun. I forgot how it takes literally everything from you in Dead Money.
I've never done Dead Money, I couldn't do it, it was too difficult.
Yeah, I always said it's a very easy when I do.
Yeah, it won't run anymore for me, it doesn't like Windows 10.
Oh, yeah. But yes, first of all, thank you to Quillfeather for $5 in the live chat. Very much appreciate it. We will be paying attention to chat as closely as we can, and we should have a lot more people as the night goes on. It's just a unique time of the day. The old world people should be getting up now. I believe Kelly's gonna come on at some point, and maybe Vermont and Chris and all of them. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's currently 5 o'clock in the morning here, I haven't been to bed.
Yeah. When is the time change for you guys anyway?
It's next weekend the clock should be going back.
Oh wow, okay, so same as us. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So everything stays synchronous. Let me see here. Roy in the chat, if there's any questions. 5 Eagle
Yeah,
Bucks.
I've got the chat window up to keep an eye on it.
Righty. And the Todds. Yes, all of our lovely Todds. Notice me Skypia. Skypia, that almost sounds like a, this isn't Fallout related at all, but as the classic slow bro that I am, slow pony, I just got around to watching the Dark Crystal Age of Resistance on Netflix.
Oh, I've been watching that.
Basically, I saw the thing that said, oh, it had been canceled, and I'm like, oh, really? That's kind of sad. Is it still on there? And I was like,
Yeah.
oh, damn, this is really good. Fuck, now why is it canceled?
Yeah, I wonder why they do that sort of thing. I've known really popular shows over the years, and they've cancelled them for no reason.
I know. If I were to take a guess, I'd say it's probably production costs, because I watched the documentary afterwards on what they did, and it's pretty elaborate with all the sets and, like, you know, the drop floors for doing puppets and stuff. It's a lot of work.
Am I come across loud and clear?
Yes, I adjusted your volume. I forgot that I have local controls for all that, so you should be even. Hopefully, is everyone hearing you fine? Everyone? So.
If you can't hear me fine, I'll adjust. I turned mine down because I was backfeeding someone earlier, and I was like, oh dear.
Oh yeah. No, I always have to watch my own too because I don't know. I feel like the dials reset on me or something. It's a very professional program.
Yeah. According to Quillfeather, I'm coming across loud and clear. So.
Okay.
Oh hell, Lord Skybolt! You're a lord now?
No. I'm a petty serf. We're all petty serfs in the internet feudal system. Lord Susan allows us, if it pleases the crown, that we remain on YouTube. You know, as long as we don't make anybody mad, the British phonographic industry mad. So. If you're familiar, if anyone listens to my regular channel, I don't post much on there anymore, but after that horrible copyright strike finally expired, I posted a new song this week, so
you got copyright strikes. Which one was it on?
It was on the new, I should have known, the new Weekend song, Blinding Lights. I did a parody of for Valentine's Day, Hearts and Hooves Day. And Weekend did not like that. So
yes, Quillfeather, I am British.
How could you tell?
So actually, last night someone called me Australian. And went, that's a compliment. I like that.
I know. Aussies are great.
Yeah,
Work with many Aussies over the years.
Yeah, I've got a couple of friends out there at the moment, so.
I remember first hearing the comparison of Australia is the Texas of Commonwealth. I couldn't stop laughing about that.
Sounds about right.
Especially in America, one of if you're a young-ish person, the first mention of Australia in like my memory was the Simpsons episode of Homer goes to Australia, and he just makes enemies with the entire state, and they have to like pull them out through the embassy like it's fucking 1980 Iran. And the speaking of British people,
hello, this is James Vermont here. I'm lying in bed. I just opened my eyes.
Good morning.
Yeah, you don't sound awake.
So I've been awake for all of 30 seconds, and I'm straight into podcasting. Ugh. Woo! Happy Fallout to everybody.
I know. Yeah, all the bombs have fallen now. Everyone's dead.
Yeah, we're all ghouls now.
Yeah, we're all dead. Finally. I've been waiting for it to happen for so long.
Oh, chat's going mad now. James is here.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, they're like, oh, he's here. We have a new subject.
Yay, woo, chat.
Yeah, we tried to plan this pretty well. The Halloween stream is even more planned in advance, so hopefully we'll have a lot of people for that one.
Yeah, we planned this very well. I'd set an alarm for myself, but then I slept through my alarm hard.
Oh, I did that the other day when I needed to go out. My mum come in, aren't you going out today? Yeah, because since I last spoke to you, I had to move back in with my parents because of COVID and depression, so there we are. So that was a fun July.
I'm going to pull myself out of bed now.
And get the coffee on.
What is the first topic of discussion? I guess I vaguely alluded to our 7th annual Fallout Day song. For those who might not have heard it yet, we did a parody of I Love You by Woodkid again. We'd done a Woodkid song once before, and it was also themed around Harvest Orange, so we thought this would be a fitting conclusion to the Confessions Harvest story arc as a little send-off to him.
It was great. I really enjoyed the new song because I hadn't heard the original before. So
Kelly did some new things with it that I actually like a lot better. Like the whole opening has this different sort of horn variation that is a lot better than the original version, I think.
And then there was that really good instrumental break.
I know. It's so sad. I knew as soon as I heard how well it played out, I'm like, okay, this is the section where emotionally he's stumbling on her crashed ship and realizes, it's all for naught. So the last one is just sort of that contemplative, like, all right, I'm pulling out my gun. So, F's in the chat for the oranges. They're both dead now.
Oh, see, also, I just love that picture of them so much, especially because Valencia just looks so happy.
One of my favorite things, and it played out well in the actual live stream of the finale, was the very, very slow transition of the color palette into like the reddish sepia. And once they only notice like halfway through, they're like, wait a second, I think the image is dimming. And I'm like, yes, just right.
Okay, I am up. Okay, what does the comment section say? James Vermont, bring back Rhodesia. Holy shit. Okay, so that's...
Wrong country. He's south of that.
Yes, I'm South African. Rhodesia is now Zimbabwe.
Yeah, even posher Brits.
There's F's in chat. Scrollkeeper says definitely awesome. James, it's your number one fan. First topic of conversation. I hear the foreigner, okay.
Yeah, they were trying to work out where I was from, so...
Oh.
I know the UK has like 20-something distinct accents.
There's more than that, jeez.
And that's not even including the Welsh, so...
Yeah. Well, I've got a mixture of three because I spent 16 of my life living in Robin Hood country, Nottingham. Then I went to college and I lived in Birmingham for a year and a half. Then I moved down south and I ended up with a farmer's accent for around here. And I'm back up north again, so it's all over the place.
I feel like the North, Norf, is the distinctive north of
Yes.
Manchester dialect.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
really-
Midlands.
But that's because we have Oakheart.
That is true. Oakhart is
Yeah,
so
Oakhart's definitely more northern than me.
so like quintessentially Mank that it works out really well.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Oh,
Manx is people from the Isle of Man, isn't it? Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. It's all British for us.
British with a slightly different twang.
Yeah. I don't know though. You couldn't call North Irish British though, right? Because they're not Britain. They're North Ireland.
Well,
That's
part
South
of,
Island. That's South Island.
No, but I mean literally the island itself is not Britain.
yeah,
Oh,
You see these
yeah,
problems that we
yeah.
run into? I remember, what was it, the CPG Grey? He did a whole chart on what is the UK and what is Britain versus what is England, and that was really funny. A little meme chart.
Oh, I like some Maverick's comment about it explains why the Brits sound extra ifed up.
None of it's received pronunciation. Yeah, you gotta talk like a regular old Joe.
Like the only British voice I do is like the old sort of major. I say, would you like a cup of tea? No, get out of my sight.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't drink tea. I drink coffee, and most Americans go, "Oh, you're not a real Brit."
Yeah, you're part of God's country now.
I occasionally drink tea, but it's just easier with coffee, especially with my tremor.
Yeah, I just drink it black now after I had a very fun trip to the hospital 2 weeks ago. So,
Oh yeah,
yeah, so
that
that's
must have been the
fun.
most fun.
It was, yeah. I was like, oh god, I have all this stuff I have to do, including launching a new series. So, fuck. How do Americans make tea? They dump in the fucking harbor is what they do.
Oh, I know that. This tea is not good. I can't do
Yeah.
American accent.
No, we do the same as the British and steal it from the Chinese. Yeah, we have a bunch of local teas. Of course, we have the Earl Grey imports and all that.
Yeah, I don't like Earl Grey. That's weird.
When I would drink tea when I got sick, before I just went to straight lemon juice and honey, I would get the the chamomile peach tea from one of our brands. I forget what it's called.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, it's a pretty good blend.
I used to drink peppermint tea a lot back when I was in college.
Yeah, that'll open up your pipes. That's spicy.
Oh, it was a farmer college, so we had no fridges or anything, and if you wanted milk, we had cows.
That's right. You go straight to the source.
Yeah, I did a couple of times. It was quite nice.
That's right, Crystal Pepsi. I remember they brought back Crystal Pepsi. That was actually it's actually not bad. It was weird though, having that cola taste and a totally clear drink. I can see perfect like 80s gimmick marketing for that.
Yeah, we never got that in the UK.
And then, of course, there was the fun video like 8 years ago when people found old Crystal Pepsi from the 90s, and it was like drinking Epicac. You immediately threw up as soon as you drank it.
Yeah, I think I saw a video of that.
That was really funny. The Crystal Pepsi challenge. At least it wasn't as bad as fucking, what were the kids eating a few years ago? Tide Pods. It's so stupid.
Oh, God.
Some of these challenges, I'm like, this is like, I don't know, it's like playing chicken, like with cars on the edge of a cliff, you know?
It's when you see the adverts for Tide Pod now, it says always keep away from children. I always go and teenagers.
Yeah, I always think like this is the reason we have so many damn labels on everything. Is every single one of these was a news story, and it's like, okay, we gotta add another page. Do not consume the bleach product.
Do not use what's it called, hairdryer in the shower, because somebody's done that at some point in time and have sued for it.
Oh, can you imagine that? It's like
Well, there was a story a few years ago. A woman somewhere in America put her Winnebago in cruise control, and then when it made a sandwich, and of course it veered off, crashed, and she won $1 million in a new Winnebago.
Can you believe that? Could you imagine Winnebago having to turn that over to her? Like, please don't ever buy from us again.
Well, they've now put it in there. This is an autopilot.
Yeah. You think, like, walking away from it immediately... I mean, I guess it had really good, like, wheel balancing, so it, like, cruised straight for a while. I'm like, how else would you... 3 steps away from the wheel, and it should be going off the road, but...
Oh, it's nuts.
Oh, that was pretty silly.
Okay, I am out of bed. I am now going to go and make tea.
Yes.
Sounds like a good plan. I've just had a coffee. 4:30 in the morning. Not a good idea, but sleep patterns are going again. Well, they're gone again because all my friends live in America, and I'm about 5 to 6 hours behind, ahead of them. I mean,
it's the trickiest part of all this. Absolutely.
Mm.
I don't mind. I just sleep during the day and occasionally get prodded at. Your washing's done. I went, I can do my own washing, Mum, but since I've moved back in, no, I'll do it for you. I went, fine. I feel guilty though, but she goes, no, I'll do everyone else's wash at the same time, so fine.
I know. No, it's easier now with because I'm working from home now, so I'm like, okay, I guess it doesn't really, unless it's literally during work hours. I'm like, I really can plan a meeting almost any time, so it makes it easier.
Ow.
Saying that, the rent's cheaper here. I only have to pay, was it $200 a month instead of $500?
What?
No, more than that. I have to convert it to American. It was $700 a month.
Good lord, I mean, that's $200 a month, even when converted to South African rands, is pretty decent as rent goes.
Yeah, my mum would charge less, but I've been on a weight gaining program because I'm 6'2" and I was only 112 pounds.
Oh wow!
Oh
yeah,
good lord.
That's depression for you.
Mm.
And now I've gained 27 pounds, and I made my mum laugh. I went, my bum has returned, because before it was flat. and of course, Mum walks in when I'm looking in the mirror. What are you doing? It's returned. I have booty. Yeah, I'm a bit of an odd person, me.
Oh no. Oh my god. What the hell? So someone posted it in general chat too, about 7 minutes ago, that Midnight Mares has returned, but as a comic book.
What? Oh
and they're trying to kickstart it. But, like, I remember watching the trailer, and, okay, look. Losing animation means it no longer has the bad voice acting. In fact, at least I remember it having bad voice acting. But the biggest issue was that its writing was garbage. Like, you cannot have bad writing, like, writing that bad in a comic book, because you don't have the moving animation to cover for it
to
anymore.
Compensate.
Holy shit!
I always thought of Midnight Mares as just the plushie scam, because that's all it seemed to be based on the conventions anyway.
Oh, did you see we got a donation just before the stream?
I did, yeah. I acknowledge. Thank you, Quill Feather, for that. We very much appreciate it.
They've made a Kickstarter, but they haven't actually linked it.
That seems like the audacity. Like, like, I'm surprised people haven't piled on this yet. It must be pretty new.
Oh yeah, it looks like it's been up for a couple of hours and it's only got 270 views. I mean, why haven't they? But why haven't they like linked their Kickstarter? Oh, it hasn't actually launched yet. Okay, they've announced it, but they haven't.
They're testing the waters.
Yeah, to see how people are going to react. To give us money, we don't have animation, but give us money. Yeah, I mean, good luck.
You know, at this point, I'd say respect the hustle. You know, after enough publicity, like, has unraveled the kind of schemes going on, it's like, okay, yeah, it's like blatantly selling, like, knockoff toys on the street, basically. Like, all right, man, good luck.
Right. I mean, maybe it's got better in the intervening years. It's been a while. At least I think it's. Oh no, it's been like a year.
You think at this point they're just gonna rip off the story of like Coco, right? Like, there's been like what, 2 like very big budget Dia de los Muertos movies in the last couple years now. So you think it's just gonna be like Book of Life and Coco with horses, right?
Exactly.
At least that's what I'm taking away from this still image. So
I mean, I like elements of the design. I really don't think her mane goes well with the
I agree.
with the skeleton face. Everything else with skeleton, everything else. It's too edgy. Like, if you're going with that sort of, because the thing is that if you're going with that sort of Day of the Dead design, then that's supposed to be a celebratory time.
Yeah, it's everyone's happy because they're dead. It's awesome.
Like, if you go and look at Coco, the outfits and the costuming and the lighting and color use was all really, really happy. There were a lot more upbeat colors. I can't necessarily. I mean, you can also go look at the actual Day of the Dead celebrations for that, but I don't live in America, so it's like not a thing I get to see.
I mean,
I know it's in Mexico, but
yeah, we have enough of the spillover. I mean, it looks like a character that belongs in the What the Fic background. It really does.
Oh my god, yes.
Like, in fact, we're doing that next time for What the Fic 9. I guess someone remind me. Oh my god, that's funny.
Hey,
oh my god, yes. We'll do What the Fic, but with Midnight Mares.
Yes, and we have another patron in the call. Hello, Derpy, or how else would you want to go by?
Just Derpy.
All right, sounds good.
Sweet.
Happy follow-up day.
There we go. Tea from the kettle. You hear that, Needle? Kettle.
yeah. Didn't you guys ship her one from like across the sea to make sure made tea like a god proper Brit?
I think there was a fan that eventually gave her a kettle, which bummed me out because I was going to do it, but it is really expensive. Kettles are surprisingly not cheap when converted to South African rand.
They can cost up to £100 over here.
Good God.
That is an expensive kettle.
We've got one of these ones where it just fills enough for 1 cup, so you don't use a ton of electricity.
Yeah, see, we just, measure.
Yeah, you can fill the whole tank up, but it would only do it to the size of the cup you set it at.
See, what we've started doing is we just fill it up and we put it all in a flask. And then when we pour from the flask,
I like
so
that
we can save the hot
like
water.
Alcohol.
Oh no, big flask, like a 3-4 liter.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like either alcohol or like an Erlenmeyer flask.
Yeah, I was thinking
It's
that.
the only
I
two I
was
know.
like, a shot of coffee.
Oh yeah, shot of coffee. That sounds about right.
I have this
Okay,
like glass
have my
Coca-Cola
tea.
glass. I have my my cold brewed coffee out of. So, yeah. So,
there was kind of this melancholy tone for me with the new Fallout Day song, in that, like I was saying in the chat yesterday, it feels like the final goodbye to Confessions.
I know.
A final Confessions song, an emotional sort of beat to it, and I think it's really, really appropriate to go off on the Origins, given that they kind of like they're the progenitors to this entire story.
I know.
So definitely it's a good place to say goodbye.
Yeah, no.
I gave Quillfeather the feels.
I know. No, Kelly did excellently with the song too, because ironically, Woodkid's new album just came out like last week, and it's unfortunately lacking some of the brass and drums that was so iconic about his first album. So I'm like, we'll just do our own take on one of your songs, and that'll sate me. It was still a good album, but I needed more brass, in my opinion. Yeah, to almost no one's surprise, the Ulysses Chronicle theme is also very heavily Woodkin inspired. Specifically, the last song of the last album, which is called "The Other Side," very appropriately.
Ooh, very nice. Speaking of, EAST Corp has launched a new show.
I know.
I've been meaning to get around to looking at that.
It's a slow
You should.
burn.
It's good.
Yeah, it's a slow burn for sure. Like, the first episode is just this short prologue of, like, everyone's already dead. So it's being told in memoriam. But people understand the format more as it goes along. So today we launched the second episode, where it'll basically be bookended of, like, an introductory minute and then the meat of whatever the original article was from back in time that he did, and then there'll be a little closing blurb at the very end. So people should get the feel for it after a few episodes, I think.
Also, I've got to say, I love the contrast, because it in some ways it feels a lot like we've switched places, in that when I started my series, it was someone undying in a way, and when you started your series, it's everyone's dead, and I'm kind of like, wait a second, which one's for Martin, which one's Skybolt again?
See, I'm drawing from a lot of places for, inspiration for the story, but one of the classic Twilight Zone episodes is the guy at the end of the world where he just wants to read his books and then he breaks his glasses, that whole thing. I always thought about, like, okay, you have this very literary kind of person. What if he didn't break his glasses and you, like, have nothing but time and the whole world is dead? You're the last man, no matter what. And it's like, what do you do with that time? Are you the kind of person that had a purpose? You had this journal, this chronicle that you're supposed to do anyway. It's like, do you finish that? Is it just your, like, last collecting your thoughts? Like, so in a lot of ways, it's almost like he's assembling the movie of, the life flashing before your eyes before he dies in slow motion.
Yeah, he is it is that death in slow motion.
And over the course, of course, then it'll be a very long, assemblage of all these old recordings. So literally every episode is world building. It's getting ridiculous now. That's why I knew I had to put the text on screen immediately, because I'm like, fuck, I can barely say half of these words. I'm referencing Latin websites and Greek websites. I'm like, am I pronouncing this right? I don't even know.
And I feel bad for you for text on screen, because I know you're used to it with Wasteland Survival Guide, but I've found it with Starboard Bow that, like, that shows with text on screen can be a bitch to do.
It is so much.
Oh my god, getting the timing right on that can sometimes be a nightmare.
Yeah.
Or not.
Fixing misspellings or whatever. Most of these videos of the episodes to come are like the 10th version, because it's like I'll generate one and then I'll watch it and I'm like, fuck, I misspelled Rome or something stupid. And I'm like, damn it. Okay, one more take.
There's nothing.
Be a blooper reel for you?
Oh, say again?
Is it going to be a blooper reel for you then?
Oh god, no. It's so much effort to collect bloopers. That's one of the reasons I never did it before, because it's like, unless I'm intentionally, like, planning it out, it's so much work. Like for Dead Money, damn it. Dead Tree, FOE Dead Tree. From the beginning we were given the sort of idea, like, oh, look, give us your bloopers whenever you record. So it's funnier because it's not my show. So I'm like reading stuff for the first time, and it's like, oh, Nio did that.
I recognize that voice. That's my good friend Dazzled. And he gets embarrassed when I talk about it. He goes, no, I'm not that good. And when you bring a smile to my face, isn't that good enough?
We have one comment from Scrollkeeper. The story of the oranges might be done, but with some hard work and outside input, continue the tale of the company. People are free to write whatever, fan fictions and stuff they want on our stuff, but definitely with Confessions and Terminal Secrets, they're both sort of like self-encapsulated, at least for their own stories.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was nice to be able to tell stories that were a little bit more self-contained. There was an outside extending danger, but for the most part, they I don't. It's weird to say, but also weird, but also kind of true. Is that these aren't really Fate of the Wasteland stories?
They're DLCs. That's how I always thought of it.
That's a really good way of describing it. Yes, if the Great Arrows hadn't been stopped, shit would have gone kind of pear-shaped for the Wasteland as a whole, and if Dr. Fractal hadn't been stopped, shit would have gone down for the Stable Dwellers, but, it still wasn't Fate of the Wasteland, because that's not where the emotional weight of the story was focused. It was on a much more insulated and intimate narrative for both of them.
I know the hardest thing for me personally, it's easy to just kill the bad guy, but I'm like, fuck, I built up this army of, tens of thousands. What happens to them? And, I'm like, okay, what's the most easy thing to figure? Okay, there's already, millions of just raiders of various varieties out there. How easy would it be if most of them just had their hard reset, and then they just get absorbed into mixed raider gangs, or maybe some of them reform and return to who they were, and that seems like the easiest way to dispel the grunts. The ones that didn't die.
Yeah, I've been waiting for the fan fiction of Battered Blade and Diamondback.
That's right, yeah. Written by one of the other characters. It'll be Amberhorn writes fanfic.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Amberhorn would write that.
Oh, that would actually be a good one-off of just Oakhart reading smut fanfiction of the others.
She's too innocent for that.
Yeah.
Especially with her accent, that'd be quite funny.
It would be very funny. I think immediately to the Tinned Mint lines of between her and and
Scribbler.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
lovely.
that was
Just
funny.
Lovely.
That was the perfect mix of adorable with more adorable.
Yeah, I was sitting there going, oh, I like this. Oh, I remember talking to her about it. She goes, yeah, I like working with Scribbler. And with your accents both going at the same time, I haven't got an accent.
I mean, she's quite the workhorse too. Especially over October, she's had a new video every single day. Damn. I'm sure she has, a team, but still, that's quite the output.
She is very hardworking. So I was one of her patrons briefly. Patron messed up and gave her nearly 6 months worth of money in one go.
Holy cow!
Oh no.
Oh, never mind. So I had to cancel it, and I tried to redo it, but there was something wrong. So never mind. Scribbler got $100 off me. I think it was $100. No, I don't know. It something to do with the payment thing messed up on it, and it thought I meant a 6 month thing, not a 1 month. I could have done it. I don't know, but I don't mind. It was a donation to her, and she well deserves it. I really enjoy her stories.
Oh gosh, that is a good name too. 50 Shades of Battered Blade.
Read by Emma.
Oh no.
Would be even funnier
Poor
is if she
Diamondback.
gets into the story and then right before it gets to the good part, you hear this cut off and just noise in the background of, you put that down right now. I know you put her up to this, and it's Diamondback actually reading it.
Oh, that'd be funny.
That'd be funny.
That'd be adorable.
I would pay for that.
We will have to see. I know. I definitely. Yeah, I had a few random one-off ideas, but I'm like, I like how it ended, just very self-encapsulated-y, and you know, I'm trying to work on this new story now. Once season 1 is over, though, I might have not a break, but like I'll have room to breathe to figure out. I've got like half of season 2 written right now, and that's like it's all rising action. You know, it's the act 2 on top of being season 2, so it's a lot of battle scenes and stuff.
Nice.
Of course,
I've got a
people
lot of-
haven't even met the cast yet. So all we've seen now at the end of the second episode is Ulysses himself has been introduced. So to have great art from this artist, Mad Jester's one of all the characters, including Chris's character, who's going to be at the very end, and it should be a lot of fun. Almost the whole Confessions cast is back.
That's pretty good. Then. I do like listening to Chris.
Confessions reunion.
And we've added Kayla, which is a lot of fun. I found a really good role. I'm like, I bet she could do something. So I figure, see how it works out. And so far, it's a lot of fun.
I wish I could write stories, but my spelling's atrocious, and I can't read very well.
Well, you don't need to be able to spell to do audio drama.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the editors are for. I know over at Dead Tree, it seems like props is just the processor. Like Fiara will write whatever, and then he organizes it into something cogent.
But it also kind of seems very much the same on the audiobook side as well. Like Cinda has told me about the fact that props has saved her life multiple times on production. I mean, she also holds really hard, but yeah, it does seem like props is the lifesaver of Dead Tree just overall.
Absolutely, yeah. The trying to think what an equivalent would be in that sort of like managerial context. I'm thinking, what was it, the Waking Sleeping Beauty? It's like the fourth guy that died in the helicopter crash, who was just sort of the one that held the team together. I gotta watch that.
Yeah, exactly. I don't remember who. The job would be the producer.
Yeah. The voice of reason.
Exactly.
What is it? The George Lucas's wife of Star Wars.
It would be the producer or the first assistant director is also usually an example of that. Although having met a couple of first ADs, they work so hard because they just kind of pick up on all the stuff the director's too busy to handle, but that's all still way too important for the second AD. So they're all so obscenely stressed.
Oh, before you got on the call, we were talking about I finally watched Dark Crystal: Age of Resistance on Netflix, and the follow-up documentary to that has the same thing, where the main executive producer guy is just this not savant, whatever the right word is, the just the handyman director. Like, he was running cameras, he was in the script room, he's just doing little of everything, basically. This French guy who took like the Jim Henson role, essentially, according to Henson's daughter. So
Oh, okay. I still need to see that show.
it's amazing.
It's very good.
It's amazing, and the music is so good too, by this guy Daniel Pemberton. I've been listening all week. I'll be honest, they got canceled, but I kind of wish they would just write a new series and then not end with the movie. Because the movie story is so simple, and it's also very sad because you have to get past the genocide first, and it's like, can we just play this out differently, like another timeline?
Yeah, I remember seeing that movie as a kid when it came out.
I remember not liking it when I first tried it like several years ago, because the main character, whatever his name is, Jan,
Yeah.
the guy Gelfling has. I don't know if the guy was like he didn't care, but the performance was awful, just awful. He sounds like, okay, I need to go on this journey. Oh no, my master, the mystic, is dead. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like, put something into it. And then even later on when he meets the girl gelfling, the Eve to his Adam, she's like a normal VA actress and does her part well. And I'm like, what the fuck? Just switch the guy out. Have Jim Henson do the voice. He'd probably put more emotion into it. Or Frank Oz, he was the co-director. Damn. So I'm like, that held me back from liking. And then the music was really wonky. And the pacing is very, even for the 80s, the pacing felt like a mid-60s production. Ugh.
Well, when you're a kid, you don't notice these things till you get older. You're like, yeah, that wasn't very good. But as a kid, you're like, wow, look at all these puppets.
I know, yeah, I'm looking at it from a producer's eye now. But the new series has none of those problems. It is tight writing. All the characters have their own separate storylines that all converge. Because, it's 10 one-hour episodes. So it's very fleshed out in all sides. So.
Yeah, I should probably go and watch that at some point.
And there's
It's
all
well worth
the
watching.
expanded universe material they had after the movie came out. They had young adult books and stuff. They basically brought on all those people, their Timothy Zahn basically, and they had him help contribute to the scripting of the series. So it feels like a synthesis of all the lore plus some new stuff. Anyway.
Roy Mustang in the comment section is asking, what are your thoughts on The Boys?
Oh yeah, I just finished that recently too.
I haven't seen that yet. I've been meaning to.
Yeah, I also haven't seen it yet. Although that, to be fair, that was genuinely just I saw the trailer for the first season. I was not impressed, but I have heard it is very good.
It's good. It's a good, unique new take on superhero stuff for sure. It's a cynical look at the superheroes as a concept, based on a graphic novel from the 2000s or whatever. I thought it was really good. I got really hooked on the first season last year, and then I've been following it episodically this year. And yeah, I'm very excited to see where season 3 goes after quite a season finale.
I mean, I became a lot more interested in it about a week ago when I realized that it was created by Eric Kripke.
Oh yeah.
And that made me a lot more excited because I really liked Supernatural, and despite it being cancelled after 2 seasons, I really liked Revolution.
I really miss Revolution. That whole first season really had me gripped. It's very underrated, I think. I just think with season 2, they didn't quite know what they wanted to do with, the technology. And I don't think they executed it quite well. I've thought of different ways I would have written the second season. I'm like, oh, no. It wasn't like this.
I can see that it's sort of like a rough show to write, but it just
I just wanted more Billy Burke, man. He was great. Him swinging a sword around in this post-apocalyptic power outage. It's very fun.
It was he was an absolute badass. It was so much fun to watch him. But so much of the cast was like that. I even really like sort of was it a Civil War aesthetic that they'd been going on?
Well, yeah, because then you have that breakaway, the Georgian Republic, and then the American government, the Enclave, basically are sitting in Guantanamo, which was a really fun season finale surprise.
And I kind of like the fact, I think it was in season 2, someone even quizzes the main bad guy, about the fact that he about what the way his army dresses, and he's straight up like, yeah, no, I really like Civil War aesthetics.
It's so great.
He likes the Civil War, so he made his army dress like it.
Yeah, they're LARPing. It's just like Caesar's Legion was like, oh, what? I like it. It's cool, okay?
Exactly. It felt like a Fallout moment.
It did.
But that never came. That got cancelled after 2 seasons, and Supernatural got really, really bad.
I
used to like that.
My brother really liked the first 3 seasons of Supernatural, and then he pretty much dropped off after there.
See, I love the first 5 seasons, which was like which was what they had planned and prepared and written for. It was supposed to end, and then fucking nope, it was too successful. So it will be. I hope this is an Eric Kripke show that doesn't go bad in some way, shape, or form by ending too early or ending too soon, or ending too late.
Ironically, the only thing that really hurt it this year was the episodic releases, because it was one of the first major original streaming series to introduce that, and so it took all the flack, even though all these other series are doing it now. Vote, what is it, on IMDb, the stars for the season are like 5, because everyone's just mad that it's episodic. It's like, come on, guys. Like, I don't like it either, personally, but it makes more sense from a marketing and publicity perspective that you have the drip feed of weekly releases.
And in a way, I kind of get it, but I think to pull it off, you really do need something really, really big. Like the episodic releases worked so well for The Mandalorian.
Yes.
Going once a week, but that's because it's fucking Star Wars.
Yes.
And also because I think Favreau was just telling the story and unraveling the mystery so well that there genuinely was this every single week people being like, oh my god, like spending the whole week talking about what is going to happen next. Like, it felt like when it was being written, they knew it was going to be episodically released.
You know what's so funny too? A couple of weeks ago, like there was all the miscellaneous news articles about like, oh, is Pablo Pascal or is it Pedro? Fuck, I always confuse it. Pedro Pascal, is he out as the Mandalorian? And I'm like, this sounds like clickbait just from reading the title. So I waited for someone to post like an archive, and then I went into it and I'm like, okay, so all it's saying is this is a character that never takes their helmet off. So basically, he's just a voice actor now, in the same way James Earl Jones was the voice of Darth Vader. I'm like, yeah, obviously. He had the one scene where he shows his face to the robot. Everyone knows who he is. But yeah, otherwise he's just a voice actor. So yes, he's not going to be on set in the suit, every day.
Yeah, like sometimes they do get him, even if if you in the behind the scenes stuff, they show some points where they got him himself in the costume, so they could try and I think like they wanted to get his presence so that his stunt doubles could match it, basically.
Yeah,
but. Yeah. For the most part, yeah, like he is the voice, but like that doesn't necessarily mean that. Back when the show first aired, I remember seeing a whole bunch of people using that as an excuse to call the show lazy. Like that was the phrase they kept using, and I was so confused because if you look at all the effort going into that show.
I know. I mean, it's a dumb thing, but it's kind of like it was because of the way the EC developed over time, where basically people latched onto this bounty hunter character that was kind of cool, this Boba Fett, and since the character never takes his helmet off, then they impress this mystique over the character, like, oh, that's because it's their warrior religion that they never take their helmet off, and then, then everyone is a Boba Fett of some kind, and so then it becomes the Mandalorian armor is this, and so it's the development of fandom, the relationship between fans and the creators, and so it's just the way it is. They don't take their helmets off, so it's like, of course, if he gets his helmet blown off in season 2, then they'll bring him on set. But it's like, otherwise, yeah, I mean, when you're famous enough, you make the contract so you don't actually have to show up.
Exactly, and it also makes sense from the creator's standpoint of like, whilst they do have Disney money, you do still kind of want, on a film set, you want to try and save money where and when you can, and not having your lead actor on set at all times is a good way of saving it, because like the show is so heavily focused on him as a character that he is in almost every single shot.
Yeah, and I mean, it just makes more sense have like a semi, actor stuntman as just the body in the suit, basically.
Exactly, and I don't see anything wrong with that.
No, it clearly read like Disney dropping clickbait, like, "Oh, is he not in the show anymore?" Just to drum up, it works. All in that case, all publicity is good publicity.
And at the end of the day, he's not going to leave the show.
No. It's the most popular thing on Disney Plus. He'll probably get a raise next season.
Exactly. Like, no one is going to walk away from The Mandalorian. It is too big. It would be like walking away from Game of Thrones at this point.
Which he walked away from Game of Thrones at just the right time. End of season 5.
Well, I mean, he got written out of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, he got his face crushed.
Which, that's like it's one of those moments that bums me out so much, because on the one hand, I do think it was the right choice to kill the character, but on the other hand, he is so likable and so well written that I just wanted him to stay.
See, I don't know. Was that a Benioff and Weiss thing? Like, I don't know if he is still alive in the books or not.
Oh no, he very much died in the books in the exact same way.
Oh, okay.
That was very much sort of a moment to moment for the books thing. The thing I kind of liked was he had sort of this. He despite the fact that he was kind of a little shit stirrer, despite that, there were these really cool. I mean, look, everything here was pulled from the books, so I'm not giving Benioff and Weiss credit on it. But like little moments where, like he'll be having a conversation with someone and they'll be like, "Yeah, you know about poisons, right?" And he said, "Yeah. I studied at the Maester's Citadel for 3 years. I forged 3 links of a chain." And he continues doing like whatever he's doing. It's like, "Oh, okay, cool. So he's a qualified Maester." And then they're having another conversation about like, about the Unsullied. He's like, "Yeah, no, I've been there. I've seen them. I fought them. They're not bad." Keeps doing whatever he's doing. It's like you've got this guy who's kind of a little bit of a rebel, kind of a little bit of a shit stirrer, but underneath it all, like this dude has lived a long and impressive life, but gives no shits for his achievements.
Yeah, it's a neat character, like always just looking for the next challenge.
Exactly. And now it's like, oh, I'll be on the small council and I'll go kill Tywin Lannister. Continue doing what I'm doing.
Until the mountain crushes his head.
Until the
mountain.
Are
they making a new Star Wars movie this year?
No, I think it's just Mandalorian, and I think the next Star Wars thing, I'm not sure if it got canceled, is the Benioff and Weiss series. So
that got very canceled.
Yeah, I bet so. That's the dumbest thing ever. They have this like monumental series for 8 seasons on HBO, and HBO wanted to give them like 10, and they're like, "Oh no, we want to rush this shit and get it over with." And it's like, but you ruined it. You ended it in like the worst way for 99% of the audience.
The thing I don't understand is that why the fuck didn't they just like fine, you've spent 10 years adapting someone else's work. That can get exhausting. But why not give it to someone else? Like, if you're done with it and you don't want to do Game of Thrones anymore, just be like, all right, cool, we'll stay on as executive producers without actually doing anything in the show, which is exactly what George R.R. Martin eventually did.
Oh, yeah, pretty quickly, as soon as it was no longer his story.
But then, like, hire a new writing team, give it to them, and wash your hands of it and go write your Star Wars trilogy or movie. No, they were just going to do a single movie. It was Rian Johnson who was going to get a trilogy.
I just don't know why they would like almost intentionally spoil their own story or series. Like now people don't think of the good; they only remember the ending. Like I think about like, oh, what if I just like shit it up and never finish Confessions or whatever? It's like it ruins the whole series for everyone. Like, why would you want to start something if you know the ending is shit? Like. It's just ridiculous. The weirdest thing. Well, it's like Dexter now. They're finally bringing back Dexter for a limited run series to fix that atrocious ending. Because, holy
Wait, seriously?
hell.
Are they?
Yes, they are.
damn.
I mean, after it topped the list of, 10 years worth of articles of worst endings in television. Like, Sopranos, it got a few years of shit, but it disappeared. And then it was lost for a few years, and then disappeared. But during that entire stretch, Dexter has always been there.
Like, people could... an argument can be made for the artistic intention behind the ending to The Sopranos.
I agree.
And it does, even if it does piss people off, you cannot say the same for Game of Thrones.
No.
Or
no.
for Dexter. And I mean, look, in the same vein that Dexter's being brought back to them to fix the ending, someone went and made Samurai Jack battle through time to fix the ending of season 5.
Oh, we didn't talk about that yet, have we? Oh my gosh! When I saw that clip post online, I about melted in my chair. That was so amazing.
Oh my god! That whole show felt like it was an episode too short.
I know.
Like, basically, because the last 2 minutes is Aki is, what was her name again?
Ashi,
that was it. Ashi she is saved from being corrupted, takes them back in time, they kill Aku, he gets married, she dies, he's sad, he sees some bright light. Like, all the slow, meticulous, considered pacing, like the sort of things that would have been stretched over 3 episodes, happened in the space of the last 2 minutes of the show, and it's so jarring.
Absolutely.
Not to mind the fact that it's bad, the actual content in it of Ashi dying and Jack being sad is really dumb. It happens so fucking fast.
If they had just done it like the way the game ended, so we should give a quick promo. They released a Samurai Jack game this year, and one of the unlock secret, expert completion endings was the alternate ending where Ashi didn't fucking die. Gendy, you asshole. And it's if they just done that, we could have had a whole episode, the finale, the slice of life where they do get married and you cut ahead a few years and they have kids or whatever. All sweet, saccharine bullshit that we wanted from the entire 5th season of their relationship. Gendy, you asshole.
Because, the first half of the season was, it was really dark. But the point was that he was pulling himself out of that.
Yes.
And it felt very regressive for him to just go back into it.
It just made me very sad. I did the parody of that Everybody Loves Somebody song, and immediately after that, I'm like, okay, now I'm gonna kill myself.
Escalated quickly.
The thing I loved was that do you remember, I think you did the video, or someone did a video also of Everybody Loves Somebody sometime playing, but in the background, the images of people being pissed off at the kissing scene.
Oh, yes! I have that. Let me find it. Yeah, someone made it on this Facebook group I followed at the time, which is incredible. They were so mad, because there was half of the fandom were really hoping he went for, a father-daughter kind of relationship, and that was knocked off pretty quickly. I mean, there's that scene where they're in the subway car, and she's like, oh, are you poking me with something? Oh, it's my sword. And this is after they already dropped the penis head joke.
Right. That whole episode was so horny.
Oh my gosh. That's Gendy, though. And he's so many scenes like that across his series.
Oh my god.
Amazing.
I really hope they don't go that direction with Primal, considering that it's a caveman and a T-Rex.
I mean, you never know. No, I need to watch that eventually. I still have yet to do that.
It's so good. I mean, season 2, the second half of season 1 has started airing now, and it's just so good. Although I really wish it hadn't continued, because like first half of season 1 ended so perfectly and so tragically, and then they're like, yes, we're bringing it back for more. And I'm thinking, no, leave it where it was perfect.
I hate that whole half of season thing. That's what show started that was stupid Sopranos too. That's much worse than the Sopranos ending was establishing that as a concept, splitting a season into 2.
Yeah, they all saying F in chat.
Okay, we might be back.
Seems to do it every half an hour.
Yeah, I've never figured it out. Damn.
Has Susan passed over?
Yeah. We didn't get some more lamb's blood on the door frame. We should be fine.
You think it's your internet?
No, I don't know. It's happened when other people hosted too.
Yeah, I've seen it before on this stream and on other people's streams.
So I don't know. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, one of those egregious examples of this is Attack on Titan, which kills me because it's like all of the seasons are very perfectly encapsulated in these 13 episode story chunks, but they just decide, oh, we'll just call the first 2 season 1, part 1 and 2. And then season 2 is just the 13 episodes. And then season 3, part 1 and 2. It's like, no, you fucking just call it season 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because they're all these perfect little 13 episode story arcs. And it infuriated me. I'm like, because like, and then I get like soundtrack or whatever and labeling it just looks stupid. It's just so dumb.
Yeah, I wonder why they work out at 13 episodes is a season.
I can only assume it's got to be some kind of television contract nonsense where it's like once that became a thing, and then they'll order like, oh, this season under contract is 20 episodes, and then or like the Steven Universe thing where they'll just air them whenever the fuck they want, and then we'll call it a season even if it took 3 years.
Well, there was an anime I watched years ago. It had 26 episodes for season 1, and they were planning to make a new season of it, and it never happened.
Oh,
it was Outlaw Star.
That's sad.
Yeah, same makers of Cowboy Bebop.
Oh, yeah.
I really enjoyed that anime, but the way it ended, I can't think how they would extend it, because it was sort of all these loose ends.
Unless you were to do it like what the movie did, where you just set the story at some random point in the middle of the first season, but you can't continue afterwards.
Yeah.
That's why it works better to just plan it out from the beginning. Have that basic plot of where are we going to go at the end. You know, the Avatar thing. The most perfect 3 seasons in television as The Last Airbender. Because they knew what they were doing. They have a perfect overall arc. And then each season had a perfect arc with specific characters, Toph and Zuko and stuff. And then you just do it. You just fucking do it.
Exactly. Also, I think, speaking of Avatar, a thing I only found out recently is that the first 2 episodes of season 1 and the last 2 episodes of season 1 were directed by Dave Filoni.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I gotta go back and watch those again. I got the Blu-ray, but I haven't actually cracked it open yet.
He would have continued with the show, but he left because he got the call from LucasArts to go make a Star Wars movie, so...
Oh my gosh, that's wild.
Yeah, there's a point on in the Mandalorian behind the scenes where he's talking about the fact that he's like he's busy working on the Last Airbender season finale, and he gets a phone call saying like, you know, this is I'm calling you from LucasArts. We've got a job for you. We want you to come direct a Star Wars animated feature. And he's like, I swear to God, if this is the SpongeBob team. And he was like dead certain that someone from the SpongeBob team from downstairs was prank calling him.
Oh, yeah.
And the lady goes like, no, this is real. Like, George Lucas recommended you. And he's like, yeah, pull the other one. Pull the other one. And it took, like, the way he tells it took a while for him to be like, wait. This is real.
Oh, man.
I'm actually being offered a Star Wars movie.
I can understand that hesitation. You don't want to get punked, but it's like, oh, I want it to be real so bad. Don't do this to me. Oh, speaking of which, I finally watched the 7th season of Clone Wars, and how perfect were those last, what was it, 5 episodes?
What? Right?
Oh my gosh. I didn't expect that. I didn't think they would like set it up where it's like a mini movie within the series. I don't know why. I should have expected that, but I don't know. I didn't get Disney Plus right away, and so I didn't like. It's so good. And then the way they interspersed it with the episode 3 plot. Oh my gosh.
Exactly. Like the fact that you can feel the episode 3 plot coming closer, and then suddenly you're seeing events from it occurring in and around the movie, and you're like, oh god, this is so ominous. This is so terrifying to hear these moments playing out.
It's so great.
And then the fact that like you've got that scene where Ahsoka's on the bridge and she just like she can hear Anakin Windu and Palpatine in the room together. It's just, it hits so hard. The fact that you've got sort of that final stretch of episode, where Ahsoka's like doing everything she can to not kill these clones, and then they fucking die anyway.
I know.
And she has to bury them.
Oh gosh.
And then Vader returns, like he finds her lightsaber, and you've just got like what might be one of the best shots in all of Star Wars, that image of Vader walking away reflected in the destroyed visor of a clone helmet.
I know.
Like, it's the entire, like, somehow they managed to put the entirety of the original trilogy, of the prequel trilogy, in a single image of, like, the Clone Wars happened, the clones were killed, and Darth Vader walked away from it. Like, god damn.
I mean, that really is the legacy of the entire Clone Wars show, was just it took this raw, manure of the prequel trilogy and grew this insane, well-constructed garden out of it. That's like, this is the Clone Wars. This is the weight of something that heavily affected the galaxy that Obi-Wan mentions in the first movie. Like, that's the real heaviness. And of course, then it all hinges on Ahsoka too, being just this perfect character to channel the whole series through.
Exactly. I think giving it to us from Ahsoka's perspective so often, especially for the finale, was really, really important. Well, rather from like, because that final season was both about Ahsoka and Rex, because they each of them got a 4-episode arc before leading into that final arc on Mandalore.
That's true.
And they were both the survivors of it, which is nice to see, and I hope we get to see more of Ahsoka, because Rebels kind of left her on a bit of a cliffhanger. So.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, they're not going to write a conclusion for Ahsoka until the actress or someone else dies. They're going to milk her for as long as they can.
Right? They're like, oh shit, we've written a genuinely beloved Star Wars character. That doesn't happen very often these days.
No, it doesn't. Not without controversy. And Ahsoka herself is this precious little orange gem that you need to maintain.
Yes, the fan base. The fan base likes this one, so we're going to keep her, and we're going to use her every now and then, so that the fan base just whenever the fan base is mad, it's like, look, here's Ahsoka, here's Dave Filoni, you like him, don't you?
I mean, she's the only thing that carried like Rebels through, to be honest, because like Rebels, I liked Kaden was okay, and his weird relationship with the pilot was okay. What's her name? But
Hera.
Yeah, it's just they don't have the staying power. I mean, I'm comparing this to the original films too. Like, I think Ahsoka's probably the best character in Star Wars, maybe next to Anakin, Darth Vader. But it's close because she actually has a good ending.
Yeah, exactly. She's got a much more cogent arc. Like I've spoken about it before to friends, but like there's this there's this moment that sits with me in the new season of Clone Wars where it's as the Republic is attacking Mandalore, and she's just jumping from airship to airship to airship before eventually like having that really awesome like landing in front of an explosion on the docks. And it's like, you know, it's the first time you're seeing her with lightsabers in the season. Oh, and for us in World for many years, it's the first time we've seen that. But the moment feels so incredibly earned because we've been on the 7-season journey with her of her getting stronger and getting more confident and competent to the point where she is able to pull off this really awesome sequence of events. It's like every cool badass Ahsoka moment from then on, like including her fight with Maul, it feels earned. It feels like, yeah, no, I could see why Ahsoka can stand toe to toe with Darth Maul at this point in her story.
Yeah, like I remember neat. It's maybe something to pay attention to. And yeah, she starts off as just this, you know, spunky youngling that is basically albatrossed on Anakin's neck. Like, now you get to have an apprentice. and Obi-Wan's like, have fun then. And then you just see, especially in season 6 when she leaves the Order, that's like, I feel like almost that was a, you know, good completion of her arc for the time, but this is much more full, you know, having her developed into, because obviously she didn't die. That would have been horrible if they just wrote off, oh yeah, then she died in off screen or something. Like, no.
I mean, the moment and the moments we got to see of her in Rebels were also really, really cool with that. That again, really, she got most of the best scenes in Rebels.
Yeah.
Including a straight up fight with Darth Vader.
Oh, that season 2 finale is such gold.
Absolutely gold. But then also, I think the way Rebels handled Vader was also incredibly well done. And I was really concerned when they said they were going to introduce Vader. I was like, oh god, they're going to have Vader, but it's not going to be done very well. But like the first time that Kanan and Ezra meet Vader, and they actually can't really comprehend what he is. Like,
yeah.
I think, like the dialogue even has them referring to him as a thing because he just kicks their asses so completely. And like, I really like this idea that a lot of new Star Wars media, I think the game Jedi Fallen Order had it as well, where like most of these Padawan and escaped Jedi who end up, like, if they end up coming up against Darth Vader, genuinely do not have a fucking chance. Like, they've almost made him eldritch in a way.
Yeah, he has this cold, and that's how they introduce him too, in that like cryo hangar with this cold presence, and it fits so perfectly for him because it's like all of his humanity is just given up basically, and it's so good how they've written Vader since being, you know, basically a secondary villain in the original to Grand Moff Tarkin, which is really surreal to think about, but it's like he was the muscle basically. That Grand Moff Tarkin was the planner.
Exactly, like that's actually really interesting if you think about sort of he is in A New Hope he is the second to Tarkin. Then in Empire, he is back. He is upgraded to main villain status. But then you get to, you get to Return of the Jedi, and he's downgraded back to secondary villain status because they've got the Emperor.
Yeah, I think that's one of the real reasons. I just saw Empire in theaters for the whole 40th anniversary thing, and I think that's one of the real reasons it stands out among fans is that's when Vader's character becomes so much more complex. Like, he's no longer the muscle, like, he starts killing off generals left and right that disrespected him, basically. You know, it's not just choking one guy in a boardroom, it's, okay, one admiral down, and best of luck, Captain Nita, you know? And then he kills, like, 3 more people.
Now.
Yeah. And then, even though it makes clear that he's subject to the Emperor, then you have that reveal of him to Luke, where he's like, "You and me can rule," and you see this hint of agency, where he's like, we could take on the Emperor if we really tried. And I don't think he's lying to him. It looks like he really believes that when he's talking to him.
Speaking of that moment where he's like, you and me, we could take on the Emperor. Like, it's another like really, really good Ahsoka moment to call back to. That, like, Star Wars constantly has this thing of, in the prequel trilogy, you have Anakin saying to Padme, join me, we can overthrow the Emperor, and we can live in the galaxy. Original trilogy, you have Vader saying, join me, can overthrow the Emperor, live in the galaxy. And The Last Jedi, despite all of its attempts to buck Star Wars trends, has a scene where the villain says to the protagonist, join me, we can overthrow the galaxy and rule together, and the protagonist says no. And what I love so much is that you get to Clone Wars Season 7, and Maul's like, join me, we can overthrow the Emperor. And Ahsoka's like, yeah, this seems like the most pragmatic solution.
That's what I wanted out of The Last Jedi. I wanted Rey to team up with Emo Boy and them to take on, what's his name? That would have been really neat. As if you really wanted to subvert expectations, that would have been cool. Yeah,
I think
a couple of great.
It's why I'm still so bummed out about the fact that Johnson didn't, like, I know it's a controversial opinion, but I really wish he got his own trilogy, because
I agree. A whole arc to himself.
A whole arc to himself with no established characters.
Yeah,
to fuck with.
That was really the saddest part of the new movie, was like, you have Finn, who was really almost the main character in the first movie, and then the last movie, well, it's just like, what's his name? Snowboy from Game of Thrones.
Kit Harington?
Kit Harington. In the last season of Game of Thrones, he's just, just a lapdog, basically, for Dragon Lady. I can't remember any of it now. And so he's reduced down to like one or two lines, like, but she's McQueen, and I cannot do it. In the same way that Finn's reduced down to basically screaming Rey's name off camera. And it's just such an insult when the very first trailer was him as this escaped stormtrooper, him becoming the Jedi. That would have been, honestly, a better arc. But
the fact that Finn never wasn't the Jedi of the story. I remember at the time thinking after I saw Episode 7, I was like, holy shit, that was a good subversion of expectations. They made us think Finn was going to be the Jedi, but actually it was Rey the whole time. But then over the years, I'm kind of like, yes, it was a subversion of expectations, but it was a bad one. Finn should have been the fucking Jedi.
I just cannot believe this is, go back to May of 2012 or whatever, that you just spent $4 billion on Lucasfilm. You bought one of the most successful media companies of all time, because George Lucas is a, vicious businessman. That you don't sit everyone down in a fucking hotel room in, the middle of nowhere, where no one's going outside, and you have everyone. You have Kennedy and J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson and Colin Trevorrow when he was still on, and you get everyone talking, and then you bring in Filoni and the other guy who's the holocron guy, Pablo something.
What?
Pablo
yes,
Hidalgo.
Yes.
Pablo Hidalgo.
Yes.
And maybe even Lucas, too, to talk about, the whites or whatever, or Wills. And have him give his little pitch on what this one I would do if I wasn't selling the show to you guys. And then just write an arc, write 3 episodes. It almost seemed like, the first trilogy, they did it all willy-nilly, and it was fine. It's like, only by the grace of the Force did it work out, and very, very smart people like Irvin Kershner and whoever did the third movie, I forget his name, who had, a sense to pull it all together, just really out of blind luck, and really out of the 80s. Like, it would have gone with the kind of, pushback that the prequel trilogy got. I don't know if the original trilogy could have survived in the internet age in the same kind of way.
It just, God damn it. Ugh.
I don't get it. Like, how do you not sit people down? Like, okay, let's plan 3 movies real quick. Like, I was just telling that, like, with the Dark Crystal, it's like, okay, you have 10 hours worth of almost wholly new material to work with, but that's what they did. They brought in these 2 guys who had an idea, and then they sat down with the guy who wrote the books. That's the other thing. Why didn't they have Timothy Zahn sitting in from the beginning, where all of the most popular books from the last 10 years were all written by him, almost exclusively? And it's like, hey, bro, you know, Mr. Blue Fleet Admiral guy, what do you think we should do for the new trilogy, since you wrote the books that are commonly accepted as the sequel trilogy? But no, they only bring him in after they already fucked everything up.
Just to rewrite Thrawn.
I know.
Like, hey, we made your character non-canon, but Dave Filoni was nice enough to bring him back in the animated series. So could you rewrite your character? Rewrite the character that made you famous, please.
It's just like, come on, man. Like, how did no one sit down and think, like, you know, that story's kind of important? Like, the expanded universe was a little bit of a mess, and the prequels got some hate when they came out, but a lot of that had already been passed away. Like, people really loved the Clone Wars, which were built exclusively on the prequels, and a lot of the games since then were very well received. Like, people had accepted it. You know, it just got it just came out in the worst time of, you know, the internet venom, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And Lucas couldn't really understand that because no one really understood at the time, you know?
Yeah.
Ironically, it would have been better now once everyone realizes how that works.
I think it doesn't help that Star Wars is constantly trying to pretend that other Star Wars doesn't exist.
I know.
Like, beyond the original trilogy, which obviously, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of a big problem that exists in Red versus Blue, where every time they bring a new person onto the team, like a new showrunner, the first thing that they'll do is they're like, hey, I know it's been like first 6, then 11 years since the Blood Gulch Chronicles, but what if we tried to make the show that again? And it's the same with Star Wars. It's like, hey, it's been like 30 years since the original trilogy. What if we tried to make that again?
I just like
say what you want about George Lucas and the prequels, but he didn't want to make the original trilogy again. He wanted to make something different.
Yeah, ironically, it's like all the aspersion cast on him, like, oh, it's like poetry, it rhymes. It's like, yeah, it rhymed, but it wasn't just like, you know, a copy and paste job, which is what the Force Awakens was. And it's like, I don't know. It's just sad.
Also,
and that's the worst part of Return of the Rise of the Skywalker, whatever, was the fact that it kind of knocked off everyone's, like, maybe they had a plan, and it's like, oh, fuck, no, they didn't have a plan at all. Oh, God.
And, I mean, while we're talking about that it's like poetry, it rhymes thing that he gets so much shit for, you know what? At least he had the forethought to be like, okay, let's try and put some callbacks and thought into how the show references itself, and we're going to be kind of careful with that, and we're going to do it, as opposed to so many other filmmakers who don't have that kind of structural planning at all. Like, make fun of him for it, but at least it's a clear sign of forethought and structure.
Well, and the thing, too, is, like, obviously, from the beginning, he was always writing these stories as an homage to his childhood pulp serials of, like, what's his name? The Flash Gordon and those kind of stories. So it makes sense that then when the prequels get involved, he would have this sort of, you know, overly, you know, a little bit kitschy Shakespearean take to everything, which is why you have to introduce the politics before you get to the bloodbath. It's Act 1 of Macbeth, basically. And then you have the cheesy love dialogue in episode 2, but it's like, well, I mean, have you read some of those old plays? That's the way it is. It's this overly emotive kind of thing. It's performative in a lot of ways. And I think even though he definitely needed someone to help him with dialogue, the core idea made sense of you have Anakin who's just trying to impress his, older lady girlfriend who's now a senator and he's not supposed to love. So he's going at it through this like kind of romance novel approach, which I wouldn't say is exactly wrong. Like obviously it works out for him, even though everything goes to shit later. Let me be the Fabio to your whatever, Padme.
Oh god. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help that okay, so here's the thing. So that I don't like sand line which is so infamously bad and poorly delivered. It was so bad that it took me many, many years to realize, oh, right, this is an extension of his bad childhood memories from Tatooine.
Exactly.
But because it was so poorly handled that that a really obvious metaphor was just going whoosh right over my head because I was like, it's a bad line.
The line should have been like 3 paragraphs, and it should have been slow, and it should have been intercut with like flashbacks or something. It's something to be a little bit more clear that obviously he's talking about his childhood. And maybe like a slow camera pan where you go from his face to hers and she's realizing, oh wait, he's talking about his horrible childhood.
Being a slave, yeah.
And then that would be her turn of like, maybe you should go back to your mom. Maybe you should see what's going on, which you should have done, 10 years ago, but whatever.
Yeah. Go back to the sand, Anakin. You clearly have some unresolved emotional issues with sand. Also, honestly, I think the descriptions, talking about how I think it doesn't help that that it was sort of written to try and encapsulate the romance dialogue as well. It was trying to simultaneously be about his childhood and his romance with Padme, where he's like, yeah, everything is smooth here, like you. Touches arm, very creepy.
I know. It should have been, you know what it should have been? It should have been that moment where he has some bad lines and they kind of miss, but she's nice, so she kind of plays them off. And then later in the evening, they're just talking, where he isn't trying to woo her. And just in his talking, he starts talking about sand, and she sees the deeper side of all that. And it's a real connection point when he isn't actually trying, which is more, it's more indicative of how relationships develop in that sense.
Exactly. Oh god damn it. So the thing I've come to realize is that George Lucas is very good if you give him a story credit and an executive producer role, but then you kind of just leave him at that, because the thing, if you look at all 3 Star Wars movies, the one that he had the most involvement, being the prequel trilogy, has the most coherent story from across the whole thing. I like the original trilogy, as we all must, as signed by the pure Kino gods. We must like the original trilogy, but it doesn't quite know what it wants to be from one movie to the next. It has a lot of big changes, whereas the prequels is very clearly one story from beginning to end.
Exactly.
And it's that's kind of what I would like to see George. I would have liked to have seen, a George Lucas story, but just told. Well, that's what we got with. That is actually what we got with the Clone Wars, because he had a big involvement there with giving them concepts and ideas and stories, but it was just handed over to better writers and better directors.
He was the ideas guy. In the same way, The Last Airbender, you had Brian and Mike, but then they both had their story ideas digested through Aaron Ehasz, for instance.
Exactly. You needed that combination of those 3, because then if you go to Korra, where Aaron Ehasz wasn't on it, it wasn't
bit rougher.
It was a little bit rougher. And the same way with the Dragon Prince, where it's Aaron Ehasz by himself. And it's also a little bit rougher because, like, the concepts coming in aren't as strong as they were with Last Airbender, but what concepts are there are being executed well.
Exactly.
Sometimes you just need those creative teams. The first time I ever sort of became aware of that phenomenon was when I first saw heard a Velvet Revolver song, and I was like, oh no, Axl Rose and Slash needed each other.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. When you have two strong heads, you need them to kind of bump each other so that they shave off the sharp edges, that they round down to something more coherent.
Because I think, like, when you have two people working on a project and they don't like each other, they're not going to pull their punches with their ideas.
And it sounded like Axl Rose never liked anybody, so that made it even worse.
I mean, it's a self-destructive combination because, like, having two people who don't like each other work together will end badly in the long run. But if you want something really cool in the short run, two people who don't like each other but who operate on a similar artistic wavelength kind of works.
Yeah, you can get some good content for a short time.
For a very short time before they try and kill each other.
Oh, man.
Okay, let's take a peek at the comment section. See if
That's
we've
true.
missed
Yeah, we've been going off for a while, haven't we?
Yeah, that was quite a long one, that one. About
Author,
half an hour, that was.
Author of Purpose. Who's Dave Filoni? Oh, fuck. Okay, Dave Filoni is this writer guy who, and so he joined Lucasfilm right at the beginning when they were launching Clone Wars, the Clone Wars, not Clone Wars, the Genndy Tartakovsky shorts. And he's been part of the Star Wars like story group ever since then. He's the mastermind behind all the good Star Wars writing, pretty much for the last 15 years.
He was kind of the apprentice to George Lucas in a way, like, or rather, George Lucas was his mentor, but then they became really, really close over the years, and he kind of took the mantle of it over. I suppose that is kind of the way everyone sees him. He is the new George Lucas of Star Wars, but like George Lucas, the way people remember him being, the way our prequel memes remembers George Lucas being, not the way George Lucas actually is.
I know. So, because he's better at dialogue and stuff too. So, like that's kind of sad too. With the Mandalorian, like obviously Jon Favreau is a major creative driving force, but Dave Filoni is there too. Like the Mandalorian would have been what it was without Dave. As good as Jon Favreau is,
to the point that Dave Filoni is got a writing position for season 2, because season 1 was just written by Favreau.
Yeah.
So I'm also kind of interested to see how that goes with him actively writing an episode again. I really hope we get a stronger season.
I know. I think Mandalorian mostly worked because it was among a lot of things that didn't work in the last couple of years of Star Wars. It was kind of, it was the diamond in the coal. But then when you have more diamonds to compare it to, which we really don't right now, so it'll probably still look pretty good.
I think the thing that helped The Mandalorian, again, I would really recommend fans of the show watch The Mandalorian behind the scenes show. It's about 8 episodes, so it's really good. But like, there was something that I think helped with how the show was created was that Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau, when they were talking about it, were like, we don't want to go back and look at old Star Wars to inspire us to make this. We want to go look at what inspired George Lucas to make Star Wars.
Exactly.
So they weren't pulling from the original trilogy to make The Mandalorian. They were pulling from Flash Gordon and from Akira Kurosawa and from Sergio Leone. And you can see it. You can see that this is coming from where George Lucas was inspired, not where Star Wars fans were inspired.
Yeah, because otherwise then it becomes kind of like circular creativity where
You mean it's like poetry, it rhymes?
Oh my god. It's
I'm sorry.
There's this one guy, I've mentioned him before. He has a YouTube channel, Sideways, and he talks about like film score and that kind of stuff. And his video on the music of Rise of Skywalker really puts it correctly, where it's like the sequel trilogy music is mostly John Williams kind of referencing himself rather than referencing a lot of these things that made Star Wars interesting. Like, like for instance, one of the reasons the original Star Wars hit so hard is because he was not copying, but it's pretty damn close. Holt's Mars from the Planets set.
And it's kind of like again, going to the Mandalorian, like the soundtrack there feels Star Wars, but it's not pulling from Star Wars.
Exactly. Yeah, that's Ludwig Göransson or whatever. He did.
Ludwig Göransson. Yeah. Like
it has
that
its own sound, which it should. Every single thing should have its own sound.
It's like you can feel if you listen to the whole Mandalorian theme song in its completion. It starts off as a Western. And then it feels like a Flash Gordon serial, and then it feels like Star Wars, and you've got that evolution of all three sounds coming together to make the theme, and you're kind of like, holy shit, this is Star Wars, but it is new, it is different.
That's like, too, the guy who did the music for Clone Wars, he really pulled, like, all punches for the Season 7 music, which was just executed incredibly well.
God, the music there was so good. And again, like, yes, there were points that felt like John Williams, but there were so many other points where it didn't.
Kevin Kiner.
Oh, was that it? God, there were some genuinely breathtaking musical moments.
Yeah, especially that the whole final episode of the ship going down. It's like, oh man. Yeah, it's its own soundtrack. I found it on YouTube. Clone Wars: The Final Episodes OST. Really good.
Sweet. Gonna write to that later.
Yeah, I've been going through so much music lately, just because writing a totally new series. I'm like, okay, I need new wells of inspiration.
Right. Well, one of the reasons I'm so happy to be finishing up with Aria Moon at the moment, or at least season 1, is that I can stop listening to slow, sad noir jazz for just a little bit. I have had jazz and noir playlists on a loop for the last 7 months, and I really want to stop.
I know, yeah.
Like, okay, cool. I need something different. I need something a little bit more different now. I'm just gonna put that away.
That's when you move on to the fast cowboy bebop jazz.
Oh, I do like that music.
Some seatbelts.
Oh yeah. So next, the next up is a very large cyberpunk playlist, but I cannot go into why at the.
You know what? Sleep is overrated.
Yeah, I haven't been
Speaking
to
of
bed yet.
which, good morning.
Morgan, me.
Oh, you sound really tired.
I am because
Join the club.
no, but seriously, like I had like the stream with Fiora, and then it was like an aftermatch with a long talk until like half over past midnight, and then I had like a collab talk with someone else until like 20:30 after, and then it was like, okay, 2.5 hours until stream. I'm just gonna nap for like half an hour.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I haven't been to bed yet.
So I overslept 10 alarms. My cat was furious.
I can 100% see Chris playing second fiddle to her cat in her house.
I have no idea what that means, but yeah, sure.
It means the cat is the boss.
Well, only when it comes to food, I think. Because like I used to have 2, but I haven't seen the other one for like a month now, so I'm a bit worried.
Are you
but
saying he ate the other one?
No, because he's the more mellow one. She was the boss of the house. He was more like,
Oh.
okay, I'm just gonna sleep in the corner, okay. But now he's like sleeping in between my legs, or he's sleeping on my face and stuff like that. What she used to do before.
Oh.
He's the new boss now.
Yeah, so he's like the new fluff ball with extra long tail and just adorable. And now he's like super what's it called?
Affectionate?
He's that too, but right now I just woke up, run past him, didn't even pet his head, and he was like, "Hey, what about my breakfast?" And I was just like, "I don't have a breakfast."
I'm late for stream.
Yeah, 1.5 hour. Okay, almost done.
Well, we're glad you could join us.
Yeah, I feel bad. I'm sorry. Wait, you want to hear the weird dream I had?
Yeah.
Okay, fest your seatbelts. Because it starts with me bungee jumping.
Okay.
But before the bungee jumping part happens, Celestia snaps the bungee jump rope.
There is a very large dog on my bed at the moment.
And I think, okay, I'm dead. But then Luna summons a bunch of Ewoks underneath me, and I
Really,
think,
Hamilton?
and I
Sorry.
for some-
My
Yeah.
mic. Oh my god, my mic's on.
um
Sorry, my dog
So-
has climbed onto my bed and I was yelling at it. Well, knocking at him.
Pupper, yeah, Pupper. Yeah.
So a bunch of Ewoks were summoned to catch you.
Yeah, so I thought, but no, they instead opened a one-way portal to something that looks like raindrops and cotton candy mixed together, which make no sense at all if you know cotton candy.
Discord got you then.
You would think so, wouldn't you? No, the one I see on the other side is. Drum roll.
Okay.
I see one of the villains from Care Bears,
Oh my gosh.
Dr.
that's another kid.
Coldheart.
Actually, I understand what that makes complete sense because as we have discovered over our time here at EAST Corp, Chris is a Care Bear.
Yeah, no kidding.
Wait, what? What?
You're a Care Bear.
You radiate
I
very
don't-
strong Care Bear energy.
Yeah.
Care Bear noises, I guess. What happens next? Yeah. What happens next is that I'm like, okay, this is happening. So I blink, and suddenly I am in my bedroom. And for some reason, somebody tells me that you're about to die. And I'm just like, okay. Okay. I should probably make a gift for Death because he likes gifts. So I start making like this Viking type of belt from wool and some kind of cybernetic cotton, I think it was. So I'm just like totally failing, and I'm just like, ah! Death is gonna hate this. He's gonna be angry and disappointed. So when I'm as close to over, which basically just looks like, I don't know what it looks like. I knew what it looked like when I was streaming, but right now I'm just like, I don't know what this. So I walk over, I present it to Death, and Death hits me with a stick. So I look up at Death, and I'm just like, okay, what happened? And I see my grandmother, and she starts taking the thing I made and makes it into a very nice belt, and then she like snaps it around my waist, and I am in what's it called? What's it called in English? Harry Potter's castle.
Oh, Hogwarts.
Hogwarts.
Yeah. Suddenly I'm in Hogwarts, and I'm having tea with Hagrid and Malfoy. And then I wake up.
That is so much dream. Like, a lot of dream.
That's a lot of characters.
Like, you definitely got your bang for your buck.
And that you remember most of it, too. The number of dreams I remember is like 1 a year at this point, and it's usually because of stress or being sick.
I'm
let's
just
go.
glad I
that
don't
sounds
get
about
sleep
right.
paralysis.
Oh god, that's horrible.
Oh, that sounds like a nightmare.
Oh, no.
I've had that once, and it's scary. Like, why am I not moving?
And then the sleep
I
paralysis
don't
demon
know.
has like bag of chips, and he won't share it with you. It's such bullshit.
like,
No,
I need it.
no,
Oh, God.
he does not have a bag of chips. He has a bucket of snakeheads.
Okay.
That's
See,
so
so-
creepy.
I got Medusa's head.
Speaking
No,
of sleep, sorry.
you would have thought so. Sorry, I just woke up. I had a lot of stuff has happened last night, so I'm also on an emotional like I don't know what happened thing. So I'm sorry. Ignore me. Ah.
No, we don't want to know, Chris.
No, this
Um,
is where we get the
why?
best podcasting.
Yeah.
no.
Speaking of the sleep paralysis demon, I started watching The Haunting of Hill House recently.
Oh, fun.
Oh boy.
Oh
boy.
And yet so I don't know if anyone here's seen it, but holy shit, the sleep paralysis scenes are genuinely terrifying. But that whole show was fucking terrifying, so...
I remember shortly after Star Wars, Hayden Christensen was in this movie Awake, where he has to get surgery, and he has one of those times where he doesn't lose consciousness, so he's paralyzed, but he's still totally awake when they're doing like cutting open his chest and stuff.
Ew.
Oh, I remember the marketing for that trailer. For that movie.
Mark.
That was
trailer, that's a new
genuinely
one.
terrifying because that's one of my big fears is being awake during major surgery.
Mm.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh god, the poster for it is so bad. What the hell?
Yeah, it was a good movie. If that kind of thing freaks you out, it's a fun one.
Why is there so much green? It looks like a poster for an episode of 24.
Ching.
Oh, I remember 24 in like its heyday. Oh man.
Mm. I've dropped in the general chat in the general images just for shits and giggles, but it's just I just don't know. I'm sure it's a good movie. I mean, I hope it's a good movie. Why is there? Oh no, that's not a gun. Okay.
Yeah, I want to say it
Oh,
came out in
no,
like
no, never mind. There it is.
2007. It was right after Revenge of the Sith.
Mm. Oh wait, no, that's for a different movie called Awake. Some
Awake?
nightmares happen
Pancake?
after you're awake. Yeah,
I
yeah.
want pancakes now.
What?
Chris
What
wants
part of
pancakes.
major surgery makes you hungry for pancakes? It's like, oh yeah, they'll have to cut around his belly fat, and pancakes sound great right now.
Pancakes and coffee for Chris. That might help.
I don't drink coffee, but I take tea. Thank you.
Oh, okay. We had that discussion earlier as
possibly.
well.
Ah, okay. Yeah, like bunch of pancakes and like one of the jasmine teas, and then you have like strawberries and blueberries. I don't like blueberries. Why do I want blueberries? Go away, blueberries. No, strawberries.
Wait, so I'm going
Huh?
through the Wiki. Sorry. I'm half speaking to myself. Ignore
What do you
me.
think I'm doing?
I'm I'm going through the Wikipedia for Awake, and I see the main character's name is Clay, and I have to ask, is that actually a name?
Yes.
That's a name?
Yes.
Why?
Because we in Norway also have the Norwegian word for bear as a name. Björn.
Yeah, but bears are cool.
Yes, but it's still weird. Because it's like, are you talking about a bear in the woods or the bear your cousin?
I mean, it kind of makes sense though, because like, you know, you originate from Vikings, so I could imagine someone being like, yeah, I'm gonna name my child Bear so that they can do Viking battle against those stupid Englishmen. We're gonna conquer Wessex.
You want to know a fun fact though about that name?
Yeah.
My dearest actually want to name our son Bear. And I have nothing against it. I'm totally for it.
Yeah, no, I'm down for that. See, Bear is a great name. Clay is what you make for pottery.
Clay, I am thinking more like Claymore.
I think it's short for Clayton, I want to say. It's something Anglo.
Oh.
Yeah.
That makes a little more sense. I mean...
Claymore?
I shouldn't throw...
Sorry.
I shouldn't throw too many stones. Some names can be bad. So.
Where's Cinder? Cinder was supposed to be here.
Yeah, I think she's coming at some point. I actually
Cinder! Cinder!
Away.
Come here! Ah!
She might be on the Halloween stream at the very least. I think that timing works out better.
Yeah, but I can only be there for like 2 hours.
I know. That's why we're starting early. $5 from Roy Mustang. Can we do a karaoke bit to wake everyone up? No.
Nice.
It's better when they're in, sleep paralysis podcasting.
Yeah, I love you too, Skyball. Thank you for caring.
No, you don't want to have me
karaoke time. Heroes on fire.
If you want to get your ears to bleed, then yes, by all means, have fun.
No, you got a lovely singing voice.
Not now.
No, at the moment it would be quite interesting.
Not while she's still waking up.
See, mornings are better when you have a baritone, because then you can go a few notes deeper.
No. Mornings are for Norwegian rock.
Yes.
Morning, neighbors.
I'm not gonna do that because I have not stuffies to do that right now.
Sing the Norwegian rock.
Don't tempt me! I have lesser self-control when I'm sleeping.
Yes.
See, that's the thing you should never tell us.
I thought it was kind of obvious. You have seen me voice to Fidget. You know how that goes.
Yeah, I remember.
We did have like an hour detour there, but did you want to continue talking about Arya Moon, James?
Oh, yeah!
Now that we have one of our actresses here with us.
Yes, one of the. Everybody likes to bring up Chris as Fidget in the comment section of every episode, and it's very adorable. And there was a point in like episode 14 where we had the character vanish. We just sort of had the character. I think it was episode 14 or episode 13 where like the character got turned off. And the fucking riot that happened in the Discord server because someone thought that I'd killed Fidget off because this is me.
Oh,
And I'm just like, no, I haven't killed Fidget off.
You made a lot of enemies today, sir.
I don't like you anymore.
We needed to have some episodes with Arya by herself to be introspective and stuff without adorable Fidget because as much as Fidget is fantastic, but Fidget works for a very specific tone and mood that you want.
No, I can be totally mysterious. Like, hello. Like, I have my own Sherlock costume and everything.
I like that.
So I think so yeah, that's we are, I think, as far as I'm aware, we are airing the final 3 episodes up to the season 1 finale next week. So we'll be able to talk about the whole show. Be able to talk about the whole show at the Halloween podcast, which is really exciting because the last 3 episodes kind of flip the switch on the show, and I don't want to speak more on them beyond that. But it has been really interesting seeing everybody's increasing perspective and opinions on the show as we've gone forward, especially over the last 2 weeks, because starting with episode 16, the plot finally started. It took 16 episodes for the plot to start. It is a very, very slow burning show. I really wanted to hold true to its noir roots with that. Where a not insignificant, and a not insignificant portion of the show is just Arya considering one thing and then spending 15 minutes thinking philosophically about that thing. It is a show that is built for monologues and introspection. And I get, which is why it's probably not it's not really everybody's jam, because it is because of that. Episode 15, which has probably been the best episode of the show released so far, was basically Arya sitting and watching the rain, thinking, "Am I a good person?" And 18 minutes of that goes by. But it's a really fun experiment to do that, and the cast that we've assembled for it, it is the usual EAST Corp cast, except for with a couple new additions here and there. Yeah. So we've got Maddie back, except this time she's not playing the. This time Maddie isn't playing the AI. But no, this is still.
I have the weird one. Yeah.
This is Vermont, so there still has to be some sort of artificial intelligence, because he
likes robots.
I like robots. I really like robots. And artificial intelligence characters can be so much fun to write. But there needed to be kind of Chris was really the perfect choice for Fidget, because there needed to be a contrast to Arya being very slow, very methodical, very introspective. She is considering everything so carefully. And then you've got Fidget just like, "Hi, let's go do a thing. I'm Fidget. I'm so excited. Yay!" Fast talking.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry,
stop talking.
Keep going. It's your character. You get to describe her.
Basically, you have the normal person who can do philosophical thing, and then you have the ADHD kid in the corner. Hello!
Yeah, basically.
Do you like Care Bears?
And what's really funny is that I've said this before, but a not insignificant portion of Fidget's lines have been ad-libbed to some degree.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Chris Chris will usually give me a single line that is verbatim, or each line will have a single version of it that's verbatim, and the rest is Chris just trying to riff different versions off the line I've given her, which is really funny for whenever she has bloopers, and I'm very excited to do the blooper reel for the season.
Oh boy,
because
oh boy.
There is one where she's trying to she's like, "Good morning, I'm awake now." That she messes something up and she goes bleep bloop bleep bloop bleep bloop bleep bloop bleep bloop for like a solid maybe 10 seconds. Not in script, just Chris tried to rebooting bleep bloop bleep bloop bleep bloop bleep bloop bleep. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. And she continues with the line. And it's really hard. It's so hard to not put some of those in. Like there are points where I need Fidget to respond in a more serious way, and but also Chris has recorded an alternate take, which is really funny. It's like, this is a very serious scene, and I actually need Fidget to be serious, but it's so funny.
Okay, now I'm curious because I can't remember. I remember the beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop reboot reboot reboot, but I don't remember the other stuff.
Rebooting.
Rebooting.
We should make a little animation of that. That'd be funny.
Well, I might
maybe maybe after season 1 is done, because then you get to know some stuffies. Yay!
Exactly. Like there's gonna be we are actually I've been looking at doing an animation of one of the episodes, not not a character animation.
I was about to say ananas, but that's a Norwegian word.
What does that mean?
Pineapple.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we thought it was gonna be a red word.
Sounds so disappointed.
You are pineapple.
Oh, I thought you were giving us some Norwegian slurs. That would have been funny.
Yay! Norwegian swear words. The only Norwegian curse I know is apparently ofta, which I don't know what it means, but Chris says it all the time.
It's more of an expression
That's not
than
a curse
word.
Oh, is it not a curse word? Damn.
No, it's not a curse word. It's like, oh, I'm sorry that happened to you. Or, oi, that happened.
It's not like sukia bliet, no.
Oh, damn it. Because it happens every time Chris makes a mistake, and I can hear it all the time in the lines. Whenever Chris has a bleep blooper, it's usually preceded or followed by ofta. And it just continues.
Yeah, I can see why you think that's a swear word. After.
Right?
No, do I know any Norwegian swear words?
She does, she's just not saying it. That's okay. We won't
not
make
teaching
you.
this bad language.
My mom does the same thing with the oof.
Oh!
Thing. That's how
I
I
know
know
one. I remember one, only because we have that swear word inside another word that is very normal to use. And it's so weird.
Okay.
You know the Norwegian word for couch is sofaen.
Okay.
And if you take away the two first letters, which is S and O, when you say so, the rest of that sentences becomes the name of
oh, yes.
the red guy downstairs. So it's just like, and we get away with saying that. So yeah.
Okay. So you can just to finish off the RA Moon discussion, because I don't want to get into it too heavily until we've got a full season under the belt, because things are about to occur. So I will. All I will remain to say is that we're airing 3 episodes next week to finish off the finale. There will be we are hoping to do 1 a day leading up to the finale. As far as I know, they're going to be fairly lengthy ones, so enjoy that. And there will be a season 1 complete edition, which will be released, which will be probably just over the 4-hour mark.
Nice.
It won't happen for about, I'd say, give it about a month. It's probably going to air in like late November, early December, because I'm also remastering some of it, because like production elements changed across the course of the show. So for like the first 3 episodes, it was just Maddie's audio with some music underneath it. Whereas if like sort of starting from like episode 5, dialogue was given proper ambient room effects, so that you could differentiate between narration and dialogue more easily. So I've got to go back to old episodes and just apply those effects a bit better and just double check the score. So it's going to take about a month to get that done, because it's so bloody long. That is all I will say about RA Moon for now. So keep posted. For those of you who haven't listened to it, go listen to it. It's really good.
It is.
Like, if you we are gonna do some. We have to do some non-pony stuff. We want to do some original series, so enjoy that.
Apropos. I take a look at very interesting. Why am I starting the sentence like that? That makes no sense. I'm taking a look at Arya Moon episode that was supposed to have some information on it, and I still no see the information.
I'm confused.
Brain not working at the moment. Please try later.
Remember I gave you a list of songs
Oh,
and
shit!
where they originated from?
Oh no! We got to do that again. For the sake of context for the chat, back when Chris recorded the Fidget Lullabies bonus episode, she gave me a list of for the timestamps of where each song originated from, and I never put it on there. And Chris keeps reminding me in every podcast to go and add those into the description. And I keep forgetting. I promise I'll do it today.
We will see. We will see.
All right, I'm going to call it an end to the Arya Moon conversation. Partially because we have Scrollkeeper badgering us in the comments section.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh, really? Sorry, I've been looking at other stuff.
Yeah, no, it's not on us at all. And Scroll, my dude, you've probably listened to enough podcasts by now to know that we go on tangents and talk about things, and that we do eventually go back to the comments section. And I would very much appreciate just be a little patient. This is an EAST Corp podcast. We will occasionally talk about EAST Corp things first.
It's very, kind of train of thought, like flow.
Mm.
You know what would be funny?
Yeah.
No, it would not be funny because it would be like for the rest of it. I don't know if it would be funny, but like the Umbrella Academy where almost all the kids get like umbrella tattoos. What if EAST Corp ended up doing the same? But then again,
Oh god, EAST Corp tattoos.
nah.
They're too squared. They would become all mushy as soon as you get them.
True.
That.
But also, I don't want tattoo.
I'm kind of the same way. Well, we'll get you a brand instead on your forehead.
Oh god.
I want more stickers. Yes. Forget tattoos. I want stickers.
We give Chris stickers, and then oh god. So no.
I need
what we
fidget stickers.
We go
Jam.
fidget stickers.
Oh my god.
So we need to go to a convention. We go to a convention and we bring Chris with us, but we just give her stickers, like a bag of EAST Corp related stickers. And,
Come on, people.
and she just goes, literally I could see Chris just go to people be like, sticker, have sticker. Pull sticker off, sticks it on someone's forehead. I can picture someone in the middle of
And if you ever
You are
lose
marketing
sleep,
now.
just follow the stickers.
I have marked you now.
Yes.
So Sky currently has the an alternate version of the EAST Corp logo from the Ulysses Chronicles up there, which reminded me when I was watching episode 2, I really that when you're doing the fade from the credits into that version of the EAST Corp logo, it looks really, really good when it, like in that mid transition phase where there's that was it orange and purple on the sides of the stone.
Yeah.
I need fidget proof stickers.
A really nice color combination on the back of it all.
Yeah, with each of the characters, I try to give them a different gradient, just to kind of like, it's the same marble texture I've reused like 15 times now, but I'm trying to give them all like a unique sort of like, wallpaper backdrop look, especially for those outer pans, because when we get to the character episodes, then each of them will introduce the character, and then there'll be the image at the end showing what they look like, so.
Yay!
Yeah, Chris's
Yay!
is especially
Yay!
fun,
Yay!
but
Yay!
you have to
Yay!
wait
Yay!
for a
Yay!
little bit for hers.
Which will be really interesting to sort of see the because I've seen the character art as complete, and it looks so good. So I'm really interested to see sort of what the fan base thinks of some of these designs, because there's some really, really good ones.
I'm pretty excited. I put a lot of thought into like colors and characterization and places they're from, just to give a good like variety and more fun with accents. So that's always fun.
Yeah, I just need to grow out my hair. I can cosplay.
That's right. It might take a while. She has very long hair.
Yeah, I want to have that long. I had that earlier in stages of my life. I wish I had it now.
I
But
just
then
wish I
again,
had
then-
hair that thick.
Well, it can be both a blessing and a curse. Let me tell you.
I used to
Okay,
have long hair years ago, but it was annoying to try and keep it from getting all knotted.
No, not it didn't have the trouble. For me, it was more like when you're sleeping and you're moving around a lot,
you
you end up
inhale it.
waking. That too, but it's more like you're trying to turn around and then it's like, my hair.
All right, let's pop back to the comment section and scroll up, see what we haven't. The last one we.
Skyball.
What?
Yeah, the character on Scream.
What?
Yeah, this character on stream. Scream.
Yeah, that's Ulysses.
Yeah, that's the one you voice.
Yes.
Yes, that's Skyball.
Yes. I was just like, I know this character. I should know stuff about it, but I can't remember. I have to ask, and then it went away, and I was just like, no.
Yeah, you are in that chat room. You should be. Yeah, no, it was really funny when I was sending the artists, all the art, like, inspiration ideas for, like, this is the kind of jacket this person and this person for Ulysses himself. I'm like, okay, so basically that little, like, cloaky thing that, what's his name wears in, the villain in the first Guardians of the Galaxy. I kind of liked that, where I'm like, there's just the right cut of, like, a long jacket, but looks kind of spacey looking, and then she worked from there. Like, the hood was key because they're like, there's sort of like
Ronan.
not brotherhood per se, but there's scribe, aesthetic to them.
Oh,
Hey,
speaking
what is
of
gonna have for
aesthetic,
dinner?
So that's why they have hoods, because they're all, cloaky. Cloak and dagger.
speaking of aesthetic, I found I'm vaguely going back to the I'm just going to send this to the EAST Corp chat because I thought it was really funny. Was someone tweeted out, dropping it in general images, someone tweeted out a picture of a woman wearing sort of like, that sort of early Private Eye kind of look.
Ooh,
with the caption, a down on her luck Private Eye with a bad reputation, only they're a woman and she dresses like this. And I could not help but absolutely bust a gut laughing and drop a comment underneath saying, I'm such a fan of this idea that I traveled back in time by 7 months and made it. Here's the link.
There you go. That's right. Shameless promotion wherever you can. That's
Yep.
the key.
Yeah, but it looks good though. I really wish I could rock that type of clothing. It looks good.
Oh no, it looks really, really good. That's why I stuck Aria Moon in it.
I really like her mane.
I really
ooh.
like her mane.
As Roy Mustang says in the comments section, Ulysses does look like he could fit well in the Dragon Prince.
Oh, yeah. I haven't watched The Dragon Prince. I did watch Dragon's Dogma a couple weeks ago, though. which is not the same.
Oh, how was that?
It was okay. It's a very limited series. Like, I don't know. I expected it to be like the first season of something, but it was kind of self-encapsulated. So it's a neat little ride. It's the closest thing I've seen to RWBY, the way RWBY does Maya, that they do with the same kind of like shading and stuff. So that was kind of an interesting look.
Okay. I will scroll up the comment section and find which comments we did not respond to.
Yeah.
Okay, so the last question we answered was, who's Dave Filoni? So we've answered that.
Wait. Who is Dave for Loki? What?
He was the guy who made Clone Wars, but the person asking the question spelled his name wrong. So he asked who Dave Filoni was, so we answered that.
Something I
Roy Mustang yelled, Clone Wars.
You do not want to date Loki. That's just cutting off your own leg and start chewing on it, and then asking my leg.
Little Conman 978 and friends says hello. Hello, Little Conman 978 and friends.
Don't con us. Thank you. Bye.
You may or may not have spelled friends wrong, by the way.
I do that all the time.
Roy Mustang asks, didn't something happen to her? I assume he means Ahsoka in the other animated series.
I don't know what her most recent, like, the season 7 was the last thing I saw, but I never finished Rebels, so I don't know where her place ends in Rebels.
So, at the end of season 2 of Rebels, she was kind of like, she was seen fighting Darth Vader, and then she wasn't seen again. And it took a while for them to have to prep myself for this. Introduce time travel to Star Wars.
Wait, what?
Hold
on a minute. Wait, what? No.
Didn't you know about that?
No. What?
So Dave Filoni, our Lord and Savior, did kind of find a way to use the Force to do time travel. Just a teeny bit.
I don't know if I like that. Does it work? Does it work or does it not work?
It's so incredibly difficult to do.
Okay.
That it doesn't it's the sort of thing that two characters kind of know about. And it's less time travel and more like experiencing the flow of time around, like, across the Force all at once. But basically, they kind of it's really linked. It's kind of linked into the water smoke. Let me see if I can.
No. That's
you can't just introduce lore like time travel. Where are we getting into Chin universe?
But basically, that kind of gets used to save Ahsoka.
After Darth Vader fucking kills her in season 2.
So it gets used to save her from her fight with Darth Vader.
Okay. I'll accept that. That's a good use of time travel, is to save the only good character left in Star Wars. Except for the Mandalorian.
Excuse you, they still have Ewoks.
And then, Ewoks are not good characters, though.
Yes.
Little fluffy.
They are Care Bears gone camping. There you go.
They are They are basically feral Care Bears. Like, everyone forgets in the Return of the Jedi where they were going to eat everyone.
Right?
Yeah.
What? Wait. Did we watch the same Star Wars?
I hope so. Return of the Jedi is my favorite of the original trilogy. I know how the Care Bears work in the Return of the Jedi.
Face! Care Bears.
I suppose after that, Ahsoka kind of goes missing till the end of episode 6, and she shows up and she's like, the way Rebels ends, like, Ezra goes missing because he and Thrawn get kidnapped by space whales.
By space whales?
By space whales, yeah. Like, they introduce these like space whale things that can travel through hyperspace.
Oh, interesting.
We need we need the Vikings.
and they kind of kidnap Thrawn and Ezra and take them off to some unknown place. So the series ends with Ahsoka and Sabine being like, "We're going to go and find them."
Oh, that's weird. The show ends on a cliffhanger?
Yeah, the show, well, kind of, yeah. Like it ends with Ezra making this big sacrifice, and everyone else's character stories sort of get concluded. But yeah, it ends on a cliffhanger with Ahsoka in like sort of this an even older Ahsoka and Sabine going off to go find Ezra and Thrawn.
Yeah, doesn't Sabine have a Darksaber?
Yeah, so because that was one of the things that sort of that made people really curious about. Well, made people believe that Ahsoka was going to appear in The Mandalorian because
the Darksaber appears.
Because the Darksaber shows up. You've got Sabine, who is a Mandalorian, and the last time both the Darksaber and Sabine were seen was with Ahsoka. So it would make complete... It genuinely fits really well and makes sense for Ahsoka to be in The Mandalorian, which I guess apparently is... So... But that is the point. That is the last time we saw Ahsoka. Was also kind of a cliffhanger moment.
Oh, that's a lame way to end a series. Even if you're going to make a next series, that's kind of like, I don't know. I mean, even Clone Wars with Season 6 had a better ending than that. With the whole, okay, Ahsoka left the Order so she doesn't get killed. And then you have the whole ending arc of Yoda like, bad times coming on the horizon. And, you know, Qui-Gon telling him, I know how to stop, come back as a Force Ghost.
Come back as a Force Ghost so we can advise someone else on how to stop it.
Yeah, and so that was, good enough for the time being, but it's like, no, that's an awful ending for a series.
Wait, are you saying that Star Wars is basically ghost therapist people?
Yes. Oh my god, yes.
If Yoda and Anakin and Obi-Wan had counseled Luke a little better, maybe he wouldn't have ended up as this creepy old death hermit for the entire sequel trilogy.
Yeah, maybe he wouldn't gonna kill the kid.
Luke needs therapy.
Yeah.
We all need therapy after watching the sequel trilogy.
Okay, next question. Quillfeather says, "I have returned." Welcome back, Quillfeather. Roy Mustang is effing the chat.
Can I ask Skyball a quick question?
Yeah, sure.
Like before you went into like voice acting, did you take like a lot of choir classes in like high school or something? Or
yes, I was in our choir for just the senior year. I done kind of like mixed creative stuff earlier, but when my voice changed, that was pretty much all of junior year. So it was a rocky transition. But then once it settled, then I went into choir as one of our few baritones. We had a 60-person choir, and I was one of 5 baritones. It was so
holy shit.
I know. We had like 10 basses, but all of us, who fit in the weird middle position between the tenors and such. So it was me and this one dude who was kind of a friend of mine. And then this other dude, I miss him so much. I think his name was Peter or something. Tall dude, like 6'6". And just this really kind of awkward guy. He's Italian, like if anyone watches the YouTube or Davey504, the bass guy, very much like him. Same kind of energy, except a little bit more manic. He had more of these like zany moments. I miss him so much. He's a great guy. Anyway, yeah, so I did choir for a year, and then when I started college, I did 2 years of our Christmas productions, which we did 1 year, which was like a Dickens-esque Christmas, and then we did another year that was very like kind of silly and kind of like Willy Wonka-esque. So those were full stage productions with songs and dancing and stuff.
nice.
Yeah, so that was fun. I sort of had creative influences in my family because my dad has done writing, and he did like Shakespeare in college and stuff, and then my brother does sort of like kind of coffee shop jazz. He's done some local CDs, so
You can say he's good at espresso himself.
Yeah, that's definitely fitting. Oh my god.
Yeah. And also,
I have a
should I
really
be
deep
worried?
voice,
Say
and
again?
like I really don't like singing unless it's like a song that I really like.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
No, it's
That's
hard.
fair.
Like a lot of it for me was practicing in my car because I had a half-hour commute to school both ways. So once my voice was settled, I was just singing anything I liked. And then when I was getting more into like musicals, I'd pull out stuff from the '90s. You know, the old Lion Kings and Hunchback of Notre Dame
Oh,
kind of
yes.
soundtracks. And so just doing that enough in my car, I was able to sort of get my voice in that like musical mode. Like the last couple of weeks, I just discovered the Beetlejuice musical. So I've been singing that for all of October, which has been very, very apropos.
Okay, everybody, I need you to get some holy water. We need to throw some at Skebble.
I don't think it's a safe for Chris musical, but it's very fun. It's a very fun.
All I know is that there's a demon in it.
There is a demon in it. He's a
And
very
he has
naughty boy.
Oh,
Do you know what demons does?
Lots of demon things.
They wait in the bureaucracy of death for several hundred years, based on the film and the series.
Oh, that sounds cute. No.
It is pretty fun, and the Lydia, its original cast recording I've been listening to, does really well. She's not like, obviously she's a singer, so she doesn't sound like Winona Ryder per se, but it's the best approximation based on, you know, the arc of time.
Can I get a tree mug for my photo next time?
Oh, what?
No, I'm just looking at the photo now. I'm just like, can I have like a Viking mug?
Oh, sure. This is this is
Yay.
left over from the original Sancho art, so I'll throw on there something for you.
It's just, I don't know. I don't have to. It's just there's something that popped in my head.
Of course.
Going back down the comment section. Okay. Zez the wolf.
Yes, that's a name.
Zeusk the wolf asks, what would be like if Pinkie Pie made a rap song about her party time pills?
I'm gonna let you take
Very
this one,
fun.
James.
sounds like a D12 song.
Yeah, I'm gonna step back from this one. Because I have absolutely no idea how to answer that question. I mean, it would be hip hop, but about drugs. So, you know, it would be like a lot of other hip hop.
Maybe he's referencing Purple Pills done by D12 and Eminem.
Oh, there you go. You sound like the expert.
Oh. Yeah, see, I'm still very very fresh and new in my hip hop education. I'm still working my way through through the genre, and I'm enjoying myself. But I do not have the underlying lore to get most of the references. So if that's the reference that Zeus could
Yeah, I think it might be actually. That came out in the early 2000s.
Okay.
I have a very limited understanding of hip hop myself. My brother grew up with some of the like early '90s bands, and so a lot of it's from him. It's Beastie Boys and Run DMC kind of stuff. So.
Oh yeah. Back in the innocent days.
Author of Purpose asks, did you say autistic wavelength or artistic wavelength? It was artistic wavelength. I think that was back in our conversation about Guns N' Roses.
Yeah, it's the same thing. No.
Roy Mustang asks, who has a Star Wars timer? What?
Oh, for how long we talked about it.
Yeah, you were talking about half an hour, I think it was, in the end.
Roy Mustang says, morning, Chris, my Keepo buddy, but in all caps, which I will not shout.
Oh, Keepo's good. I've been watching that. I just
No
finished season
spoilers.
3.
I'm still working my way through.
Oh my god.
I think we might have activated Chris.
No, it's something to do with Fluffy, so that's probably why. It's got fluff in it, Chris will like.
Oh god. You see, I remember when we introduced
See the snooze
Chris.
button.
Yeah, I blame you for this.
We introduced Chris to Kipo because, like, it seemed like it was. It's and it in fact is exactly right up her alley because it is a show about a young girl who makes friends with everyone. Like, she refuses to fight absolutely everyone because making friends is so much better. So that was very much up Chris's alley.
Yeah, she even make friends with her enemies, which I thought was good as well.
Okay. Scrollkeeper says, "Morning, Chris. Then she had a princess dream as well. Have we told Vermont about my dream yet or not?" Okay, I'm assuming this is the question that that he was badgering us about earlier.
Everything that happened. The two tiny princesses in the start of the dream was what you're focusing about. Not the dimension of cotton candy and raindrops, not death, not my grandma, not Ewoks. The two tiny
I was focusing on the Ewoks. And, my main focus was on the fact that Chris was encountering the Care Bears villain, and we realized that Chris is a Care Bear.
Clearly.
Also,
What kind of
comment
Care Bear
section.
am I then?
Artists in the comment section. We need someone to take Chris's OC and make a Care Bear OC out of that.
Yeah,
So
the problem
you have
is,
been challenged.
I don't.
Belly tattoos are gone.
Butt tattoo.
I don't know.
I don't
know.
I've been rewatching Ponies with my family because they fell behind really far, and my little sister wants to watch Ponies now. And
Yay.
it's really, really funny when you watch a Cutie Mark Crusaders episode, and there are so many shots of children's butts.
I don't like that.
Because they've got to keep
Oh.
zooming in on. They have to keep zooming in on cutie marks for the episode,
That is
or
true.
the lack of cutie marks.
I never thought
And
of
so
that.
it's never framed that way. But if at any point you ever sort of see through the matrix, it's like, oh, that's a small child's butt.
Okay, who hit Jam Jam with the weird stick?
Well, it's like the classic Applejack line of, we don't normally wear clothes. This is like everyone's naked.
No,
Yeah.
nobody of them is naked because they're covered with fur!
Jeez.
Yay, I got my Viking mug!
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I'll calm it down. Yeah, have some wine. Some ale. Or mead, actually.
Yeah, ale can go away.
I like cider nowadays myself.
Only the blood of your enemies. That's the only acceptable drink for a Viking mug.
No, it's so sour.
Speaking from experience,
You never tasted blood?
oh, I've eaten what's it called?
I
Black
don't
pudding.
think I'd use the word
blood
sour. I'd say metallic.
Yeah, but metallic is sour.
I thought it was more of a coppery taste, but anyway.
Yeah. I like, what do you like drinking the blood? It's like, it tastes like lemons. I don't think your blood should taste that way. I think you have a pH imbalance.
Maybe that's what the ponies taste like in MLP.
I always picture it's like, like cotton candy or like something sugar.
No. It's kind of like gumdrops. Depending on the color, you get a different taste.
Oh, it's like Gushers. Yes.
Sure.
Well, I think of in the in the dark
That's
crystal.
interest.
In the dark crystal, it's the same way with the Gelflings, where they get stabbed and it's just this bright pink, like fluffy cloud-looking blood.
You make blood look cloudy. That makes no sense at all.
It's got like a cloudiness to it, like the swirly. It looks all magical. The loss of innocence. To these Skeksis. Skeksis, get out. This is our home now.
What kind of blood have you seen, Skybolt? I'm worried about you.
It's in Dark Crystal. We talked about. Oh, you probably weren't here. The Netflix. Actually, that is
No, I
totally
don't
safe
think so.
for Chris. The dark. Well, it's safe for Chris.
You just talked about the
None of
blood
that's
of the
safe for
innocent.
Chris.
It says yes, this is totally safe for Chris, and I'm just like, what?
Well, it gets way worse than blood. They drain their souls, their essence.
Do you need help, Skybolt?
No, that's what's on it.
I'm
No,
pretty
it's
sure
very
all of
quality
us need help.
storytelling. She's just trying to get payment. She wants a Dr. Chris session at 300 krona an hour.
Hey, there it is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you made that one.
Dr. Chris is in session.
Are
What's his
you
wrong
sure?
today?
Are you sure you would do that? Because
For 300
Stuff
krona an hour?
happens.
God, no.
That much it is. Jeez.
that's like 30 bucks for you guys, ain't it?
Oh.
Oh, is it? I don't know. I
Yeah.
totally threw that out there.
Basically, just if you have what you guys are doing, and then just add a 0 behind it, then you get the Norwegian version.
A krona is 11 cents right now. Okay, so yeah, that is pretty affordable. But no.
Like normally you have to pay like 750 kroner, so $75 for a session for 45 minutes.
Oh, see, here
But
we go.
with-
Now we're getting quotes.
Yeah, but
I'll write that down. I'll keep note of that.
depending on what type of therapist you go to, of course. But I lost my point. There it is. But the thing is, for me, it wouldn't cost anything, but you would go through some stuff, and you would start to work on stuff, and you might regret that if you're not ready for it.
Yeah,
some
See,
reason
now
people-
she's threatening us. We either have to pay or she's gonna break our minds.
I never said that. That's your words, not mine.
I don't think you could break mine even worse than it is.
Oh god, see, so it's
What did I
you
say?
know that. Sorry,
No, I'm rambling. Go ahead.
you know that that meme that's been popping around lately. The with like the doctor helps you, but then your credit card declines, so the doctor pulls out a knife and stabs you.
Yes.
I'm just picturing that, like you sit down with Chris, and she helps you through a lot of emotional stuff, and you come off it, and you're like, "Thanks, Doc. I feel so much better, so much more emotionally stable." And Chris is like, yes. Now, could you rig your card up so that you can pay, please? I have bills and stuff. And the person does, and the credit card declines, and Chris like cracks her knuckles, like stretches and turns to the patient and's been like, "Your nose is ugly, and your mother never loved you."
It's true.
Right. I've got some therapy to undo here.
Ooh,
Oh, I made Chris sad.
Jam! No!
I like his nickname. It's so sweet coming from Chris.
No, you
Chris
know
is
what?
gonna-
You know
Chris
what?
is gonna beat me.
No.
Just about everything Chris says sounds sweet, so.
No.
Even when she's trying to be angry. It's like an angry kitty.
Yes, no, it is. It is really funny when Chris is trying to with Chris trying to be angry. Although she kind of nailed it with Carmina, though.
Yes.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, Angie Pony. She's the
she-
Angie Pony.
Yeah, when I heard you doing that.
Red!
Yeah.
She's even red. Then, when you're angry, you're red. So she's the Angie Pony.
When you are angry, you are red.
So,
And
Okay,
Carmina is just always angry.
No, not always. Not now.
What,
She
you're the Hulk
has.
now?
No, she has her happy pillow.
She's
Or
her happy pillow.
I meant pony.
Sandstone is her happy pillow.
Yeah, Sandstone. He's yellow or brown, yellow.
So I'm kind of imagining like Carmina doing her normal stuff, and then she's like, then she gets a little bit too angry. She's like, "Sandstone, come over here. I need to put my head on your shoulder. I need my happy pillow. I'm so mad.
I need my happy place."
Like,
That's adorable. I like.
Sandstone being a happy pillow is basically the one thing separating Carmina from Wasteland Genocide.
I mean, it would definitely make sense that for the first several months, at least, they would be almost inseparable for a while after so many years apart.
What?
Oh no,
Web
100%. Yeah.
shooters lines again. I'm swissing our armors together.
Oh yeah, fusing our armors together. I thought
Yeah.
that'd be funny.
Right.
Just welded.
And you got Kirby and is all like, no, you can't do that. That would ruin my Red Reaper look. Do you understand how cool I look?
Priorities.
Like,
Oh.
you still I love you, Sandstone, but you still look like a toaster pony. I'm a wasteland badass. Do you not see how epic I am?
You gotta ruin my groove, boy.
I got a clerk. I got all these patches here. I've got a cool
I got- I-
hood, I've got a scythe pole.
Like, I love you and all, but you're kind of ruining my aesthetic.
You're cramping my style.
secret.
I got a reputation to uphold. How would it look like if, like, the big scary Reaper, and then it's like, "Hi, I'm Toast. I can shoot stuff at you."
I'm
That
the
doesn't really work.
sidekick.
Where's the other sidekick? Ah, he moved on.
I ate him.
I've been
That is
hearing
true,
a lot
even
of
with yes.
the Clint Eastwood song like recently, but like what's mind blowing is the song was made in 2001, which is like absolutely mind blowing.
Oh, was that the Gorillaz?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that one. Skybolt did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Gorillaz community did not, though.
Yeah, I saw that. What was wrong with it? It's good. I don't like it. We'll go away then.
Yeah, as soon as it got
Oblivion.
put somewhere, some group or something, then it went down to 75% likes. So
Yeah, I don't get people. If you don't like it, you don't need to cause problems, but they always feel they're entitled to. I'm a fan. I must defend.
yeah, they sorted it out. That's fine.
Final countdown. What up?
No,
Yeah,
Skybolt did a cover of one of their songs. Someone in chat was asking.
Yeah, I did a Discord version
Parody,
of
I
Clint
should
Eastwood
say.
called "The Bad and the Ugly," which is currently my most viewed video on my channel, which is wild.
Yeah, I've got it on one of my playlists.
So, if
gets
we
listened
all
to
were to
quite
give
daily.
Gorillaz additional feature, what would we give them?
Like actual gorillas.
Yeah.
A tail, whatchamacallit, a prehensile tail. Oh, see, I scoped you all. That was too good of an answer.
I was trying to think.
Yeah,
It's too
yeah,
basic.
you completely destroyed the conversation.
Yeah, that's the one weakness they have. They gave up their tail for whatever reason. The monkeys didn't. The monkeys knew what was what.
Well, I am gonna give them spider legs.
What?
Creepy.
No, they can climb
Two little
anywhere.
toes on the end.
Yes, teeny tiny Tonys. Tony bones.
That
So now,
reminds me of yes. Give me a second.
Or maybe I should give them the power of, like... No, that's too weird. And what flavor would that be?
What?
Like sweating jam.
What?
If you're
What?
sweating jam.
What?
But then it would be like, what kind of jam taste would they have? Would it be depending on if they were angry or happy, or would
I
it
don't
just
think it's
depend
legal
on
to
them?
eat gorillas. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
No, you don't eat the gorillas. Just they sweat jam.
What?
Sweat jam.
Okay, so when you said gorilla with spider legs, I immediately thought the spider monkeys from Spy Kids.
Oh, that looks better. I didn't. I forgot about
Spy
all
Kids
about
2,
that.
the greatest movie of all time.
No,
Do you
I've never
think
watched
God
it.
stays
Yeah.
in heaven because he too is afraid of what he's created? Amazing.
I kind of disagree about that.
No, those I remember those now. They were actually nice.
Spy Kids 3 was also very good.
Yeah. Spy Kids is such underrated movies.
Going into the comment section really quick. Scrollkeeper, yes, we got to your question. We didn't really know how to address it because you were asking us if we spoke about a dream you had, which is anybody here aware of?
I know. He had a dream that Princess Luna kissed him on the lips, which I find
one kind of dreams.
I found that a little bit uncomfortable. But
was that before or after she sent Chris to her death?
She didn't send me to my death. She sent the Ewoks that opened the portal to raindrops and cotton candy. Celestia was the one who took away the bungee jumping.
Okay. Scroll. We have brought up your question. We have answered your question. Are you happy now?
Please be happy. We do our best.
To be
honest, Luna probably kisses a lot of people in a lot of dreams every night. I mean, if you want the brutal truth, she probably has to keep, a lot of the kingdom happy.
Mm.
And we're gonna stop right there. That's where the fan fictions pick up.
Well, so I'm going to imagine that, like, if you're Luna, how many times would you go into someone's dream and see a version of yourself there?
Yeah, there's so many unopenable doors in that.
Like,
that possibility.
Now that I think about it, I bet that like half the psychological issues that Luna had probably came from hanging out in people's dreams.
Probably.
Like,
very probably.
Damn. Like, no wonder nobody giving recognition to her pissed her off, which is like, look, you guys don't understand the shit I go through.
Fine, I'll leave you all to your nightmares then. Or she just becomes the sleep paralysis demon for everyone. It just makes them all fear her all the time.
You've dreamed about being a sleep paralysis.
She is the bent neck pony.
No, just imagining Luna's neck going around and around while I...
Exodus.
No, more like Pinkie Pie.
Same thing, isn't it?
No?
I think that's where the reference is from.
No, it's one of the episodes after Twilight just got her wings, and they're watching no, that's not. That's another one.
What
it's
season
at
was
least
that?
Good question. Basically, Rainbow Dash is doing many awesome tricks, and Pinkie Pie, Twilight, and Rarity is watching, and she does a lot of loopy hoops and hoopy whoops. So they end up twisting their heads or trying to, and then Pinkie Pie is actually following Rainbow Dash, so her head goes around a couple times, and then it's like, oi, I need to refix this. So she jumps up in the air, and the body spins back.
I remember that scene, yeah.
That's very Tex Avery.
Yeah, I was sort of thinking that.
Yeah, which is
How
why
does Pinkie Pie body work?
Basically, Pinkie Pie operates... I think Pinkie Pie's cutie mark actually, it might represent parties, but I think her actual talent is cartoon logic. Which also,
she operates on cartoon logic.
Yes, that's why it also makes sense that she can speak in sound effects, because that was one of the mini movies after the series ended.
Oh my god!
Came out. So Pinkie Pie speaks sound effects, which is really cool.
Yeah, she does. So I need to go fix my air real quick. I'll be right back in like 2 minutes, so I'll leave you guys to it.
Are you an airbender?
Yes. Everyone with a good central air conditioning system is an airbender.
Da-da-da. You better watch out because the Fire Nation are looking for you.
Wait, air conditioning is like October.
I'm going to bring up a topic that is vaguely unsafe for Chris, but I won't actually say
Oh.
You didn't do that before I got there?
I will allude to what happened, but I won't actually go in. It won't be a not safe for work conversation, but it kind of refers to a thing, which is that so Fort Bragg in North Carolina, U.S. military base. As far as I know, I really don't know much about specific, U.S. military bases because I'm not from there. But anyway, they have their own official Twitter account. And would you not believe that one of the admins running that account forgot to switch to his main account before responding in a very not safe for Chris method to some not safe for Chris posts? So he is on a US military account posting not safe for Chris stuff.
Did he lose
Pictures
his
of
job?
himself or something?
No, just responding to what other people were saying, but he was being really, really NSFK. And the account has since been deleted. Which must be one of the stupidest work mistakes you could possibly make.
I think this is the third or fourth server where Not Safe for Chris has actually become a thing people say.
Right. Well, just wait for Aria Moon where Not Safe for Fidget becomes a thing, probably.
Yeah, we should have changed the Not Safe for Work channel on EAST Corp to say Not Safe for Chris.
No, it's still Stitch's booty barn.
I do like that. That's funny. I don't dare go in there.
It's funny. It's something I've actually had to consider with Aria Moon in the fact that, like, Fidget is she is the internet, basically. Which means that she almost certainly does get asked to make, to run certain not safe for Fidget searches. So it's a thing that exists in the world, and I've been trying to find a way to write it or to address it without, doing anything creepy. So there's probably there's probably like an automatic Fidget subroutine of this is not safe for Fidget. But
please reconsider your choices.
All right, what's all going now?
This is not safe for Fidget. Fidget, please asks you to reconsider your choices. Thank you. Come back again 5 minutes.
So for Sky, who just came,
what bad choice of words?
This is not safe for Fidget. Please reconsider your choices. Come back in 5 minutes. Have a good day.
So in Aria Moon, because Fidget is basically the internet, people must make very not safe for work requests of her. Because, this is the internet. And I've been trying to find... And to think that so I'm trying to find a way of, like... I'm almost certain it's a thing of, like, if with this requests get made, Fidget, like an automated Fidget response is like, this is not safe for Fidget. The search will run, but I want nothing to do with this, so I'm just going to go over there. I'm going to go over there and not speak about this ever again.
I like it. It reminds me of the College Humor videos of If Google Was a Guy. You remember that series?
That was a really, really good series. Did you see their Have you seen the most recent one? They did one on the pandemic.
Oh, really? No, I haven't watched College Humor in like 4 years.
Yeah, no, they did an animated one on the pandemic, and it was it was genuinely touching. With they bring back a whole bunch of the old cast, do a whole and they're going through all the usual jokes and all the usual quarantine jokes. But there is a really nice part at the end with like one of the people asking Google, how do I feel normal?
You don't.
What's normal?
That was basically kind of the thing that the way it ended was like, well, you can't. But here's and there was a nice emotional conversation about it that ended with, here's some cat videos that'll make you feel better.
Kitty.
It was kind of nice. We have a new person in our Discord chat.
Rainbow Factory. Isn't that?
Yay!
Oh no!
Toaster into it. Or wood.
Dun 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 dun.
Like I
do
know
like
you
that
shouldn't taste rainbows. We saw Pinkie Pie's reaction to it. So don't eat rainbows. Don't eat rainbows, kids.
Rainbows are ponies.
Yeah, just a reminder to the people in the chat. Now that I'm seeing someone new join our Discord server, just a reminder in case you haven't seen it, our Discord server is now open to the public, and there is a link in the description of this episode of the Breakroom. So if you haven't joined, you absolutely can.
I gotta interrupt you again. Sorry, but your announcement video that the Discord server is now open is one of my favorites. Like I love all the other stuff we do, but that one, yeah, that's my favorite. This is like, mwah, it's so good.
Oh god, that got so well.
Yay!
See, I'm kind of afraid of like, because I want to do a video at the end of the year where we try and get sort of the whole EAST Corp cast and crew just to very, very briefly talk about sort of like our favorite thing that came out from EAST Corp this year. But I'm going to imagine sort of everyone bringing up something serious. Chris is like, well, this time that Jab made a Discord video.
Yeah.
Undercut the whole thing. It'll be hilarious.
Lovely.
Yes, of course. That's my job. That's why you guys have me here, isn't it?
What would so far? I mean, I know. Actually, no. Why am I asking this? I know what the answer is for Skybolt.
Yeah.
It's Confessions 8. I mean 9.
I was Confession 8.
Yes, you were.
It's not even a contest for you that your favorite thing that's come out of EAST Corp this year is the radio host.
The biggest finale ever. That's 6 years in the making and planning. Oh my god, so much work. The first 3 months of the pandemic, I was like nonstop work. I put so much effort. Like that whole period is a blur to me.
I remember that similar thing from like the last month before the Terminal Secrets finale came out, and I was still animating the fucking thing, and it was literally I do not remember the month leading up. I do not remember the month leading up to it beyond the podcast that we aired. The marathon podcast where I was still working on the episode 10 hours before it was supposed to air.
Oh man.
Like, we've got 2 hours left. I'm exporting it now. I'm leaving the podcast so I can watch it and make sure it's not bad. So I completely understand how you lost 2 months to just finale blur.
Oh yeah. It's just like a total. Like I got back from this awful Disneyland trip, and then it was, and then once I finished the script on the Ides of March, literally, then it was literally just 2 solid months until I wrapped production there at the end of May. At the end of May when we released the trailer. Oh my gosh.
Oh god. The suffering, the absolute suffering.
It was hard. It was really hard.
Making this content is not easy at all.
No.
I don't think it would be, actually. A lot of hard work goes into it, and I bet everyone appreciates what you do.
Flowers and ponies and blood.
I think I remember the build up to making and finishing up on the Great Experiment was also like it was coming really close to the release date, and I was trying to get multiple drafts done. And the one thing going through my head when I gave the first cut to everyone was, I really hope they don't find too many issues with it. And then Kelly's like, oh, yeah, Governor, here's 3 pages of things I didn't like about it.
Yeah.
Go, Kelly!
I totally forgot about that. Yeah. Oh man, it's just so long, so much to scroll through. Oh man, I do remember that.
Well, and what was funny was I did a watch through with my roommate Christian, who was a documentary is a documentary filmmaker. That is the thing he majored in university, and we watched through it, and he's giving me his notes, and he's going really hard on it. Still, like a quarter page shorter than Kelly's notes.
Amazing, absolutely amazing.
I mean, it was Kelly's notes were mostly sound related.
Naturally,
but I think it was at that point, like, all the notes come in, and I'm kind of like, oh god, there's 5 days till we're supposed to air. Oh no, I'm not going to sleep for the next week.
That was so perfect, though, releasing on April Fools. That was like, it's so fitting, and what we always joked about too.
And the fact that it was a nice one that, like, because by that point everyone had just assumed we'd given up.
Yeah, it was a bit of a time.
People just assumed, no, Grey Experiment's never coming out. Boom! Surprise release.
Have you guys seen Jojo Rabbit?
I haven't actually.
Yes.
Susan think you're an Alicorn too.
Okay, there we go. It's back. No, it's not.
You've been noticed, Jet, for the F.
Back. Yeah, Skyball's OC is not an Alicorn.
No.
And everyone keeps assuming.
I know. I don't know. The whole thing was prosthetics, and it made sense in the story that I came up for it that I never wrote, actually, but whatever. He only has rarity tier unicorn power, period.
Well, it helps. Everybody thinks my OC is Zecora.
What?
Like, it took until I cut his mane off so that he could be bald.
That's so awful. Oh, it's a zebra OC. It must be Zecora.
Yeah, like people kept asking me, why is your OC Zecora? I'm like,
oh my
it's
God.
not.
It
is a zebra.
So low key. Come on, man.
Like,
not every zebra is Zecora.
Right. So eventually it was like, all right, you know what? Fuck it. I am bald, so I am just going to make him bald so that people stop confusing him with Zecora. And it still kind of happens every now and then. People are like, oh, bald Zecora OC.
That is so
good. Have you guys seen the comic about Zecora's homeland yet?
No, I didn't really follow the comics.
No,
I've been
this is
meaning
season
to.
10.
The season 10 comic,
10.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I haven't.
Oh, you should. There's a lot of funny stuff in there.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, no, Mohan was telling me about it.
You get to see the Pony Universe version of Nestle. Rhyhorns? Rhyhorns.
What?
I think it's called. You know it kind of looks like a hippo, but it got horn and it's on land.
Rhinoceros.
Oh, a rhino.
Yeah, rhino. There you go.
Okay, right. I was so confused for a second. I'm sitting there thinking, okay, cool. So I've probably seen one before, whatever she's talking about.
It's a mythological beast.
Yes, now we need to decrypt Chris thoughts. Good luck.
Often for me, I'm just mishearing whatever the word you said, and so I'll follow a different train of thought for a while.
It's just like,
Cryptic thoughts of Chris.
yeah, decrypt my thoughts. Good luck. My dearest have tried it for 5 years. He still can't do it. Well, he's gotten pretty good at it, but you know. Then it takes a new turn, and then it's just like, yeah, what?
I reinvented the code. Try again.
Yeah. Sorry, we rebooted the system again. Please try. Come back tomorrow.
Wait, is that a confessions arc that you've stuck on the of the stream on top of the desk, or was that always there?
No, it's I just applied the same Photoshop halftone filtering to the background of the podcast art, and then I left art characters normal.
Oh,
so
okay,
I went with the color scheme for sure because it's the post confessions, anniversary for this and the next one, but
yeah.
3 episodes away from 100. Yay!
All right, I need to knock off. Oh wait. So
no.
I will be taking final questions.
Oh, Jam. We're out of Jam. Who has Jam?
Oh, yes, literally good timing. Sky and Monty, how much did you two focus on development for your work? Sky, you want to go first?
Yeah, I guess development is the writing process itself. Like, so I wrote when I wrote episode 1 of Confessions, it was just literally one flight for 6 hours across the country, and so I work for some time on that opening little monologue he gives that sets up the series, and about an hour of just finding like what's the right opening thesis statement. I had the general ideas of what I wanted it to be all floating around, but then I just sort of put it pen to paper, and then I did a bit of editing when I landed and got settled in my new home and stuff. But the development process is the writing process. I feel like at least what I've always done is you just keep doing and producing, and then that is the writing. Like I think if you go through too many scripts, you run into like the whatchamacallit, the Stanley Kubrick problem of it's like 127 times. No, you have to stop at some point. And I've always taken the 2 Sigma approach to everything I do, because anything more than that is just wasted energy.
Exactly. On it, like, perfect is the enemy of great, and great is the enemy of good. At some point, you just have to release it.
Yeah.
If you keep workshopping a project again and again and again to get it to release it, then you are going to just be standing there working on it forever and ever and ever. It's just not going to come out. Like, Stapletech would have been hated less if they had released Fallout Equestria episode 1 and it was bad than they are currently hated now for never releasing it. You don't learn anything from a project that doesn't come out. Well, you learn something, but you don't learn as much because you don't get audience feedback. You don't get to see the completed project, and you don't get to return to it a year later, listen to it, and think, all right, with a year's worth of distance, I've got this, and I've got this opinion of it, which is slightly different to what I had before.
I would also an example I'd make is the start small, like contained, where the first story is something simple, where then you get the feedback on those non-elemental kind of things, and then you can fix things as you grow outward, basically. That's definitely the way Confessions worked, for sure, and probably Terminal Secrets too, after the many iterations it had to go through.
And don't try and tell a magnum opus right out of the gates.
No, you never will.
You never will. It won't. The thing is that like the thing I've noticed over the years is that alongside, whilst a part of my progression has been becoming a better writer, a more significant part of my progression is getting better at making what the project is getting better at making the final project resemble what was in my head the first time. Because when you're new to a project, when you're new to this sort of the industry, and when you are just getting started out as a writer or creator, what's in your head is like this wonderful, perfect thing. And then when it releases, it is really hard for what releases to be one-to-one with what's in your head. And the better you get and the more things you release, the closer and closer those projects will become to being what was in your head.
And sometimes the
that's
development process influences you too. Like, say you have a voice actor or whatever that brings something totally new to a character, then you write it more around who they are, and it works better.
Oh yeah, 100%. I spoke earlier about the fact that I wanted that I cast Chris as Fidget because I needed someone to be a more energetic counter to Arya. But if you look at who the character is in the first episode that she's introduced versus who the character is now, there is a major change to her because Chris, as the voice actress, brought a whole different energy and goofiness to the character than what I was expecting. So I just started writing the character to be more like Chris.
Yay!
Because, as Donald said, the voice actor can change a lot about what the character is. That development process is, can be affected by those things. It's why it's important to be willing to iterate, and to be flexible.
I gotta say, the hardest line ever was I am a good fidget. I do fidget stuff good. And I was just like, that's hard. That was so hard to say.
Well, and the other thing, too, is that then creates an internal adversity, which makes you a better writer, because then it's not a plot hole per se, but then as you advance the character, then when you fix all those little things in the past, that's, exercise for your writing abilities, is being able to patch those holes and make it a coherent straight line from those little changes. Like, I'd say a good example of that would be the X-Files storyline, where they literally made it up as they went along, and the first 7 seasons, they stacked things pretty well until David Duchovny left the show, and they kind of stopped focusing on aliens properly and stuff. But that's a different kind of example. But just for anything, like, same thing with Confessions, retroactively making it so Battered Blade had a much bigger purpose in the story by being a bodyguard, and then becoming a linchpin and becoming a love interest for Diamondback. And same with Dr. Greenshift being brought back as an example to connect with the ghouls in, when they were just these post-war monsters to Freezy kind of thing. So, and there's a lot of chances you'll have with that if you find one of those gem characters just in your writing. But the key is you just gotta write and release. Ultimately, if you just sit on it and never really release it and just percolate it, it's not going to develop better. It's just going to go sour.
Exactly. I think it also just it really does help to find people who you can bounce off, because you need to. So at the moment, and I've got to be very, very careful about my choice of words here, because it's about an unannounced project, so I've got to be very careful. But it's a relevant. Pardon? Oh no, it's not the porn project.
Wait, what? Excuse me?
Diamondback and Battered Blade special.
No. It is a very mature. That is its own very mature project that I'm making, but it's not actually porn. It is
it's
more.
Just funny to say it that way.
Wow.
Cover your ears.
That I cannot go into. I definitely cannot go into detail with that, because that is so early on in production. But no, so it's a project that is. It is a spin-off of an existing project in the same way of what we've done with Fallout Equestria. It is pony related, but it is not Fallout Equestria. The result of this means that I've had to be working with the project's original creator a lot, which means that the development process for that has had to have a lot more focus, because it's the process of trying to match 2 different visions for what this thing is. There is my vision as the creator of the spin-off production, which needs to both be reconciled with my vision of what it is in my head and what it will actually come out as. And then there is the vision of the project, of the original project's creator, the original series' creator. It needs to be fluid with that. It needs to match that. So that has resulted in a much more increased development process, because it's resulted in a lot more rewrites, and it's resulted in a lot more back and forth. So that development process, the writing process, and getting it in the hands of the right people, is critical. But at the end of the day, it also can't be, as we can't afford to be precious about it. It has to release at some point. And it kind of segues nicely into the next question that is on here. The next question that was asked here on here for me, which is any untypical news. So yes, there is untypical news. Not big untypical news, because that will actually come in its own announcement trailer when the time comes. Yes, we are closer to the end of production. Yes, it is really great. That was a result. A large part of that was a result of overscoping on my end. Because untypical is kind of massive. The intention for it on my end was being a really big fan of the audio drama community, but noticing that there were a lot of excellent, I'm not trying to talk them down yet, excellent, small, intimate tales and stories. Small casts, small settings, and with Untypical, what I wanted to try and do was do the audio drama equivalent of a blockbuster project, with something that is a very large cast, with a complicated original world build, and with really complicated sound effects and storytelling. The problem with that is that it is then very hard to do. So it took us a whole year to make the first episode, which was 53 minutes. Whereas every episode that we crowdfunded on Indiegogo is 2 hours long at the minimum. So it is literally, we're trying to make something that is more complicated than the Terminal Secrets finale, but with a larger cast and 3 of them at once, which is why Untypical has taken so long to make. It's one of the reasons. But after these 3 episodes come out, it will not be the same production pipeline as what we've had over these last 2 years. We have made improvements to the production pipeline to help future episodes flow a lot more smoothly. And I will go into more detail on the subject at a later time. But yes, we are close. Yes, the next episode will come out before the end of the year.
Oh, wow.
I promise. I'm confident enough to make that promise that we will see episode 2 coming out this year, with episodes 3 and 4 coming out, I'd say, first half of next year. So we are moving a lot more forward. Untypical's Twitter feed recently became a lot more active, because I let that sit for about a year untended because we didn't have anything to say, and I'd rather not. I wasn't going to try and hype people up for something that I knew was a while off. But regardless, that is the Untypical news. I am moving over to the next question that was asked to Vermont. Vermont, how much did you enjoy playing Crazy, Insane, Fractal, and Terminal Secrets? A lot. Villains are so much fun.
Yes.
Someone's
been a villain.
Oh my god!
Someone's been very bad.
Help me.
Cinder's arrived in the chat.
Hello, Cindy.
Yes, I have, and I've been informed that someone's being bad.
Wasn't
Who's
me.
being bad?
Oh, no, probably you.
I'm a good boy. I'm clean.
I'm going to bed.
That's a lie.
What did you have to da?
You got your
Chris
fingers in your
noises.
ears now, Chris.
Da.
Con-
Da.
Confused Chris noises.
There's no
This is
confused
so much-
push fingers in ears.
Da.
Yeah, sorry I haven't been here earlier. I'm actually in the middle of running a, let's say, improvised RPG session.
Interesting.
Using a system I've never run combat in. And needless to say, this is a little messy.
Oh,
Noik.
So what I miss?
A lot.
Yeah,
I'm talking about so much
talking
stuff.
scary stuff.
Just talk about random things and a half an hour of Star Wars.
Skybolt vaguely mentioned in answering a question about development process, I was saying that I was giving very, very vague allusions to this is the difficulty of working on this current unreleased project. And Skybolt pops up, oh, is this the porn one, which destroyed poor Chris?
See, she can't even talk now.
Not responding.
It's okay, Chris. It's okay. And don't worry, Cinder. Nothing was said about it beyond that. Producer doesn't have to beat me over the head.
Are you sure?
Yes. Please don't hurt me. I promise I'm being very careful. I'm not dropping any spoilers or any allusions to what to what we're working on.
Yeah, sure.
I hope you're right. I wouldn't want to have to punish you.
I'm gonna get
like the P word wasn't.
Oh no, I mean
Explain.
I'm actually going to just mess with him.
yes.
I'm going to make him suffer.
I might like that, actually.
You're scaring me.
It's written that way in the script.
This is not safe for Fidget. Please try again in 5 minutes.
No, not that kind, Chris. Not that kind.
Interesting, Chris went there first.
The kind where
Like
she's
you
like,
guys, you guys just talked about the P stuff, and I'm just like, no, and then it becomes
Oh,
more
right,
like
sorry.
that. And I'm just like, ah.
No,
and
no,
then
she-
I'm just like,
she means the kind like when a small child misbehaves and they get the wooden spoon on the hand.
Oh, no. Oh. Makes your hands hurt just thinking about it.
Did we just give the audience flashbacks?
Or Cinder's gonna go make me run laps around my garden.
Oh no, Sister Mary, don't! Not the wooden spoon. $5 from Daniel Easter. Love you guys. What you guys do. Appreciate all your hard work. Thank you so much for 5 Marabucks.
Thank you very much, Daniel Easter. Happy Easter. Okay, so yes, I absolutely to answer the question, I absolutely adored playing Dr. Fractal. Again, that's also a really, really good example of what Skybot was talking about earlier with how other people can bring something into the development process, because Dr. Fractal was just a normal insane villain, but he was more conniving than he was insane, until I passed the recorded audio over to James Kelly, and he was like, "Oi, governor, I could make him sound like a master in Fallout 1, you know? Gonna add some like clipping to his voice over here, gonna have him repeat himself, gonna have multiple different voices, and he's gonna be all creepy like, you know?"
I think your Kelly impression is more insulting than mine.
Yeah, it sounds almost Australian.
See, I think I'd make Kelly the Butters of our little cadre, and James will feel like, "Oh, governor!"
Blimey, mate! I have nothings against Mr. Kelly over there. He's an absolute legend. He is.
Mr. Kelly. Yeah. So
You stirred up some cheeky Nando's right there, you. He's gonna kill me.
Whenever I think of my entire Australian voice palette is completely influenced by the Rick and Morty one-off thing that Adult Swim did, the Bushland Adventures. Morty! We gotta get me Cube and Bendigo.
Were there any more questions?
Yeah, any more questions for Vermont before he has to go?
Scrollkeeper, I've tried to contact K-Cat on their film fiction blog. They still haven't got back to me. Oh well. Yep. No. So
she probably isn't.
Wait, you're trying to get in contact with K-Cat? What?
So this was when I was in my vague allusions to a project that we have not announced yet.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned that we were working with another creator.
Mm-hmm.
And that a challenge of the development process has been aligning our vision of what this is versus with the original vision of what the original was. And that it requires a lot of back and forth between the two parties in order to have an aligned vision. But, which is what I think Scrollkeeper is referring to here. But there is a significant difference between that scroll, because in this case, this was a case of the original creator coming to us, looking for a spin-off, as opposed to. So it's a bit easier. So I wouldn't recommend for a Fallout Equestria fanfiction to try and get a hold of K-Cat, because there are some 200 Fallout Equestria fanfictions, and they've probably received so many messages from fans.
Yeah, plus Todd is too busy sucking up all that Microsoft money and working on Fallout 5, so he's not going to answer you.
So, K-Cat actually has a standing thing with this, which is K-Cat doesn't care. If you want to write in Fallout Equestria, if you want to do anything with the Fallout Equestria, ideas, setting, whatever, do it.
Exactly, because
Just
the
do
thing is, what you make for Fallout Equestria is not part of the canon. So it doesn't, like, whilst EAST Corp has attempted to our level best to try and match canon and not contradict the original Fallout Equestria as much as we can, we are also aware of the fact that we don't need to our stories don't need to align with the original versions and tone of Fallout Equestria, because we know it's not canon, which gives us a little bit more leeway. In terms of a project where you know it is canon, there has to be some sort of there has to be more back and forth. Pony Simba is from on talking about ambient light. No. Oh God, no. Yes, I did get into many fights with the director of that project over my vision for the story and his vision for the story, and that was one of the reasons I ended up leaving the writing team for that. But no, God, no, I am still not working on ambient. No.
I thought you said ambient for a second. I'm like, wait, what? You're working on ambient? That's got to be something else. It's like a challenge. Like, will I finish the project before I get knocked out?
About how to. It's not about canon, more about how to correctly incorporate the Book of Little Pip. Honestly, that's going to be up. That's going to be up to you. Like, this goes back to what we were saying before about that a development process, whilst it is critical, can take too long. Because a big reason for that is that, so you've got to kind of imagine your dedication to a project, or your excitement for a project, to be like, it starts off really high. You've got an incredible burst of energy, but then over the following months, it does slowly start to wane. And as you get toward the end of a project or towards the end of a chapter or an episode, it's going to go up again, but it's probably never going to be at the levels of that initial burst of excitement, which is one of the reasons why it's difficult to stretch a development process over a long period of time, because if you get to the point where your excitement over it has waned a whole bunch, the following episodes and the following chapters after that, like, you're kind of recovering lost ground when it comes to your own excitement. So it is very important to... I think that was a reason I think that the structure for Terminal Secrets and Confessions worked for us so well, is that because they were almost, in a lot of ways, anthology stories, it meant that it always felt like we were working on something that was new.
Oh, absolutely.
It wasn't always the same characters being revisited. There was, like, with Confessions, you never knew where Skybolt was going to drop us next. And in your case, Sky, you always had the opportunity to be like, all right, this time I'm going to write about a zombie, this time I'm going to write about a dragon, this time I'm going to write about a frozen waifu.
They're all frozen waifus.
They're all frozen waifus. They're frozen in our hearts. And the same went with Terminal Secrets, where that excitement could be rejuvenated a little bit more easily because like, all right, because we swapped genres a lot. Like, all right, we're gonna do a Skybolt horror story. Then we're gonna do noir. Then we're gonna do another Skybolt horror story, but this time with food. Then we're going to do an adorable story.
Stream, one of us could sing, but, like, you know, we can't all sing. That doesn't work.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get copyrighted.
So before I knock off and I leave, I have one more thing to say, because I'm going to absolutely destroy this chat, based off of a thing that I saw in general chat too. Cinder, are you listening? I'm going to activate Cinder.
Oh God!
Yay!
Are y'all sure you won't do that?
Okay, so posted in general chat too. The official Fallout Equestria Audiobook Indiegogo project has just posted that Please Stand By Image as an update. Hey Cinder, would you like to give us your opinions on the official audiobook project? I'm leaving the chat now.
Bye, Jam Jam.
Goodbye!
Well, best way for me to put that is I could finish Dead Tree with a fraction of the budget that they've had, and very likely do all of Fallout Equestria before they get done with their first release.
I think that is Cinder's art challenge accepted.
Seriously, I have just... Whew! I have opinions regarding that project.
Yes, pour the salt. Let me go to this page, because, yeah, I haven't been following it either, what's been going on. Indiegogos. The official audiobook. Thing that drives me crazy is they aren't even writing anything. All the script is already done. Like, Confessions, I was writing 300,000 words while producing the audiobook and all this other shit.
You want something that will... Oh, you wanna see something? You want something that'll annoy me? Okay, well, guess what I happen to have?
Potatoes!
It is the entirety of Fallout Equestria, all 33 chapters, cut up into script format with a full cast list sitting here ready to go. I have this. just waiting here. The moment I want to go, I can start casting.
I'm excited.
I can go from starting casting to having a full cast ready to go and a chapter out in less than 3 months. And from there, a chapter every 3 weeks. And that's with my level of quality. That's with my studio's quality level.
Yeah, like, I haven't been following the thing. So, is all this going into... Do they have music? Is it a big cast? Or is it just the one girl and then that's it?
I have... No... Okay, so... One, they've changed their lead Little Pip, 3-4 times now?
I know. It wasn't just, with no acting, which is understandable, but it's like...
Wait, the official Fallout Equestria project has changed their Little Pip 7 times!
Are you kidding? Holy hell.
Crap!
They've produced nothing after raising their funding goal more than twice over.
Oh, and they keep going for Little Pips. They keep going to video game or anime actors, voice actresses.
I really, they should have pulled someone from the community.
Yeah, that would make better sense.
The only big name I would go for the main cast is I would look at Velvet Remedy and go, and then I would approach the Wasteland Whalers.
Yeah.
Talk to Brittany Church and say, how much money do you want?
Yeah, and then just cut a deal and put the Whalers music in there too. That's easy.
Well, it's been years. Apparently they've been producing this multiple times for years. And if they're hiring voice actresses with union rates, that's going to eat into that funding really fast.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if they're hiring a union VA.
We will complete our book before they complete.
Yeah, what?
We could complete up to book 3 of Dead Tree, release all of it, and start on Fallout Equestria, and probably finish Fallout Equestria before they release something.
Actually, with their funding, I could probably publish all the books one, finish the entire story, get the full audiobook, and for all the songs I want, and hire anyone in the fandom we wanted.
If I had their funding, I would have had Fallout Equestria done to our level of quality within, 9 months?
Yeah, no kidding.
Jeez.
At most.
We have a special treat for everyone. We have Yara the Tank Girl side
Yes, welcome as well.
jumping into the stream.
And they don't seem to understand. People's patience eventually wears out.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the voice acting, what guild is that? Because SAG is the Screen Actors Guild, so I don't think it's the same.
I have the entire thing scripted out. I have a Little Pip ready to go. I have a voice actress for Little Pip ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
I have a VA for Calamity. I have a VA for Steelhooves. I have a VA for Zenith.
I'm saying is, don't fall into that trap.
Yeah.
Trying to do an audiobook of the original story is just going to be.
Oh yeah, it usually is.
Especially, and the biggest reason why, the writer's not behind it.
Yeah.
If K-Cat is not actively driving it, no, it's just going to run out of stuff.
You absolutely need a heavily driven director to get a project like that done.
Yeah.
No, you need the original writer of the book to be kicking the director to go, hey, thing, Like, that's the only way it gets done.
Yeah, that's what the director's for. Like, that's what I'm for. Like, like, Oh, and of course they turned me down for, of course they also turned me down to voice Calamity, which annoyed me.
Oh, that is annoying.
That would have been good, actually.
Yeah. Got a good Calamity.
Well, thank you. I must say, excellence is my policy.
Oh, I do love
It's
that
my
voice.
policy. Yeah.
My favorite dragon.
But yeah, like, just, oh,
Yeah, I don't know. It bothers me whenever they do something like that and they want to pull from professionals, because it's like even so many people in the fandom like became professionals through the fandom. It's like it just shits on all of them. Like, you can't even create a fan project from Fallout Equestria and use, like, they were on the right track with no whacking, and then they could have continued on that track with other people, because it wasn't just no hacking. There's a lot of people in the community.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, so I don't know. We'll see how it all turns out.
Yeah.
I assume they want to put it on, like, Audible and stuff, so I guess we'll see if it ends up there.
So, from what I know, what they're doing is they're doing it in the most inefficient way possible, and that they're having their little Pip record the whole thing as an audiobook.
Ow.
With their narrator doing all the voices, and then they're adding the individual characters for a full casted thing. And I don't even know if they're doing that. I don't even know if they're doing that. They might only be having a main cast.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think it's literally just they're trying to hire one person to do all.
Like, hell, there's like, again, just this is why I want to start doing panel. I want to write a panel. Oh, that's Fiora the Tank Girl. She's a butt. But I want to write a panel that is how to be a director, and how to be a director and why you need one. Because a bad director will burn down a project.
Oh, we know. Everyone who's a survivor of Stable Tech knows that very, very well.
Oh, and that's Fiora. She's the writer. She's the author of Fallout Equestria Dead Tree.
Dead Tree.
I'm technically her boss.
Specifically with Shotgun Angel. She's the producer.
I'm also her. I'm also her platonic lesbian friend. Love you. Kill me later. Your sword's sitting right there. I don't know what you're waiting for.
I still need you to finish writing. Sorry about that, everyone.
It's just more entertainment, really. So.
But yeah, just good directors are hard to find.
Yeah.
As Skybolt here can attest, if you have a bad director or a bad project lead, you can write the project off.
Yeah.
That was one of the issues with Stable Tech.
Yeah.
Was just...
I'm having flashbacks already. Cold sweats.
So...
If you're interested in that story, please check out our famous documentary of The Great Experiment, the story of Stable Tech Studios.
Mm-hmm. Just...
Yeah, so going back to the chat, let's see here with Love the Hustle, too many people in chat. Cinder, you can voice one of my main characters, who's in the background, and at least we know who to contact. Yeah, no, I mean, you can already see Dead Tree. We have, 8 chapters going, and
We
music.
We have chapter 7 in production right now. If it hadn't been for COVID, we'd be at about chapter 14 by now. We have chapter 7 out. We are very close to being able to release a full music album.
Yeah, no kidding.
Nice.
We also have artwork, and we actually have 2 audio engineers for this project. And along with that, Shotgun Angel is starting a second project as well. Along with my work with EAST Corp. So, yeah, we're fairly productive.
It's been a busy year.
Well, I've been enjoying the Dead Tree audio. It's been really good, and I think waiting once a month or a few more weeks than that is well worth the wait because it's always brilliant. So everyone's hard work going into it.
Yeah, I am ridiculously honored to be able to work with the people I do. Because I have probably the most talented cast in the fandom.
Which also includes yourself.
And you, Miss Narrator.
No, I said that also includes yourself because you were Bronco.
Yes, I was shot in the back of the head.
Yeah, sad.
Oh,
chat.
Yeah, no, one of the first things that I did in, the first role I played and one of the first things that happened in the story in, like, chapter 2 was the cast shot the director's character in the back of the head.
Hell yeah.
You know, get that out of the way.
was that Raider character?
Yep, Spring Bronco.
That was it. Been a while since I need to re-listen to it again.
Funny thing is I think I also played the female Raider too. Because we kind of had a few people drop out, so yeah.
That's frustrating.
Yeah, we had to do some emergency recasting.
That's always the hardest thing with audiobooks projects. Like, that was what happened with Confessions around episode 5, where I talked to both of the original Green Shift and Duchess VAs, and they both promised to come back and do their lines, and then after I had them written, just total radio silence from both of them. So that really sucked.
That's frustrating.
So then I had to be Dr. Green Shift.
Well, you got it pretty close to it, so I didn't really notice.
Yeah. So I'm just glad I could finish the series at all. Like I planned from the beginning of having the DJ Pony being the last character just because I thought, you know, if everyone disappears, you know, just goes offline, like what happened to some of my early friends in the fandom, like Moonsy, I'm like, I gotta write it in such a way where I'm the last character. So
last pony standing.
Yeah, but it all worked out. We had a fun time.
Oh, it's how I found EAST Corp, thanks to that.
Yeah, and now with everything finished too, I was really happy I was able to get the big packages together just so I will, like, in the bonus package there's that opening document, so for totally new listeners they have a little bit of a primer basically on what to expect. So as long as you have just the tertiary idea of what Fallout Equestria is, you should be able to, you know, enjoy it. I think. I tried to make it as general as I could.
Well, I picked up on it pretty quickly because I was new to anything MLP at the time, so...
Oh, that's good. Yeah, there's a few testaments.
Oh.
Yeah, honestly, looking at it, that's actually one of the benefits of setting the stories in the time frame you did, because then you don't have to show anything from the main books.
I know. Yeah.
You could just go, okay, here's the setting, here's the themes. Now I'm gonna fill this all in.
Yeah, you gotta plan things in such a way where, you can work within your own sandbox. And that's always the illusion we use, is it's our own little corner of the sandbox, with their K-Cats building their castle in the middle, and then we're over here. So, and now we've got totally original universes, so now it doesn't even matter. So that's been fun.
I can't speak. I re-listened to Confessions of a Wasteland Pony quite often. I was listening to the other day. My mum says, "What's that?" It's pony stuff, mother. Don't worry.
Yeah, the next time I listen to it, whenever I do, probably on a road trip or something, I'm gonna finally listen through the remastered all the way and see how it actually turned out. Because that was a whole, sub-project that was just so hackneyed, where I got most of it, I felt like, in a good place, and then my stupid Mixcraft 7 software crashed on me, so I had to upgrade to Mixcraft 8, and then I had to get a new hard drive, and none of the files, the X references didn't work properly. So, for instance, one of Cinder's lines came out, and it's like a middle of silence. Like it cut wrong, basically. So all of those cross references were totally broken. So I'm like, oh, fudge. Whatever these versions were, that's the final version. And that's why I tried to, soften the blow for anyone that was trying it. But, we'll see how it turned out. I haven't gotten anyone in a comment saying something's broken yet, so maybe it's okay.
Ended all right, so...
It was mostly my own stuff I was fixing anyway. Early on I had a different mic, and then the worst was stupid Ice Mare production, where I was after the move, and I did not have my mic set up right at all, so everything...
Oh, trust me. I had to re-record all of Diamondback because the roof caved in.
That was the saddest thing. I remember that. We were right at the end, and she sent me that message, and I'm like, oh my gosh, are you okay? Awful.
I was right near finishing. The roof caved in. I needed to get a new mic. And it took us 3 weeks to get that cleaned up enough that I could use my studio again.
And that was at the same time I was doing a bunch of nonsense in my real life. 2018 was not a good year for me. And so I was actually editing the last section from my computer while I was dog sitting my brother's dog, who's this spazzy little Boston Terrier. But it worked out, but it was a hectic process.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. I mean, I'd do it all again just to be able to record, just for more Diamondback, because seriously, he's one of my favorite characters to play.
I know. I'm so glad we were able to get you and Shadow in the 5-year anniversary stream. For that, improv was so fun.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that.
We need to do that again. Clearly, we need to do an epilogue. We need to just do a random epilogue.
I know, yeah. Bring everyone back and just do a little rap party.
No. The best thing, it's only Diamondback and
And Battered?
Yeah.
We joked about it at the beginning.
No.
Oh yeah.
You guys, they are telling the new they're telling Homage about what is currently happening with everybody else. So in between them telling about what's happening to Carmina, to the Doctor, to anyone else, they have their normal no, you're stupid. No. You know, that flirty chemistry they have, because I think that would be both very fun and informative at the same time. So we will both get all the fun details, but we will also get that chemistry those two have as that childish flirting thing that it's adorable.
Yeah, honestly, those two characters have just wonderful chemistry to them.
It's so fun.
Yeah, it made me laugh so much when they're fighting over the mic and that.
Like,
But it,
I would literally sit down and just do a whole thing that's just those two going back and forth.
I know. If we ever did something like that, I would set it'd be like halfway pregnant, battered blade, like
Oh, no.
mid-pregnancy.
extra angry.
Yeah, so we just rank all the emotions up one more tick.
She's gonna stab
baby.
someone.
Well, baby, I'd be worried about you stabbing me, but you can't walk right now. Ah!
Look what you did to me!
Feisty.
Do it again. Make it hurt this time.
I knew I loved you for a reason.
She just always has a sword floating, keeping everyone at distance.
Guys, calm
Oh.
down.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Carmina's just over to the side, just exasperated with their shenanigans.
Just like children behave or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, I would imagine they like have their first little cult already.
Yeah, armature. That's right.
Yeah. Oh, that would be so cute. And he actually turns out to be a unicorn as well. That would have been so adorable.
That would be fun. It makes sense somehow. It's a unicorn in someone's family.
Yeah, that would be so adorable. And, you know, he would be like making all the adorable baby noises, and then both of Diamondback and Batterblade would be like, every time he makes a little noise, they both go like, "Ah," because they're
stop
both
fighting.
full of hormones and stuff. Yeah.
Every time a armature makes a noise or sets something on fire.
Yes.
I like the idea too of the pregnancy craving jokes in the context of the wasteland. It's like, what do you want? Like, I want some Blamco mac and cheese right now.
with ground up sapphires.
And-
Wait, you're a pony. You can't. Did I stutter?
And so Diamondback's just exhausted. Like every time he touches back down, she has some new order, and he has to fly off and find it.
He eventually just gets sick of it and like hires someone from the nearby town.
Battered,
do the
please.
running
There's no
for him.
Blamco anywhere within 100 miles.
There's 1,000 caps. Get it for me.
Here's a golden bar. Get her whatever she wants.
It's like, well, how you can't eat the diamond though? Just grind it in powder. It'll get to the baby somehow.
But
I'm
no,
gonna go to
we
sleep.
need to get somebody to do baby noises if that ever happens.
Well, and then you have other fun jokes like, so it's like, you know, instead of like morning sickness, she just like wakes up and burps fire herself. It's like, what is happening?
What are you talking about?
Fire.
What are you talking about? Battered Blade would love that.
Oh, yeah. Now she couldn't control it though. Oh god,
She would still enjoy it.
That'd be crazy.
Because whoosh.
Wakes up and the tip of her mohawk is on fire. And Diamondback has to pinch it out like a candle wick.
Oh my gosh, I need this in my life.
Time to get writing.
No,
Yeah, I
clearly we need to do that.
To do it 10 years later or 3 years later.
Clearly we need to do a Heartswarming episode. That's just everyone hanging out at Heartswarming.
That would be sweet.
Yeah.
And
Sans don't need to be Santa Claus.
no, what we need to do is clearly this is where we cross over with Terminal Secrets. Clearly this is where we cross over with Terminal Secrets. Oh jeez. And we have Blue Ball be Santa.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it would be fun.
You could
We'll
have
think of
Diamondback as
some
one of the reindeer.
Diamondback would be Crumbus.
Oh yeah.
So who's gonna be Odin?
we probably won't get that detail. We'll stick with the Saint Nick and Krampus dichotomy.
We don't have
No.
Krampus here in the UK.
I mean, loudspeaker would be Odin probably.
Yeah, loudspeaker. I'm sorry, we're taking one of your eyes.
Yeah, that's right. We'll blind Mark Carney before we bring him into the studio.
It's just one eye.
It's just one eye. You got another eye. Who cares? Come on. Depth perception. What?
That's not useful at all.
I like how
No,
Cinder
I'm
brings
just
up
kidding.
a
I'm
Christmas
sorry.
episode when I'm already working on a Christmas episode right now. Hopefully soon. We'll figure something out. That does sound like a fun idea.
Oh yeah, dude, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
know.
right.
You
Try
know,
not
we
to
already
say
have a
anything.
Christmas episode.
Try not to say anything. Try not to say anything. Try not to say.
Right. We actually have our own thing that we're preparing. Shotgun Angel also has its own thing we're preparing for Christmas too, but
Nice.
I'm gonna keep quiet on that.
Yeah, see, it's
Really?
hard from last year. I felt very proud of our little winter solstice ball interim special. So, but this will be much better if we pull this off. So, are you guys excited for Nightmare Night? Yeah, it should be fun. We have a podcast early in the day, my time, and then it's late for old worlders, so they'll be getting back from their festivities.
So yeah, I get. Am I a time traveler?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in the future and it's raining.
So I guess the apocalypse happened then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
it is
couldn't
Fallout Day.
tell
That's
really,
what we're
okay.
celebrating. The apocalypse.
Yay!
It's so
kinda.
smoky outside and cold.
It's always cold.
Living in
That's
the
true, yeah.
apocalypse.
Well, it's finally starting to become cold where I live. The hellish California Central Valley heat is finally subsiding, so I'm excited about that. The time change rings in not needing to use my air conditioning anymore.
Yeah. There was. Night. Okay. Feet the night.
What? Feet to what?
Night. Nope. My brain just like I had an idea, then it disappeared, and now it's like cricket noises.
I've also reached the point where I am using the fireplace. I have a nice natural gas, like instant click fireplace, which is very cozy.
Wait. So okay, wait, Scappled. What's
Yes.
natural about a gas fireplace?
It's natural because it comes from the earth. It's made out of dinosaurs.
We're not gonna get into the whole natural gas thing. It's a misnomer. It's just propane.
Yeah.
If you don't use firewood, it's not the proper fireplace. Meh.
This is very true.
It burns cleaner though. It's limited in our jurisdiction. I don't even think we're allowed to have wood fireplaces anymore. So, I just like the cozy aesthetic. At least it's more real than the Netflix, roaring fire video, and that's enough for me.
You guys aren't allowed to have proper fireplaces?
I don't think so. No.
It was at the fire rush. Well, California's had that many fires. I don't think it matters anymore.
Yeah, that's true. Within the county, we're mostly unburned because there's not enough tree density in the county proper. But it's a lot of open grassland out here. They had to clear cut for the nuclear plant, and then they didn't.
You need to celebrate Christmas in Norway.
I did have the white Christmas. I've had two legitimate white Christmases in Oklahoma when all our utilities went out from the blizzard. That was something else. And then in Virginia, I had a white Christmas, which was fun.
Yeah, when the electricity stops and everything stops working and you have to rely on old-time ways to survive. That's what we Norwegian call camping or cabining.
That sounds like a normal. When I used to live in an old house, that happened every time we had snow. The power would go off, and I would just go in the woods and make a fire.
Yeah, that's what I'd call 4th grade for 3 weeks. So that was fun. The worst part was plumbing, though, because then you're like,
when that freezes, jeez.
Yeah, plumbing, water, and power.
That's when you dig a latrine.
Yum.
Yeah, it's not quite as cozy when that goes out. Let's see what the chat says. Yeah, swapping heat to AC. Cozy glow makes wood for a fireplace. No more firewood left. Yeah, we have a lot of firewood. I just don't think it's legal to set up fire, like build a house with a wood fireplace here.
What?
Yeah, I think it's
So
just.
you guys are sad.
Yeah, it's the welcome to the People's Republic. So that's fun days. No more firewood.
Wonder you guys are sad.
No one needs a fireplace where I live. Anyway.
Yes, you do. That's how you celebrate Christmas.
Yeah,
Right.
I use mine like pretty much Halloween to Valentine's Day. Anytime outside of that, it's not even remotely cold enough for a fire. So that's why I like the fall months. It's very cozy. I've got my little slippers and my comfy pajamas, which are really like plush and flannel and stuff.
I just got some new slippers. My mum bought me grandpa slippers for my 35th birthday.
Oh, that's comfy, yeah.
Yeah, they're nice. Everyone's going, oh, why did you do that as a joke? No, I wanted some old slippers because I'm an old man. I feel older.
Yeah, don't break what's not broke, Classic slippers feel better than the modern stuff.
Yeah, they're nice and soft, these ones. So.
Jam had to go, but why is Jam still online and available?
Because she's lying to us.
Jam!
He just wanted to bail on us.
Jam! Bad Jam.
Yeah.
Well, he woke up about, 2 minutes before he got on stream, so he wasn't quite here.
Jam.
But yeah, so have our Halloween preparations ready. I have a little thing of candy for if anyone comes by my house. I surprisingly don't get many trick-or-treaters, even though I live in like the most stereotypical suburbia. Like, there's no really trick-or-treaters for some reason.
You actually get trick-or-treaters?
Yeah, I get like one or two every year.
Well, you're lucky. I never get anyone because I live so far out.
Yeah, that is the tricky part.
It's like, it's nice having nature around, but you never get any trick-or-treaters. So it's like you buy candy every year just in case somebody comes by, and then nobody comes by, and then you sit munching candy for the next 2 days.
I know, yeah. I usually only buy a very limited amount. I basically have one of those like candy, like trick-or-treat, like pumpkin heads, and I like, fill it halfway, and that's enough for any kids that might show up, and then I'll just snack on it a little bit myself.
They don't
Last
really
year I
do
got no trick-or-treaters.
Yeah, they don't really do trick-or-treating in the UK. They've seen it on film, so they've tried it, and most of the time they'll get told to go away, or worse, a bucket of water gets chucked at them.
I've heard that too, that Halloween is a very uniquely American sort of, the way it's manifested anyway. Like,
yeah, we occasionally get them, and I will give them out, but I doubt we'll get any this year with the things what's going off the plane.
Yeah, the prevailing circumstances. So I know when I was a kid growing up, there was all the weird like panic stories, and there used to be the ones about like poison candy or
razor blades and apples and things.
And it was like one time it happened in like the 80s, but then that becomes like a constant threat for everyone. So everyone's always being careful of their candy, pre-wrapped.
Yeah, we're safer that way, but yeah, we've picked up a few traditions. They've done Black Friday over here in the last couple of years, but it doesn't look like a zombie apocalypse. Because I looked at the videos in America when they open the doors, and it looks like a zombie apocalypse. And then the UK, no one turned up. They all shopped at home. So they've done all these preparation with barriers and extra staff, and one person was there at the door.
Yeah, I'm so glad that that's going by the wayside, because that was so embarrassing and dumb. I went to a Black Friday once at a Best Buy to try to get like a good deal on a TV or something. And
Yeah.
of course, they only have the one. So you go in there and they don't actually have anything that you want at the price that they advertise because it's the one. And it's like, this is a waste of time. So I just don't pay attention to those anymore.
Yeah,
If you want the real deals for Christmas, it's the after Christmas sales when they're losing stock.
Yeah, a friend of mine told me what his dad used to do for Black Friday. They would go, but sit in their car and watch the carnage. What a nice childhood memory.
Tell me why. Ain't nothing but me.
I am really looking forward to more Dead Tree, and my friend Dazzled is in it, and that project is giving him a lot of confidence. He's a really good voice actor, but he lacks in confidence. But after doing a few voice roles, he's really happy now. So I'm very grateful for the project doing that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. How much longer will this go? I figure at least 5 hours. I mean, if Chris and I alone can get 5-hour streams, I actually had like a long nap before we even started, so I could go for a little while.
I've got past the point of tiredness now because I've been up for 30 hours now or something.
That's right. The manic energy kicks in.
Yeah, you're like
your body
turn
trying
into
to survive.
silly mode.
I didn't get a nap before this, so I'm like fighting to stay awake.
Oh, with that entertaining.
That's why you always listen later. It's always fun.
Well, I do like this. I want to miss them.
I was actually re-listening to my the COVID kickoff podcast 8 months ago or whatever. I'm like, how much has really changed from what we expected? And it's like, yeah, it played out very similar, at least in one prediction I made, which is it wouldn't be resolved before the election. That's for sure. So
when I first heard of it, I thought it was another bird flu scare or swine flu or something like that, but it turned out to be the real thing this time.
Yeah. So
was it 2002 was swine flu or was it bird flu? I can never remember.
I remember that because my dad got swine flu and I didn't.
Yeah. What was at the time I was working on a pig farm. I went, oh dear.
Oh no. Yeah, I think the reason it got the name is I think it started at a pig farm in Mexico or something and spread from there.
Yeah, that was quite scary working on a farm like that. My friend said, I'll be all right.
Well, that's the problem with America with anything like this is that we're the air traffic hub of the world outside of China, but it's mostly like local hubs that they're connecting to because all the major China shipping goes in container ships, which take 3-4 weeks. But as far as air travel, everything is routing through damn Dallas Fort Worth and Hartford Jackson and JFK and LAX. It's like, of course we would get it really bad because we're one giant fucking revolving door of people. And then you have these little countries where it's like, okay, they have one connection flight to Heathrow. Of course they're not going to get a lot of cases because their one gateway to the outside world can be shut down, with a single air traffic controller.
But it's funny, when we actually did get locked down, we still had air travel. Like, people still got tourists coming in. I thought, that ain't a lockdown. What's going on? We have to stay in our homes, but we still get tourists coming over.
Yeah. I still think we need to set up the Plague Islands because it's ridiculous that America doesn't have that. Honestly, the UK could do that too. You guys have a lot of Exton Islands. Send all the plague people to Jersey.
Jersey's nice. We don't want to do that. Send them the Isle of Man.
Or Guernsey. I don't know. Making references. We have so many just empty islands. Like off the coast of California, right by LAX, we have 4 islands owned by the Navy and the Catalina island chain. I think they're called the Santa Catalinas or whatever. There's like 4 of them, and 3 of them are completely barren. Like one has an airstrip that like the Navy bombs once in a while, but one of them they could easily put a freaking plague hospital for this kind of scenario. So instead of bringing them into March Air Force Base in the middle of San Diego, they could drop them there instead.
Haven't they learned anything from zombie movies?
I know, it drives me crazy sometimes.
It's like when I go out and do my groceries. You always get the one what's wearing the mask, but their nose is sticking out.
Yeah.
You're like, what are you doing?
It's because I wear glasses, and every single one of the stupid masks that they mass produce fog my glasses. And I've tried.
Oh, my mum has that problem at work.
Everything on those, and the ones that don't are the N95s, and so I'm reusing the same N95 I've had for like 2 years now, and I'm like, we should have way more of these. Like, we should have like 4 factories cranking these out at wartime rates, and everyone could have them. But no, everyone's just wearing the really crappy ones because
with American production capabilities, we could have 20 to 40 factories cranking these things out.
No kidding.
At absurd rates.
I mean, I don't dispose of mine instantly. If I just had one to, every month or so when the straps don't break, that would be fine for me. But no.
We should have EAST Corp face masks.
Yeah. I think there's a button on that on Redbubble. I don't know.
Cinder, Scroll Keeper asking, he's planning to replace the traditional bottle caps with coins and have the bottle cap's image on them, and he asks your opinion.
Well, so, depending on the time period, if I remember right, your story is a good ways after the wasteland starts to get itself together. So using coins with bottle caps with a bottle cap logo on them is actually not a bad idea, as it would be a development of the whole bottle cap system. Even once society starts being able to mass produce bottle caps again.
As the reason we use bottle caps is because they're hard to make. You can't forge a bottle cap very easy with post-war technology. You get all the little teeth bits just right. Otherwise, it don't look real.
I do like, too, it kind of sounds like something that would really happen of like, oh yeah, we use bottle caps as money, so let's just print a bottle cap symbol on the coins. That sounds very funny. I like that.
You're keeping a hold of your heritage.
I'm trying to think. There are coins like that where like where there would be some kind of prehistoric money system, and then they just carry the term forward.
Like the British pound is the British pound sterling does have some of that heritage to it. And yeah, originally caps were backed with water. And the reason they used bottle caps was there's a finite amount of them. The only time you find new ones, the only way to get new ones is to crack open a bottle of Sparkle Cola or to find a new cache of them, which by the time that, after about 100 years or so, by that point, there's not going to be many big caches laying around anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And your economy can take extra caps being discovered, because bottle caps will be rendered unusable given enough time and passing hooves. And they're backed by a universally valuable commodity in water.
Yeah, everything eventually goes back to a commodity in real money anyway, non-debt based currencies. But yeah, so you can do whatever you want as long as there's a good enough story reason, or there's something fun you can write to explain why something is the way it is. That's what ultimately matters, is that it's a payoff for the reader, for the listener, in the journey.
It's like when Diamondback was trying to deal with caps and that, and you were saying you only the metals are only precious because we've made them precious.
Diamondback's story is literally the real treasure is the friends we made along the way. That's literally the 7th episode.
I was about to say that isn't that the same thing we did with gold?
Yes. Simba. Bullet casings have the problem that they are very, 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 very common. Especially because Equestria spent like somewhere in the range of 40 to 60 years in a wartime economy.
Yeah.
With a full-on military-industrial complex backed by the state. Bullet casings are far too rare, are far too common in the Equestrian wastelands.
Yeah, it would be like Zimbabwe money, where it's a ton of casings to be real money equivalents.
Yes. Now, bullets do have a value, and
we see this with the Metro games.
Yeah.
Where the main currency of the Metro games are pre-apocalypse bullets, or clean bullets as they call them. They're 7.62 rounds from during the war and before the apocalypse, meaning they're hard to come by in the Metro. You can still find caches of them up above the ground, but it's rare enough you find that it ain't gonna kill the economy. And unlike with caps or dollars, those bullets back themselves as they are the commodity. Because as you can make bullets in the Metro, they don't compare to the quality of the bullets made in factories with pre-apocalypse technology.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, really, I mean, it's funny, the precious metal system is kind of like, they gain value for scarcity, which is why they've worked for so long, because if you actually took all the, like, pure gold in the world, you can barely fill like a swimming pool or something for everything that's been unearthed so far. So the natural scarcity and the beauty, the intrinsic physical beauty of the coins made it so those were easy to use as a mode of value storage. But ultimately value lies in commodities.
Funnily enough, gold, the main things that make gold a good currency are it's rare and that it doesn't degrade or tarnish.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's one of the most anti-corrosive metals.
And this is also one reason why bottle caps are really used, is they don't break, they're hard to break, they don't corrode, and they're rare enough that they can be used.
Yeah, it's really
the reason why they use.
No, sorry, go ahead. Cinder?
Don't just use any old bottle caps. Hello?
You lagged out a little bit.
I think it cut out a bit.
They don't just use any bottle cap. So a bottle cap from a bottle of beer wouldn't fly. They specifically use Sparkle Cola bottle caps. Because there was one company that made them. That company made quite a bit of them. So there's enough to use as a currency, as a readily available currency. But they weren't able to make so much that it's worthless.
Yeah, exactly. So it's one of ththose things of understanding how, how money works in that sense. Like, that was a big debate in the U.S. at one point, too, called bimetallism, where basically gold was in such a rare supply that it would have worked... a better system would have worked for, like, regular people if silver had an equivalent... not equivalent, but, like, a set... comparable balance to it, and so that's actually it's one of the subtle political things mentioned in Wizard of Oz. Is in the original book, it was silver slippers dancing on the golden brick road, because bimetallism would have really helped with like farmers and stuff, because it provides a more flow currency for when you have to store value and trade value and stuff. So it's all things like, obviously economics is hell to study and hell to put into practice. But yeah, you just, find videos online and read like basic monetary theory and go through all the opposing sides, and you can have fun doing that for your stories.
So, I would actually, if you're interested in this, look up extra credits, history of paper money.
Oh yeah.
Because it's really interesting. 2, Comic Sans. That's because Fallout 4 is trash. And Bethesda didn't care about consistency with its own lore. It also didn't care about the little details. So we see a lot of this. And 3, that was actually when we were looking at the problem of the gold standard, because after World War II, America had all the gold.
Yeah, old Bretton Woods.
America had all the gold because that's what everyone backed their money in from Lend-Lease. Basically, everyone bought their stuff with gold for Lend-Lease, which... Well, before Lend-Lease, and throughout part of it, a lot of the war material that America produced and sent over, they didn't care. They just... Lend-Lease was basically, you can borrow this without charge, because you don't have any money left, and then after the war, you give it back to us. Yeah. I mean, it's probably going to be a crater afterward, but we know that.
Yeah.
But following World War II, we had all the gold, and there wasn't enough. Even with America having all the gold, there wasn't enough, because gold is fairly rare, and using a commodity currency puts a cap on the size of your economy. And then France got together a whole bunch of US dollars, packed them into a cargo ship, sent them over to America, and traded in their money for gold, and then shipped the gold bullion back to France.
Yeah, that was actually one of the things that ended the gold standard. Was
correct?
Was not De Guile? Frickin' fuck, what was his name? The French guy.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, yeah. So he called the gold basically. So it was a bank run, but America was the bank, and so. Then that's why now everything is like the global fiat, IMF, World Bank kind of stuff.
Yeah. Removing the gold standard was actually to stop other nations from essentially doing a bank run on America.
Yeah. De Gaulle, that's it.
Yeah. And as for the value of the US dollar, the US dollar is primarily the US dollar has value because people agree it has value, and because you have to pay your taxes in it. Taxes for a fiat currency, taxes are actually one of the main drivers of value because you have to pay your taxes in US dollars.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the mode of payment is a kind of enforcement in and of itself. So like if you can't pay off debts in a certain kind of like, you know, like Chuck E. Cheese tokens or whatever, even if you have a swimming pool full of Chuck E. Cheese tokens, it doesn't carry any value. Whereas in the opposite scenario, if you had a very psychotic mob boss that only, and this could be a fallen story too, say you had the Raider gang that only accepts Nuka-Cola tokens, then it doesn't matter how rich you are, if you don't have any Nuka-Cola tokens, you're essentially, you know, poor. And money gets into such funny things, and there's so much you can write about it without getting too deep, because obviously you can lose things in the mire. So at least when I wrote about the money, it was always representative. It was an expression of greed, or it was a perverse thing to seek in value, and then, you know, real value was the friends we made along the way. So that's how you should think that in writing.
Naranyavi's biggest draw, and the biggest part of that honey trap, is your own greed.
Yeah.
It led far too many to their demise. Would have led to mine, too, if I hadn't had a good friend along the way.
That's right.
I still wish that Diamondback had been able to go and rip Farthing's head off.
I know.
Like, even just having, like, okay, so everything's happened. What's happened in the meantime? Well, Diamondback finally got a chance to breathe, woke up, broke out of the hospital bed that he had been put in, and only came back carrying Governor Farthing's horribly chomped up body.
I know.
Saying,
this is mine, and I'm mounting his head on the wall as recompense for Breakbeat.
That's right. Yeah, no, I would struggle because I knew I wanted to put some kind of bookend on that, and so I thought having it be so unceremonious as them just basically moving in when he has no more guards left. But yeah, Diamondback, he was a tired boy. He had a very busy finale.
yeah, he spent his entire episode being basically indestructible, and then he spent the entire finale having the crap kicked out of him.
Yeah, I had to nerf OP a little bit.
Like, I expected him to just wade through some gunfire, maybe give him that weakness to the acid gas stuff, but still be able to shrug off most fire. And then he just got beat up.
Yeah.
Like, poor Diamondback.
But he gets his 6 month of nursing therapy at the end, which is the best thing of all, is picturing Battered Blade in, like, you know, like a nurse costume, not like a real nurse's outfit, but like a nurse Halloween costume, which would be just so funny.
Asylum one.
It's like, do I have to wear this? I would really like it if you would.
My entire side hurts. I think most of my ribs are liquid.
Okay, turn your head and cough.
He just leans over.
I gotta say, this view's worth it.
Oh, yeah.
Ow. Bad. No. Oh, that hurts.
Like, every time he steps over a line, she just, like, gently pushes the big wound, just like, what did you say?
Sorry. Ow.
I'll behave.
I don't know.
All right. I'll be good.
I don't know. I think it's the childish flirting that makes it so appealing for me. Like
Yeah,
they are grown-ups, they do grown-up stuff, but then when it comes to the flirting, it's just like innocent children just like poking each other in the chin to like get their attention.
I
And
just
it's
love
so
how in your
cute.
episode, Diamondback, he's like, he still has a star moment when Amber Horn starts pestering him. I thought that would be really funny. You know, he's not even in the episode and he's still getting talked about.
Wait, whoa. I just saw this. General Chat 2, Night Horse. I'm sorry, what? They let go one of their main VAs? What? Oh, wait. I'm sorry, I'm confused. What? Oh, no, that was an April Fool's joke. It's really sad that
It's like the Stable Tech problem. You can't tell if they're being serious or not.
like I couldn't tell if they were being serious because they've let go major VAs like half or apparently 3/4 of the way through production, and they only have one VA.
Could you imagine being? I mean, that's very Stable Tech-esque of making that joke because it's become a trope. Like, come on, man, you gotta pull your shit together.
Ugh. Jeez. And yeah, Diamondback is a bit OP, but that's kind of the point.
I know.
Yeah.
That's kind of the point of his episode.
It's
He wasn't-
Diamondback.
That's kind of the point of his episode. He wasn't ever really in physical danger. You know, except for the giant cannon.
That was.
He
really-
wasn't.
Oh.
He wasn't ever in physical danger, but he was in danger of losing his friends.
His
He was in danger of losing his friends or losing who he is to the greed.
So he was emotionally in danger.
Correct.
I mean, you think in a lot of ways it's like even coming out of the hibernation, you're still like kind of mentally like 12-ish, you know, that's why you even have the joke from was it Battered? Yeah, it was Battered. Like 37, why do you still act like a teenager? Well, you know, it's just slept for a decade. That kind of plays into things.
Yeah.
And that's after your parents basically died.
Yeah, and that actually played in. Like, from the beginning, throughout Diamondback's entire story, he didn't take a wound.
That's true.
Nothing got through his scales throughout the entire chapter. But he lost his mother, his father. He lost he lost one of his best friends to greed. He nearly lost another of his best friends. And throughout the first time he took a wound in the finale was protecting someone that he couldn't bear to lose. He effectively gave up his invulnerability, quote unquote, to make sure that Battered wouldn't get hurt.
Yeah, because she would have totally died from that.
Yeah, that had my heart racing at that point. I was like, jeez.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say relationship goals, but I think that's a bit too much to ask for.
Oh, so they are including Seventh Element music in the story. Okay, that makes some sense. It's like all that's just sitting there. Yeah, Seventh Element, he did Fallout Equestria music a long time ago. He did the Ministry Mayor's album in, I want to say 2014 or 2013, and then he came out with a new album recently called Equestrian Wasteland Volume 1, I think. Yeah, he's a very old school. I've met him a few times.
yeah, so by that team's own put out their plan, they're making a single VA version first, then making a quote-unquote deluxe edition with multiple VAs, music, and sound effects. Which, why?
It's a waste of time. They should have just made the normal full thing and then release it in episodic segments then. You know?
Yeah.
You would have had production, and then you could spin it all together into an audiobook at the end, which is what we're all doing with our separate projects. It's like,
Yeah.
come on, you can't just wait for 4 years with nothing.
Yeah, and like this just again, this project was quote unquote ready to go. This project was funded ages ago. Let's see how far
Overfunded, too.
back. Oh yeah, it was overfunded times 2. Like they got let's see. So it was over 3 years ago on July 20th, 2017, which is when they first put their first update up. They asked for $26,000. They got $42,000. And I just
That was before the Ice Mare came out.
Apparently, they're 80% complete on their final mix for the single Little Pip version.
Visual Pony actually finished Fallout Equestria, the origin story, without any funding, as far as I know. Maybe except his Patreon, though. But he did it, and that's the one I listened to when I tried to get through the whole story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I
That
listened to
was
Crane's
him.
ramblings. That's what got me.
The VA they got for Little Pip, I'm sorry, she doesn't sound like Little Pip.
Yeah.
Like, I have 4 VAs I could tap to do Little Pip. Just on staff.
Can
Like,
you name one of them? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I've got, heck, let me, let's see, I know Noacking wouldn't be willing to, let's see, Maddie can do a Little Pip, let's see, Fauna can do a Little Pip,
Yeah, I think Fauna would be a good little Pip.
Azzy can do a good Little Pip. She voices our Filomena.
Yeah, she would be a good one.
If we want to have Little Pip have a little bit of Apple family in her, thanks to the stable being mostly apples.
Oh yeah, that's true.
We could actually have Dark Horse do it. She's the one who voices Sparrow in Dead Tree.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like a younger Sparrow-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that would have been so cool.
We could have that be Little Pip. Or, I have, let's see. If we want to go with a really cute Little Pip, Baha, who's voicing Nuka Nugget and Apple Bloom, could do it. Yeah, like, I have options. And that's just the people that are in the Dead Tree, like, in the Dead Tree server. If I look at my cast, I can just,
Whoa. Just to clarify, yeah, EAST Corp did not fail to do the animated series. Stable Tech did. But,
yeah.
We wouldn't do the FOE audiobook just because we've already done our own, unique series, and now we're moving on to our non-horror stuff. But we'll be continuing on helping with Dead Tree, and then if you do tackle something bigger, then maybe that down the road. But as far as production side, I'm more focused on writing right now.
Yeah, I already have. If I ever end up doing Fallout Equestria, I already have Skybolt pulled aside for Steel Hooves.
Oh, yes. The biggest payoff. 10 years in the making.
Yes, Chris.
I was just something that hit my head. Baja could also be a good Puppy Smiles.
Yes. So much more likely is once the thing Stavi says is really rolling, and after book 1 of Dead Tree is done, if we decide to take a break from Dead Tree for a little bit, we're probably going to do Pink Eyes next. Which means Puppy Smiles. Just from what my just from what Props and Fiora have said, they're going to insist that I audition for Puppy Smiles.
Oh.
Because
Of course.
Hi, my name's Puppy Smiles. Have you seen my mom?
There you go.
It's the energy.
Yeah, as long as I can do it. I've already done half of the story. I've actually already done half of Pink Eyes in the most ad hoc way. If you actually dig up my YouTube channel, my personal one, you will find that I have chapters 1, 2, and 3 of Pink Eyes on my channel. We actually recorded those on stream.
Oh, wow.
An absolute mess. Yeah, Pink Eyes is honestly the easiest one out of the big 7 for studios to do, because it is by far the shortest.
Oh, yeah, is it only like 200,000 words?
Yeah, it's like 20 chapters. Yeah, Pink Eyes is, according to FimFiction, 134,000 words.
Oh, yeah, that's nothing.
It is 20 chapters and an afterword. Each chapter is about 5,000 words long, almost all of them being somewhere in the 6,000 range. And yeah, I mean, it's got a relatively small cast as well.
Yeah, it's like Puppy Smiles, Mr. Voice, the bird, chicken bird.
We have Puppy Smiles, Mr. Voice, the narrator. Recurring characters are, the chicken.
The chicken.
We have a bunch of extra characters. We have Miss Voice, which is just Pinkie Pie.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
We have the DJ Pony for the Long 52. Lonesome Pony for Radio 52.
Good night, Phillies and Gentlecones. This is Lonesome Pony speaking, and you're tuned to Radio 52. All the news you need to hear about the Big 52 and nothing else. Well, almost nothing.
Yeah, 51. It's not for updates.
But yeah, like there's relatively few characters in this. Let's see. There's a handful of ghouls who recur for a few chapters and then show up in the afterword. There is Henrietta, who's the chicken. There's a few Steel Rangers, and that's it. Like I've got half of Pink Eye scripted out. Like if I wanted to, I could start casting for Pink Eyes tomorrow.
Yeah, pretty well organized.
Yeah, that's what makes a good director. Is I know what I'm doing and I've got everything set up and ready to go. So even if I can't do it personally, I can look at props or someone else and go, hey, go on to here and do this. And then it's just simple, like, copy paste a link out and start throwing it at people. It's... Mm-hmm. Like, it's... This... It's not hard to be a director. It's fairly difficult to be good at it.
Yeah.
But most of that difficulty is just figuring out good habits and recognizing the fact that as a director, you absolutely need to be able to be a leader. And like heck, just for Dead Tree, I've had to recast a few characters just because I haven't been able to get a hold of the VAs I originally cast. Or the VAs I originally cast never got back to me. Sometimes you just gotta do it.
Or maybe delays turning in lines?
Too much. A single delay or delays with good reason is fine. If my list is like, if you're 3 weeks behind, if you're like a week to 2 weeks behind a schedule or the deadline that was given, you had better have reached out to me and let me know what's going on so that I can work with you. Otherwise, we're gonna have some issues. And like in the contracts that I had in the studio's contracts, if someone just doesn't respond or doesn't get their lines in for like 3 weeks, at that point it's my discretion to fire them and terminate the contract and recast them.
Which is fair enough. Fair. If they're not doing their job, they shouldn't be on the project.
Yeah, and this is gonna sound bad, but I learned from a couple of the studios I've worked with that if you let one VA or one editor or what have you hold up your project will die.
Yeah, it's all
because you will lose momentum. You'll lose production momentum. Your other VAs will lose enthusiasm, and it's just gonna fall apart. And the longer the delay is, the worse it is.
Yeah, it's that weakest link problem. Ugh, in the worst way.
Yeah. And it's something I've dealt with multiple times throughout my time voice acting and being shanghaied into being project lead. Because that's happened like 30 times. It's one of the reasons why when I started Shotgun Angel, I started it from the ground up with, okay, I am the director. I'm in charge of the studio. I'm going to make sure this gets done right from the very beginning.
Yeah, and especially then having people who you know are dependable, which is why, like, for Ulysses Chronicle, it's almost the whole Confessions cast, because like these are people I've already worked with, and they're all already great and familiar, and you know, it's like it's keep on playing. It's a new story to play in, so that's the best thing about then giving, you know, new life to all their characters over the years here.
Yeah, and you also know that they can get their lines in, and they will, and it won't take them forever.
No.
They'll get their lines in before the deadline, meaning instead of having like a month to 2-month production cycle on a single episode, you can churn out and complete like 4 or 5 episodes in 2 months.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing I've been getting most used to with the new show is just a new sort of production rhythm where it's like, then for season 2, until we finish all the episodes, like, all the videos are done, basically it will be until I start season 2, and then while that's airing, write season 3 and get those developed. So it should be good. I don't expect us to have more than, like, you know, 3-ish months gap, maybe, unless something really big happens in the middle. So
industry-wise, we call this a production cycle.
Yeah.
Where we go from pre-production, production, post-production, and then cycle back. Pre-production, production, post-production, release, and then cycle back. With once release starts, we cycle back to pre-production to get the next bit ready to go. And yes, comic, I do have legit contracts. We did have a lawyer go over them to make sure. Shotgun Angel Productions is registered as a business. We don't make a profit, so we don't have to pay taxes, thankfully. But we are registered. We own the copyright. We own the trademark for Shotgun Angel Productions, and we own the logo and all of that. But we mostly, for all of Dead Tree, we do something called public work, where everything we do is available to the public. All of the songs, all of the audio files, you name it, it's available. If people want it. Because we're publicly funded. Now, for things... for the things Tavi says, we're going to be doing something similar. With the rights to usage of the episodes. But we are reserving a few more. We are reserving a little bit more for we are reserving a bit for the things Tavi says, because some of the production files we aren't making ourselves. As we use Epidemic Sound. Comic. You sell merch, So registering as a business probably isn't a great idea for you. You're also not expecting to have to potentially deal with legal problems. Or defend a copyright or trademark. So I wouldn't bother. If you manage to get Nuclear Horse Studios much bigger, then maybe consider it. But until you have money coming in and out, then I wouldn't bother. I'm sorry, I've completely taken up the talking and the yakking. I'm sorry, I'll be quiet.
No.
No.
No, it's fascinating to know how it all works.
Cinder, it was your turn. I did it when I entered. Now it is your turn. Talk away.
Your entrance was much more cerebral. Because she had just gotten up, so it was
yeah.
Sleepy Chris hour.
Oh boy. Yeah. That's the Chris that should not be on the air.
It was adorable. We want more of it.
No, you don't.
I guess we have hit the 5-hour mark now, so we could. Are there any other topics people would like to ask about, or any conversation you wanted to hear from us that we hadn't covered yet? Vermont and I, we had a good Star Wars discussion out of nowhere. That was kind of fun. Yeah, a lot of fun things going on. Our first season of Ulysses Chronicle runs until Christmas, and then, like I said, hopefully season 2 will come out starting in March or something. Depends on how this is a whole new production cycle for me, so we'll see how things flow. But I already have half of the scripts ready, so I should be getting those out to everyone soon.
I am really excited for Ulysses.
Yeah.
Both the next episode and the next season.
It's gonna be
That's
good.
totally not because I get to talk more.
Yes. All the ensemble will get more and more speaking roles. It's been a very, kind of figuring things out where everyone fits. So it'll be a lot better. Everyone will have very, very prominent roles.
I want to hear more, Chris.
I know.
You've got to hear more, Chris.
Chris's character is so great too. I feel like I did my best in weaving her into the story in a fun way.
I'm really. I haven't actually heard Chris yet. I actually haven't heard Chris's character yet, so I am really excited to hear them.
It's a great intro.
I am really excited.
Any thoughts on the animated?
I hope I don't disappoint you.
No, you're gonna be fun. Any thoughts? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That. It's two things I wanted to say was that I think you said to me, like, I have a character I kind of written that you need to play. And I was just like, what? What? Okay, thank you, I'm honored, but And then I heard the character's name and I was just like, okay, my aunt who lives in Texas has that same name. And I was just like, okay, I'm gonna play my aunt. Cool. So that was fun.
That is fun. Yeah. So that's that. Arya Moon wraps up next week. Then it sounds like with 3 episodes for wrapping its first season. Yeah, and then we mentioned Untypical earlier in the podcast. Wasteland Survival Guide. There's only a few episodes left. When those episodes come out is not known. That's basically all I can say, unfortunately. So, yeah, the book is almost done, though. I've done most of the production. It ended up being about 140 pages. So once I get final artwork done and kind of spot checking, hopefully the PDF of the Wasteland Survival Guide will be ready. I've looked around for printers. I haven't really found a good one at all. So I don't know. We'll do the PDF release first, and then if I can find a good printer, then we'll see if there's a way we can like make that available on demand, basically. So I don't know. And yeah, those are the big things. Hopefully another What the Fic in the next like month or two, like maybe in November sometime, and then hopefully our 100th podcast, our 100th big quotes Breakroom will be our holiday podcast, our founders cast for the quarantine.
Yeah, the 100 one is that when we keep going as long as we get $10 or an hour or something? I have a vague
that
memory
was
we talked
Vermont's
about it.
idea of the 24-hour. I'll let him do that and plan that.
Ah,
That'd be fun.
I never promised I would plan that. That's Vermont's idea. I will show
Okay.
up if he decides to do that as much as I can, but organizing, oof, that's another level for me. So
You could make it a charity stream if you do it for 24 hours.
yeah, that was the plan last year or 2 years ago, and we went 11 hours. So that was something else. Any thoughts on the Animaniacs reboot? I thought it looks good. I like the new animation style and the look of the characters. It looks fun, feels classical. So I wish them the best.
I hope it's good because I grew up watching that.
I'm gonna let it come out and get a few episodes going before I sit down to watch it
I agree.
and pass judgment. Cause I don't know if they're gonna be able to follow up the original Animaniacs. I hope they do, because that'd be amazing.
It's stuff like that is hard because a lot of it comes from a very specific time it came out and a very specific creative team. Like for instance, the most iconic Tex Avery is that 50s to 60s Bugs Bunny and Friends with Mel Blanc. Without Mel Blanc's voice, it's just not the same. It's not the same.
Or
version.
like the that's all, folks. Or good night, everybody, was specifically added in wherever the censors caught them.
Oh yeah, it's so great.
Or when they managed to slip something by. It was either when the censors caught them or when they slipped something by the censors. That was a running joke that they'd say, "Good night, everybody."
yeah, the fingerprints line is the classic.
Mm-hmm. And it's, you really need to you kind of need to take the sense of humor that they had and develop that instead of trying to make a quote-unquote modern sense of humor for it.
Yeah.
As if you try to make something funny for a modern audience, you're going to be insulting your audience.
Yeah.
That's the same thing that you see with a lot of shows that try and make that quote unquote have a young target demographic and treat them like they don't have a brain. Whereas something like My Little Pony had a target demographic of everyone and actually treated its audience with respect.
It really is
look
that
where
simple.
we are now.
It's like not pandering, really, and it's surprising how many shows have done that over the years, and how shocking it is when you have ones that don't, that just want to tell a story or be a thing. Like, I think of Gravity Falls in the same kind of way, where it's like, it's just a very specific kind of humor and a very, a cast of characters in this situation of unraveling, every controversy, or was it conspiracy theory is real, and there's an evil nightmare triangle man. It's you just gotta believe in the project itself, and then treat the audience accordingly.
Yeah, you have to treat your audience with respect. If you talk down to your audience, you've already doomed the project.
Yeah.
But if you treat your audience with respect, you are dramatically more likely to put something together that will stand the test of time.
Yeah, and I wish them luck. I know it's hard because the 90s were such a unique time for a lot of things. Like, it happened to The Simpsons, too, a show that's still on the air, but the truth is, like, Simpsons died with the 90s when they lost so many writers to different productions around the same time that Futurama came out, too, and that split the writing cast in half. And then they had some missteps with their own storytelling because they sort of lost sight of the Simpsons formula of emotion and humor and then the actual storyline, the construction of the jokes. Like, I remember, I forget who did it. Maybe it was just Conan himself. He pulled together the old Simpsons writing staff in for this big, 2-hour, just talk section. They're at a circular table, and they sort of break down how that original writing, dynamic worked and why it worked. And, well, a similar problem kind of happened for Rick and Morty, too, which was really unfortunate, where in Season 3 they brought in a whole bunch of new writers, and it didn't matter who the writers were or what they were. It was just the fact that it was so many new people into a formula that was very unique. You had to have very high IQ to understand the formula. But you had such zany kind of personalities as Roiland and Harrison. What's the other guy's name? Anyway, it's a chemistry, and so if you add different things or take things away, it's just not the same. And so the reboots of anything like that have to sort of try to recapture that flame, and then have enough of their own confidence in their own writing and dynamics that they can produce something new but old, like I was saying at the very beginning of the podcast about the Dark Crystal Age of Resistance. I liked it so much better than the original. And in their eyes, they're just doing this thing that's in the shadow of the Jim Henson magnum opus. But for me, I was like, I like this a lot better. Not only because it's more modern, but just because it was more fleshed out, and you had these people who respected the original while feeding their own new energies into it.
Yeah, and we actually saw this problem with My Little Pony as well.
Yeah.
Especially some of the later episodes. Yeah. Some of the weaker episodes were ones that had inexperienced writers, or writers who weren't really involved in writing the show up until that point. Yeah. We got some of them knocked it out of the park. Some of the new writing staff they brought on did a fantastic job. But then you have episodes like Baby Cakes, which I still haven't watched. I still haven't managed to get through that episode.
Yeah.
Gosh, who wrote that? Yeah, who wrote that? Charlotte Fullerton.
It was just so out of place, it felt like.
It was cringe. It was one of the big problems that you see with a lot of it's one of the things you see a lot of problems with young audience targeted and cartoons is you go cringe.
Yeah.
They go cringe humor, they go frustration humor, and they go toilet humor, and none of those are funny once you're older than the age of 3.
Yeah.
To the point where even things like even other little even the target demographic of 6 to 8-year-old little girls don't like that kind of humor.
No, it was really surreal.
it falls like they don't like when they're quote unquote pandered to because they aren't treating them with respect. It all comes down to treat your audience with respect.
Yeah.
Write a good story, write good humor first. Focus on that. If you write a story that can be enjoyed by everyone, you're going to write a story that everyone can enjoy.
It's really that simple.
Mm-hmm. Just
Alrighty. Well, I
I'm
think
sorry,
that's
I've been ranting again.
Yeah, I think that's all the questions. Is there anything else you guys wanted to talk about?
I apologize. It seems like every time I come on these episodes, I just end up spending most of the night ranting.
No, that's the best kind of podcasting, is the ranting.
Oh, it's been entertaining and quite a lot of useful information from you, Cinder.
Oh, you're welcome.
Blamed for that, probably.
Cinder, to put it
Mhm.
bluntly to you, if we didn't
Mhm.
want to hear what you were saying, we would have stopped you.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I know at the very least Skybolt would have started yammering on about something else.
And you know, if I get uncomfortable, I say something or I go like "Yeep" in the background.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I've had that on me when I go off on a tangent. Chris soon reels me in.
Yeah, I'm basically out of it unless you want me to rant about various things for... Look, unless you want me to start on a rant on, I don't know, why Gruber is a problem for the writing of the My Little Pony movie, and how that movie would have been dang near flawless without him.
Is that the original movie?
Yeah, you remember the little short thing that they glued to Tempest's side?
Oh, vaguely.
And they didn't actually write a script for the voice actor. They just told him to improvise everything. And you can tell, yes, most of Grober's lines are improvised. The vast majority are, which is why his lines are such non sequiturs and completely destroy the tone of whatever scene he's in.
I gotta say one thing though. It was one line I liked from him, and that was, "Oh, hello, cake." I like that one.
Where was that even in?
That was near the end. That was near the end when they snuck into the city. As a note, that is the only contribution Gruber had to the plot, is accidentally catching the ponies as they tried to sneak into Canterlots.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I've mostly blocked them from my memory. I know what you mean. I know the character, but it's like, yeah, I thought I forgot about you.
But every scene Tempest is in, she does a fantastic job and, like, is legitimately intimidating.
I know. I love
like,
Emily Blunt so much.
Like, Emily Blunt did an amazing job, and Tempest is legitimately scary, and, like, I broke up again, didn't I?
No, you're fine.
No, it's clear.
Okay. Emily Blunt is legitimately intimidating as Tempest, and made a fan-favorite character. And when she doesn't have Gruber in the scene, oh gosh!
Yeah.
She just owns those scenes, and you can taste the tension. And that's an example of the writers not respecting their audience. They thought that that Tempest was too intense, or Tempest would be too intense, so they had to shove a comic relief character into Tempest scenes, when you don't, you can rely on Pinkie Pie to be your comic relief and have the comic moments happening when the main six are on show, and have Tempest stand out even more by being this serious, intense, and kind of intimidating unicorn who does not have your patience. And even have the Storm King be how he was, and just Tempest just have to deal with this silly, dumb boss.
Yeah,
that's a dynamic that works.
No, I know. The whole thing felt very like boardroom in the worst in
Right.
all those scenes. Just like that original opening that they leaked online later
yes.
on.
The writers for the movie didn't actually add Gruber in, which is why he didn't have any lines written. The producers forced Gruber in.
Oh my god.
Because they wanted, presumably some focus test somewhere said that Tempest was intimidating, which was exactly what she needed to be. So they forced a comic relief character in. The writers actually complained a lot about that. So it was executive meddling.
Yeah, I actually watched the movie with my dearest, and he said he only liked one character in that whole movie, and that was Tempest. She was the only one who seemed to have intelligence beyond the cute and fuzzy and pony stuff, and I was just like, but the whole movie is cute and fuzzy and pony stuff.
I have my own critique of the movie.
We'll just have to do like a commentary track on the movie sometime. That would be great.
Oh gosh, that'll be like 3 times as long as the movie if you don't gag me. But
hey, I'm up for a more than 6 hours stream. Just let me have some more sleep.
I'm more than happy to do. I'm happy to do it. That's a good movie. I like the movie a lot. I love the animation so much.
I do too.
It took me a scene or two for the animation to grow on me. But after 2 scenes or so, I love that animation style. It is so fluid.
Yeah, it was great to get a little bit more of it in the Rainbow Road Trip special.
Mm-hmm. It's so good.
So colorful as well.
They look like gummy bears. They look literally like marshmallow gelatinous.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, like Scrollkeeper says, there are some amazing characters added in. Tempest, Solano. I really wanted more with the pirates because they're pirates.
Arr.
And they're sky pirates.
Skyrates.
They are sky pirates who apparently go around, quote unquote, rescuing treasure, which is amazing.
That is so great.
Solano is amazing. I want to just Capper's VA, whoever did Capper's voice work and singing and animation, they need a raise. I don't care how much they're getting paid, they need a raise. Oh gosh.
Yeah, that song was amazing.
I actually memorized how to sing A Friend Like Me, The Friend You Need. I learned how to sing that song.
So the next thing from Cinderscript is a cover of that song. You're welcome.
Oh gosh, no, please, no.
Yes.
I swear.
You got me to sing Amazing Grace. You can sing A Friend in Need.
You know what? Fine.
Yeah.
fine, but
Just wait.
Skybolt has to be involved. He needs to suffer for
Oh
this.
god.
He can be, there is like characters that talk or do like that. Yes, he's a friend indeed. Type of
Yes,
stuff. He can do
yes. Okay, Skybolt. We'll do this, but you have to be the chorus.
Oh god.
that. Yay!
Okay.
This is the perfect Christmas present. Yay!
I don't know about that. We'll see how production goes on other stuff. But we
Yeah.
definitely will have silly things on the horizon. We will have another What the Fix soon, for sure.
Skybolt.
And then we have another regular podcast on Halloween next week.
Oh, excellent.
What?
Do you Pinkie Pie promise to do it if Cinder does the song? To help out?
I'll Pinkie Pie maybe.
No!
There's
There's no maybe!
Cross
Pinkie
my
Pie
heart,
promise.
hope to fly, stick a cupcake in my eye. Ow!
What if I do
Now
hope
it's
to
your
die,
turn. That's something else.
though?
You can't break Pinkie Promise.
Maybe. A strong maybe.
No, come on.
We'll add it to the list of things to do someday.
Absolutely.
This keeps getting
Um,
bigger.
No,
but
clearly-
Christmas present.
Clearly, we need to get someone to, because Skybolt's already done a cover of "Open Up Your Eyes."
I have.
Which was amazing. Like, that was amazing. Clearly now we need someone to do a cover of One Small Thing, which is the most Pinkie Pie song I've heard in a while, and I love it.
I know.
It made me really want, I'm not gonna lie, when I heard that the movie was canon, after seeing the movie, one of the things I wanted more than anything was Tempest to join the cast,
Yes.
because I wanted to see Tempest and Starlight just exist in the same room.
Yes.
And I wanted to see Skystar again. Because Skystar was amazing and got along with Pinkie Pie so much. And let's face it, the member of the new Six, the Hippogriff,
Yeah.
she's basically Skystar.
Oh, I know.
She's Skystar with the serial numbers filed off.
I know. And that's why she's perfect. Love my
Okay.
silver stream.
Yes, Silver Stream. Okay, hot take. Out of all of the new Six, the two good ones were Silverstream and Ocellus.
Yes.
Because Ocellus is the cutest gosh dang thing ever.
I know. Oh my gosh. They are so
Smol-
adorable.
Smolder's cool too.
Yeah, Smolder's
And
alright. I,
Smolder's all around.
I felt bad for Gal as he's just like tortured the entire show. Just like, this is how much Griffin Society sucks, and I'm very sad. It's like
Gallus
his
is-
entire arc.
Gallus is fine.
Oh, man.
Clearly, we can all agree that I can't even remember his name. The Earth Pony should have been a
Sandbar.
zebra.
Oh, Sandbar,
Yes.
yeah.
Sandbar, hot take. Sandbar should have been a zebra.
They had
That would have been
They
awesome.
didn't know what to do with him or Yona beyond the joke of Yona smash. So they're like, okay, we're gonna put you two together. It's like, okay.
So you
okay,
have-
wait, Skybolt. They did a lot more with Yona than just Smash. She was basically the door to letting us know what actually went in the minds of the Yaks, like why they like smashing, why smashing is such an essential part of their culture.
Yeah,
Also,
like
it shows that she's more level-headed than some of them.
yeah, and like Yona is great. Sandbar is the token pony.
Yeah.
When they tried to make Sandbar the new Twilight, which didn't work because he wasn't a deep enough, or he wasn't a character that had enough force of character to be the heart of the group.
Yeah.
If I had to say anything, I'd say the heart of the group is either Ocellus or probably Skystar,
Yes.
where I think they should have made the Sandbar a zebra.
Yeah.
Or okay, personally I wish they had made them a zebra, but
That would have been
just
cool.
give us something new that we haven't seen a whole bunch. Give him a reason. Give him some depth in this is the first time he's been to Equestria. Heck, if you need an excuse, make him related to Sakura. Have him, instead of being the fish out of technological waters like Skystar is, have him be the one out of cultural waters. Have him actually keep up have him know the traditions and culture that Sakura comes from, and have that clash. That gives you conflict right there.
Yeah.
Plus, it lets you explore what are the zebras like.
Yeah,
It
aside
gives
from
you
the one.
Yeah, it gives you an excuse to go to the zebra lands. It gives you an excuse to explore something that was introduced in season 1. And we never got to explore the zebras when Sakura is probably one of the best. Sakura's my favorite character in MLP. Like, Sakura is my favorite character in MLP. I absolutely adore this crazy rhyming zebra.
Yes.
Because especially there's a thing where she sits out. She's clearly separate from pony culture, even though she does slowly adopt bits of it. But there's so much room for them to develop, especially with the two archetypes they had available, with Sakura as the wise mentor to Twilight. Basically the local mentor who takes over for Celestia.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was actually supposed to be like a second mentor for Twilight, but Hasbro did not approve.
Yeah, and this is why in Magic Duel, she teaches Twilight magic. And more than that, she doesn't just teach Twilight magic, she teaches her misdirection. She teaches her perception, the value of it.
She teaches her wisdom.
Yes, and that was so good. And we got a little bit of that with Apple Bloom, but
yeah.
And then we have this potential of a character of someone that's trying to learn what Equestria is like and how to do they fit in? Do they embrace their own? Do they hold firm to their own culture? Do they try and melt things? Do they try to step away from their own culture to try and fit in with the ponies? Because, let's face it, sometimes ponies can be intolerant.
Mm-hmm.
And you have so much storytelling potential. You have that potential for, heck, just make them a carbon copy of Sakura. That's just a kid. Have them be the quote-unquote wise one for the new 6. Have them be the one that stops and goes, wait a second, we should think about this. Or the one who thinks things through.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if they do actually do, like, a Gen 5. Because Pony Life seems like it's just a filler thing, so...
Yeah, Pony Life is a filler. We know they're working on Gen 5.
Also, one thing before I forget it. Cinder, if you look through the 2 comics that the two comics that I have gotten out from Sakura's home life. If I can be so rude to just when you have read that, can we do a Twitch stream where we talk about it?
I will happily do that. I
Yay!
have the comic that you sent me.
Yeah, sadly that one is not included in there because I haven't been able to find actually that comic in Norway or on the internet. So the only place I've been able to see it is on that YouTube channel.
Yeah.
But I hope you like the other comics.
Yeah, I have the comic book that you sent me.
Yay.
And like the comics that are being put out, I haven't read it yet because I want either them to
The whole
release
story. Yeah.
And I'm going to get all the comics and then we can sit down and read them out.
Oh yeah, that would be nice.
I would really like to do that. Like that would be really fun. Just
enjoying and gushing and talking and
and
just
like
have fun.
My thoughts on the show overall are Friendship is Magic was an amazing show that had potential to be better, but even with that potential, it was still absolutely fantastic, and it brought together so many people.
Oh, yeah.
I can thank Friendship is Magic for what's my career.
Me too.
Like, I have a production studio because of ponies. So, like, I do love the show. And as much as I want to be cynical, I'm looking at Gen 5, and part of me wants to say, they're going to try and capitalize on it. They're going to try and do this and that. But I shove that voice in, like, a box because I see this show and I want them to do good. I want them to take what was learned from... It's one of the reasons why I really hope DHX is the ones making Gen 5.
Oh, yeah.
I want them to take what they learned from Gen 4 and expand on it. I want it to be a proper successor to Gen 4. The story of Twilight and her friends is over. That book is closed. I want to pick up the next book and be able to read it too. And I don't want the same story. I don't want a sequel. I don't want to follow the new 6. I don't want to follow even that version of Equestria. I want them to tell their own story with what they've learned.
Yeah.
You know what would be interesting though? If we got something, it might be too childish, but my Gen 1 heart would kind of like to see what they would do if they did Generation 1 stories.
Like,
not the friendship, not the My Little Pony and Friends, but
Yeah.
the My Little Pony Gen 1, not Gen 1.5, Gen 1.
Yeah, the one with the Rainbow of Darkness and where they exploded the big villain.
Epic.
Yeah, and Timmy and Megan and this type of stuff. Like, they actually could fly over the rainbow to get to the human world and back again.
Yeah, like, I really want, like, doing that. That would be it. Doing stuff like that, or doing, like, shorts exploring different parts of Equestria, or different characters. That's what I would be having them do as filler. Instead of Pony Life and whatever they're doing, because Teen Titans Go failed for a reason, guys.
Yeah, the animation. I don't like the look of it.
Like, Teen Titans Go failed for a reason. Teen Titans was amazing.
Yes.
Teen Titans, go.
Yeah,
fuck you,
I was watching that
fans.
when I was in college.
And the fact that, like, I hope they follow through with the thing they teased at the end of the movie.
I know. I know.
I hope they follow through with the all of this was just Control Master screwing with us. Bring back the proper Teen Titans.
Yeah, literally anything that brings them back.
And finish the story.
Yes.
Because Teen Titans was left unfinished.
I need
God
more
left me
Starfire.
unfinished. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
I kind of want to see more Starfire and Raven.
Yeah, I quite enjoyed them two
I want to
characters.
see more Starfire and Robin. They only got one kiss. Is not enough.
And like Tabitha St. Germain, Tabitha and oh geez, my brain's not working.
Starfire voiced by an AI.
Let's see.
Because I'm like, that's like my basic English. I can do it instead. Hello, comic stuffy. I can do it.
Yeah, like Tara Strong. Tara Strong is absolutely willing to do Raven again.
Yes.
Yay!
Like you ask her and she's on it.
It needs to happen. It is long overdue. So almost 10 years now. Long overdue.
Really been that long? Jeez. I remember when Teen Titans came out.
This was an example of a show. Yeah, Teen Titans was another example of a show that, while it had its silly moments and it had its comic relief, it respected its audience. And oh man, it had such good stories. And it wasn't afraid to get dark.
No, exactly.
Like, it went through the whole spectrum of it would get really dark when appropriate, but it would also rise back to being really lighthearted, too.
I remember one that really stuck with me was Raven when she found that magic book.
Yeah.
The scary dragon, or when Starfire had to go back to her home planet and we find out that, yes, her home planet's air is basically on fire and it's killing you. So, you know, maybe the other guys should have gas masks or something.
Yeah, or like, I just have to say one thing, and everyone in here who watched Teen Titans is going to react. Tara.
I know.
I don't know. I feel splitted about her. She had good moments and bad moments, and I don't know how to feel.
I know. That's the thing.
Does Beast Boy.
That's the good part. That's the best part. Is she is such a complex character and so well written that you can love the character and have no idea what to think about her. Oh, the writing was so good.
Yes.
Oh, I remember her now. Yeah, I was trying to think. It's like, oh.
We had a couple episodes of Tara fighting to determine if she's going to betray her new friends for her father figure because of her father figure, and then we have an episode about Cyborg fighting cow abducting vegan tofu monsters from space, and both of them are good.
Yeah.
And just like, God, Teen Titans was so good.
I know.
And that theme song is now stuck in your head.
Yeah,
T-E-E-N. Yeah.
I can hear it again now.
Okay, for some reason my brain went to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh my
Yeah, that's even earlier. That's 1980s.
Heroes in a half shell.
To the power.
To the power.
Oh god, I could have that tuna made all day now.
All right.
Yeah.
Speaking of half shell, I think I'm halfway in bed by this point.
Sorry.
So.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know where I am anymore. I've been up for like 30 odd hours.
But it was a
Should
great
probably have some
podcast, and like I said, we do have one scheduled for Halloween. I'll remind everyone in our chat, but it'll be around the 9 a.m. our previous classical time period. This one was just because I was busy all day, so it'll be a good time. Thank you everyone for joining us for this exciting Fallout Day stream.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Sorry I wasn't here earlier. I had a pair of streams and a panel to do.
No, understandable.
I am more than happy to come back whenever you guys want.
Sounds good. No, and we will hopefully sometime in November have a whatchamacallit, What the Thick or something. So
Yeah.
it'll be fun.
No, clearly the next marathon stream we do, we just get Teen Titans and stream all marathon Teen Titans.
I would love that. At the very least, we could watch the
I'll be up
movie.
for that.
That was fun.
Yeah, the movie was pretty good. We need to do the movie commentary stream. That needs to
Yes.
happen.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Scrollkeeper has the last question.
On how do you get on podcasts? It's if you're a Patreon member of a certain tier or in the from the Discord, you can hop on the meetings cast whenever we do have a podcast. Vermont is the one that organizes it, so he's sort of the one to talk to about all that.
I just show up when I have the chance because they haven't told me to stop yet.
Yeah, pretty much.
Too bad Jam Jam isn't here. I just gotten a good idea that Cinder could voice the virus program for Fidget. Because I told you like, help, they're being spooky, it's being scary, and then you were just, I'm gonna be at him, and I was just like, yeah. Cinder could be a good antivirus program for Fidget.
Assuming direct control.
Oh my gosh.
There you go.
Of course.
There you go.
Me.
Somebody need to tell Jam Jam about this.
Okay. Thank you everyone for joining us. We will see you next week for our 4-year anniversary stream of EAST Corp Productions. We hope you have a wonderful Fallout Day and have a wonderful last week before a Nightmare Night. We will see you later.